Hey guys, GAIA Guys here. For those who are wondering why I'm making this upload, let me explain. Last year, I worked on my video series that dissected and recapped the events and story of Gundam Sentinel by Masaya Takahashi, and so far, to this day, it has been one of the most popular videos on my channel, at least the first part. However, what I've noticed is that there's a huge dip in viewership when it comes to my videos on the subject. So, to remedy this, I've gone ahead and compiled my entire 4-part series going into Gundam Sentinel into a single video. For those who are tuning in for the first time and want to watch and listen to this from beginning to end, I've edited out my intros and outros slightly to aid in that. I'll also have links down below to the playlist that contains the individual segments. I hope you enjoy the video and check out my other projects. And now, enjoy the rest of Gundam Sentinel, the entire story from beginning to end.
You guys read the title of this video, and today is the day we finally get to talk about this. For those who are unfamiliar, Gundam Sentinel was a story written by Masaya Takahashi, one that was featured in Japan's Model Graphix magazine from 1987 to the summer of 1988. To this day, the story is widely regarded as one of the most popular Universal Century side stories within the greater timeline. However, due to a myriad of complex legal reasons, the story has never been officially animated or given proper treatment by Sunrise. To this day, though, Sentinel is regarded by many as one of the greats, despite its unique nature as an entry. This story is also marked as a pivotal one within the Gundam franchise, as it marks the official first debut of the legendary Hajime Katoki, one of the most influential and iconic artists within the Gundam pantheon. Pretty much all of Sentinel's original mobile suit designs were designed and influenced by Mr. Katoki, and these machines are seen by many as some of his best work. Many suits like the Nero, Zeku Eins, Zeta Plus, Gundam Mark V, and the titular S Gundam are all fan-favorite mobile suits to this day. Yet to this day, and due to the nature behind Sentinel's precarious existence within the franchise, many people and casual fans don't even know what the deal is with this story. The characters have made cameos and other entries in games, but have never been on the big screen. Some people may recognize the XS and some of the other mobile suits, but don't really know the actual tale that surrounds them. Some will know of the existence of Alice and the new Decides, but many won't know the reasons behind their existence. Thus, with this video, I aim to tell this story to you, not in an animated format, or as a deep line-by-line retelling of the story, as I have done in the past with GAIA GEAR, but for this particular story, we're going to be going with a simple rundown of the plot of the novel, covering the basic rundown of the book chapter by chapter, with brief notes on things I myself had made when I noticed stuff while reading it. Keep in mind that this is actually my first time fully reading this book to completion, and with this video I do want to do this story justice, while also being as informative as possible. This novel, unlike GAIA GEAR's radio drama, does not read itself out like a Gundam show. Rather, the story plays itself out much more with the aesthetic of its mobile suit designs, a deep, dialogue-driven military and political drama, something that the original Gundam went along with, but for the case of this tale, Sentinel leans very heavily towards the hardened battlefield drama that encompasses the idea of mobile suit warfare. I understand if you may be a little upset by the fact that this series will be shorter than my previous work, but Sentinel as a story is actually pretty short in and of itself. It's only a single book, and it's actually a very light read. Now that little intro is out of the way, let's begin our story. All images and characters are owned by the respective companies and creators. Firstly, the prologue. In it, we are introduced to each one of our cast members one by one throughout a series of independent scenes. From the way each scene is written, you get the sense that these moments are actually occurring simultaneously to one another. Each of these characters are all about to meet each other for the very first time, each of them being from all different walks of life, yet each of them have all been chosen or have been assigned in some way to be a part of the Federation's Mobile Suit Instructor Corps, all of them not knowing that this place will be a destined encounter for all of them. For those who don't know, Mobile Suit Instructor Corps are exactly what they sound like. They are a group or unit that is comprised of elite and skilled mobile suit pilots, and their job is to train and mentor other mobile suit pilots for the Federation, as well as to test out any experimental and state-of-the-art technology that the Federation develops. This particular group we're about to see here are all going to be a part of the same group for the time being. The year is Universal Century 0085, 2 years following the events of Operation Stardust and 2 years before the events of Zeta Gundam. At this time, the Titans are near the height of their power, yet have shown their true colors with their massacre at Colony 30. In our first scene, we're introduced to two very important characters, Tosh Cray and Stoll Mannings. Both of these men are veterans of the One-Year War and will somewhat act as the representative second commands of both our heroes and villains. They both pilot GMs, and the scene goes on to tell us what kind of relationship these two have. You see, Stoll is an amputee. He lost his leg during the One-Year War, and the loss of it was the result of saving Tosh's life in battle. We are told by their interaction that the two are very good friends. However, Tosh has bigger goals, and is looking forward to his next assignment. He's been reassigned to be a part of the new Federation Instructor Corps, with Stoll himself sadly having to stay behind, as he has a suspicion that his condition is seen by his superiors as a hindrance. Regardless, Tosh is grateful to him and even offers to vouch for him if he ever chooses to come over and join him. The two give each other a brotherly pat on the back and part ways, not knowing that the next time they meet, it sadly won't be as allies. Our second scene within the prologue is actually dedicated to the introduction of our protagonist, a young cocky mobile suit pilot by the name of Ryu Roots. His introduction shows us that despite his high level of skill with being a pilot, he has a severe tendency to disregard the authority of his Earthnoid superiors. Ryu, at least at this moment, is the type of person who doesn't exactly get along with others, and is quite reckless in combat. Despite this, he has been chosen to be a part of the new Corps, Superior giving him the envelope with his transfer orders and being happy to just finally find a way to kick him out of his office, all the while questioning why on earth someone would choose someone as difficult to rein in as Ryu Roots. Our third scene introduces us to a young man named Josh Offshore. Josh comes from an incredibly wealthy and powerful family within the Federation government. His family has been grooming him on the path of the highest level of success within the Federation for the past few years, and with Josh, he himself has lived that life accordingly. He's quite cold-hearted, and when people praise his accomplishments, he doesn't pay much mind to it, as at this point, he's just numb to all the praise. So, after a session of fencing with one of his tutors, in which he easily outperforms his opponent, his colleague asks him for the reasons as to why on earth he's joining the Instructor Corps willingly. Josh says it bluntly, and to him, he's just bored, and he thinks by accepting these orders, he might find something that finally interests him after all this time. After this brief scene with Josh, we're introduced to an individual who is at a similar level as him, although a person who wasn't born into wealth. Etan Heathrow, an honored graduate of one of the Federation's most decorated military academies, a studious man who worked hard to get his perfect grades. We are introduced to Etan at a ceremony to his graduation from the military academy. He graciously accepts his diploma and the position he's now been given by his mentor as the new captain of his own ship. We then cut to space, to the man who has been assigned to command the Instructor Corps. This man's name is Brave Cod. We are introduced to this man during his return from a Mobile Suit Combat patrol mission near and around an asteroid base and command center of the Instructor Corps itself, the asteroid base of Pezun. For those who are unaware, Pezun is actually an asteroid that was meant to be featured in another conceptual Gundam story, one that was actually planned to be animated, that being the mysterious MSX. Now, MSX was an early concept for a Gundam spin-off. Keep in mind that this was before Zeta Gundam was ever released, so at the time, the idea for the next Gundam story was kind of up in the air at the time. Regardless of the fact that it wasn't animated, the bare-bones components of the original story were salvaged, and some of its briefly used elements were later used in the creation of Sentinel. Pezun is one of these elements. MSX would have followed a separate series of battles during the One-Year War, in a different sector of space. Pezun was once a Zeon laboratory, responsible for creating some of the most powerful and strange mobile suits that had ever been fielded by Zeon. MSX would have told the story of how the Federation was able to take control of the asteroid, with the FA-78-2 Heavy Gundam leading the charge. Anyways, At this point within the UC, Pezun acts as nothing more than a backwater base for the EFSF. Brave Cod returns from his patrol and docks in the asteroid's hangar. There, once inside, he notices a strange new mobile suit that has been brought out for testing here at the base. An original machine built here in the laboratories. This mobile suit is known as the Zeku Eins. These machines are incredibly bulky, yet extremely powerful despite their sheer weight and size. Brave himself finds the suit to be quite impressive as he passes it by. As he meets with his superiors, Brave is given his new orders from command, with the original asteroid base captain finally seeing it as his time to let Brave carry the torch. He leaves him to return to Earth, with Brave given total command of this massive space fortress. Finally, the prologue ends with one more character being introduced, this being a scientist by the name of Dr. Carl. One of his assistants brings him a list of the people who have been assigned as part of his project, and this list includes all of the previous characters that have been introduced so far. One name, however, catches his attention, that being Ryu, with Dr. Carl being one of the people who witnessed the incident that took the life of Ryu's mother. He finds it interesting that he's one of the people who's been chosen by the system. Maith Roots, Ryu's mother, spent her entire career working on the project that Carl is working on right now, a project that began during the One-Year War. It hasn't seen the completion of till now, this being the completion of the Advanced Logistics and Inconsequence Cognizing Equipment, also known as the ALICE. Now, what exactly is ALICE? ALICE, for the lack of a better term, is an artificial intelligence. Maith Roots was the scientist who was in charge of developing it. Alice's goal was to reach a human level of intelligence, and with this intelligence, the AI could be used to man unmanned mobile suits in battle, an ability that would have benefited the Federation during the days of the war. Maith in many ways gave her life to being the creator of Alice. Maith herself was an important influence on Alice's early cognitive development, almost like a mother, and now it seems that the time has come for the project to begin bringing in the candidates who will act as the rest of her family. Ryu Roots and all the others have been chosen for this project to help guide her as she grows. Dr. Carl makes note that this won't be easy. The project has been having some issues over the past few years, and the explosion that took the life of Ryu's mother is believed to have been an act of sabotage. We do not know who yet, and with the Federation's support for the project dwindling, things may be about to get a bit more chaotic as the Federation begins to demand more results. The Doctor then meets with the drill instructor who introduces him to the 12 men chosen to be a part of this team. Chapter ends with 10 of them being sent to the briefing room to begin their briefing on their job within the Instructor Corps and as testers for the Alice project, with Ryu and another pilot by the name of Crypt being immediately sent to isolation, as the drill instructor already knows about the situation about these two rabble-rousers, and sends them there in hopes of hopefully breaking their spirits a bit. As the prologue comes to an end, Dr. Carl worries about Ryu. He wonders if it's a really good idea to have him here. He lost his father in the war and his mother died in the accident. He fears that because of this, Ryu isn't going to be the best person to make use of in the project. Regardless, Alice certainly has her work cut out for her. Prologue finally ends after this, with our characters meeting up for the first time, each from different walks of life and backgrounds within the Federation forces. All of these men met at Pezun on this day, and the prologue ends with 2 years passing. It is now the year Universal Century 0087, and the Grip's War has now begun. Over this period of time, the Titans' ideology of Earth supremacy has greatly influenced the men at Pezun. The chapter begins actually towards the end of the war. Captain Shirako has already assassinated Jamatov Hyman and now leads the Titans in his stead. However, at Pezun, our cast of characters have only heard the news of his death via rumors spreading throughout the chain of command. Tosh Cray is now a colonel, and with Jamatov's death, many of the Earthborn elite of Pezun believe it is their duty to protect the planet from the Space Noids, who they believe are the reasons for their supreme leader's demise. Time passes, and in late January of UC 0088, the Titans as we know them were defeated by the AUG, victorious over their tyranny. With the remaining Federation forces choosing to side with the AUG, things began to get very bad. The little backwater asteroid. The Pezun asteroid was ordered by the Federation to comply with the order to be reabsorbed back into the Federation forces following the Titans' ostracizing. However, those still loyal to the Titans refused. To them, the leadership of the EFF was being held by those who'd opposed the quote-unquote righteous cause of the Titans. They side with the AUG now, and now the forces within the asteroid have revolted, and those loyal to the Titans within the Instructor Corps, Tosh Cray, Josh Offshore, and Brave Cod, and those loyal to them, now hold the asteroid of Pezun as their own personal fortress. Federation, with now having to deal with both the asteroid threat and the arrival of Haman Karn's Neo Zeon, have now assembled a response team, a task force to end the threat of Pezun before it spirals out of control for them. We cut down to some of our boys in Nevada. Ryu and Crypt have been testing out the simulations on a new series of suits that are being developed for this mission, the Zeta Plus B-types. They've been receiving word, though, that they'll be trying out something real very soon. No more CG trials on the simulator for them. They've been hearing rumors about something new and something big. A Gundam might be making its way over to them, and the two of them are looking forward to trying it out, despite the fact that Ryu still can't stop getting shot down in the simulator. Over in the control room, the officers at the Nevada base are going over both the data on this new Gundam and the mission to recapture the asteroid that will take place over the next month. Stoll Mannings himself is actually here at the base, and he expresses his concerns for both the prototype and the mobile suit pilots that have been assigned to the task force. However, Dr. Carl reassures him that the experimental Gundam they'll be receiving will be exactly what they need to show those remnants at Pezun the strength that the Federation actually possesses. It won't matter how skillful the pilots are, as long as they make enough noise and cause enough chaos, the enemy should get scared enough to surrender to the Federation's demands. However, Manning still has his concerns for the team, the kind of aces they're up against, and with all the rejects their team is comprised of, he fears that they might actually need a whole fleet of Gundams just to pull off this kind of suicide mission. The scene ends with an ominous note, with Shin Crypt's simulator giving him one word as his unit gets shot down again from another failed test: death. Now, for those who are a bit confused, I want to make this very clear. Sentinel does not read like a traditional Gundam story. Those who are expecting more character development and depth, this isn't really the kind of story for that. Sentinel reads like this: very brief character interactions, and extremely detailed events and descriptions of the mobile suits and the combat that surrounds them, but also has several major time jumps in between chapters and even within chapters. For those who want an official animated series of Sentinel, I worry that those people forget that this isn't really a good pick for that. Yes, it would make a very good movie, or as we've seen before in games like the SD Gundam series, a good video game, but it probably wouldn't work well as a show in my opinion. Nonetheless, the characters are easily identifiable. They all have their own distinct personalities and attitudes, but the real show of Sentinel is primarily the space battles. Now that I've said my piece about that, let's carry on. In space, we cut to Josh, who's currently on patrol around Pezun's perimeter. Flying around in space doesn't exactly sit well with him, though. To him, and by extension the others at Pezun, he doesn't quite like the idea of humanity expanding out into this void. To him, it feels like the more humanity explores it, the less majestic of a place it becomes. He speaks with his squadron mate about this idea, and his squad mate reassures Josh in their cause that the space noids and their corrupt ways need to be stopped, so that space can remain as beautiful as they see it now. As the patrol team of Zeku Ainz return to the base, we get to see what Pezun has grown to become over the course of the Grips War. Massive clusters of debris, intense defense systems, and a massive complement of mobile suits to defend it. Upon their return to the control room, Josh is met by Brave Cod, who shows him footage from a hidden surveillance camera that Josh himself had set up. It seems an agent made off with Pezun's combat data. The conversation between the two of them switches to a confirmation. Despite the theft of their data, they have more allies now, and with their forces, the New Decides, as they call themselves, will continue to fight on to the bitter end. The name, New Decides, as you may not know, derives their name not from the word decision, as most people think, but rather from the words disapproval or dissident and side, as this force is a Titan's remnant faction and have a strong anti-colonial stance. Brave Cod himself even explains right away what it's meant to mean, and honestly, it's a fine name, if it is a little corny. We cut to a month later. Operation Maelstrom has resulted in a success. The Titans have been overthrown by the AUG, and Neo Zeon have been briefly held back for the time being. However, Neo-Zeon's threat is on the rise now, forcing the Federation to turn their attention to them. This leaves us with the new Decides, now able to begin making allies with the remaining Titans remnants that they possess that still remain in space. Particularly, the new Decides aim to gather allies from the Titans' remnant forces that remain on the moon. In response to their rising power, the Federation, still having to deal with the impending invasion of Hamon's Neo-Zeon, have secretly established Task Force Alpha and have charged them with the objective of defeating the new Decides. The Federation claims they are an elite force of pilots and soldiers ready to take them on, but in reality, it's anything but. Since a majority of the Titans were deemed as traitors by the Federation, and all their forces were either killed at the Battle of Grips 2 or survived to side with the new Decides, the members of Task Force Alpha actually consist of people who don't exactly fit the bill for an elite force. They've been given powerful and expensive weapons and equipment, but the men who are at the helm are not what you'd want to be tasked with a high-stakes mission like this. Most of them are rejects and washouts from the instructor corps, and even fewer of them are even properly trained to handle mobile suits, Ryu Roots and Shin Crypt included. And now, thanks to these orders, they've been given an Argama-class cruiser, several expensive Gundam-type mobile suits, and a small fleet of support ships to help them try to take on an entire fortress from a group of expertly trained and heavily equipped Titans followers. The chapter ends with their ship launching and the members of Task Force Alpha heading off into space. Now, since I saw it as fitting for the situation and the fact this story gives off some great descriptions of the mobile suit and space battles, I'd like to introduce you to our old friend, the Battle Grid. This story is actually going to need it this time. And with the beginning of Chapter 2, we finally get to see where Sentinel's light truly shines in its space battles. We cut to a Federation Mobile Suit Recon Squadron, consisting of 2 groups amounting to 6 mobile suits in total, 3 groups of Gym 3s and 3 of Neros. Neros, for those who don't know, are one of the new grunt suits that this story introduces. Think of them as a slightly fancier version of a Nemo. These forces have been sent by the Federation to gather intel on the Pezun asteroid to aid in Task Force Alpha's mission, as well as to investigate the combat strength of the new Decides. The chapter immediately opens up, though, with this force getting absolutely decimated. The panicking Gym 3 pilots getting picked apart as the Neros with AWAC units try to flee, only to get immediately cut down to pieces by the new Decides and the arrival of their Zekuine squadron. The only thing to make it out being a single data pod from one of the Neros that managed to get it sent out before getting shanked in the back with a beam saber. The scene ends with Josh and Tosh worried as they learn that one of the pods managed to escape. We turn over, once again we get another little time skip. We turn over to a week later, and Task Force Alpha is at the Federation Forces orbital relay station of Penta. The crew has just made it off the planet, and from Penta, they intend to do their final checks before the mission begins. In this moment, Ryu is incredibly excited about what's coming next. The remainder of their mobile suits are being equipped and loaded onto the ship. No more is he stuck in the simulator running the testing data for his Gundam. Now, it's time to fly the real thing. To coincide with all this, Ryu gets promoted to second lieutenant, a rank given to him that is implied to simply be for the fact that he needs this rank so that he can be allowed to pilot his mobile suit. Later he arrives in the briefing room, where he meets up with Crypt and Mannings, who's now giving the members of the entire task force their orders. As the meeting begins, another face makes their arrival, a tall man by the name of Tex West. Surprisingly, he's not a Federation officer though. Rather, he's from Karaba. The 2 idiots make a joke about how strange it is that an Earthnoid is joining their team, and as the 2 of them whisper to each other, Mannings begins to brief them on their actual opponents going forward. 1 month ago, he informs them, members of the Instructor Corps from Pezun defected to the Titans and seized control of the Pezun asteroid. With the aid of the asteroid's nuclear pulse thrusters, they've managed to move the asteroid out of its fixed orbit and have positioned it right between the territories of Side 2 and Side 5. From its new position, it doesn't look like they will be able to drop the asteroid onto Earth, yet the fact they've taken up residence within this area doesn't exactly bode well. He then tells them of the recon unit from earlier that was sent by Side 2 to try and investigate, and the entire team witness the hellscape they're about to enter. The entire team witnesses the recorded scan data of the entire force of 6 mobile suits sent to Pezun get cut to pieces in less than 5 minutes by simply 2 of the new Decide Zekuines. As the team freaks out about who exactly it is they're going up against, Mannings reminds them of who's within this force. Every man who was at the asteroid were all members of their former team a couple years ago. They all participated together in the development of the Zeku Eins, and from that, they should all know what kind of firepower these guys should have under their belts. Their only hope is the data their agents managed to acquire from the enemy, as we the readers know that this data isn't that good. You read the conversation from before with Josh and Brave Cod, the data is possibly falsified. As the two punks take note about the fact that they got stuck with Mannings as their superior, Ryu can't help but ask why it was that Crypt was promoted a rank higher than Ryu for this mission. Crypt himself says that it's because he's leading his own squadron into battle. The Pegasus III has been given a trio of full armor double Zetas, and Crypt is to act as their squadron leader. Ryu gets annoyed though that Crypt is getting the special treatment, even though he himself has been tasked with piloting the experimental S Gundam. Tex West then enters the room and tells the two that Mannings is waiting for them to begin their training exercises. Ryu brushes him off though, but this quickly leads to Mannings coming from behind and chucking a luggage container at the back of his head. As Ryu stumbles to the ground, Mannings shows him his prosthetic leg, warning him about the consequences of causing trouble in their unit. Ryu storms out of the room, leaving Mannings to ponder the bizarre fact Ryu, the brashest man he's ever met, was chosen to pilot this highly experimental Gundam they've been given. He then worriedly remembers the rumors that he'd been hearing about Ryu. Could it really be true, and that Ryu is in fact a new type? Alright guys, it's battle grid time. As their training goes underway, we cut over to Pezun. It seems the Pegasus III and her fleet have entered Pezun's long-range scanners, and it seems their defenses aren't entirely set up for when the Federation arrives. Tosh Cray quickly pulls up the data on what they have about the fleet. The information they get on them reassures them that this will be easy. By the looks of it, their leader is a rookie. However, their command ship is a newer model, with them having no data on the mobile suit forces they possess. He orders Josh to slow them down, hold the line till the defense network goes online. As Josh gets ready, he and his wingmen Zeku Eins are fitted with Type 2 long-range assault gear. Their job to hold back the ship from long range and find out what they're up against in the meantime. We then cut to Crypt at midnight. He's brought from his quarters into the control room. He's being sent into battle. Pezun has sent long-range mobile suits to intercept their fleet. Crypt and his Phaz squadron are being sent out to intercept them. In the hangar, Crypt is met by one of his wingmen, named Grissom. The two of them are being sent out in their Phazes, with their third man, Aldrin, being stationed at the rear to cover the ships. The two Gundams launch. They ready their mega beam cannons. Several pulses on the radar are bolting towards them. The two pull back on the thrusters and narrowly miss the enemy's shots. As they try to find the source of them, they see them. 4 of them, coming from within their firing range. Crypt quickly orders Grissom to fire a shot as soon as he does, as if Crypt misses, then Grissom can adjust his fire to compensate. Beams charge and fire. Laser stream lasts a whole 3 seconds. With that colossal shot from its mega cannon, he misses. As the two rotate their shots back and forth, we cut over to Josh, who can't help but notice the immense energy from their opponent's weapons. It's almost as if they're trying to snipe them with their own cruiser's main guns. But due to the way they're shooting, Josh can already begin to figure out what kind of weapons these guys have. Either they have heavy weapons mobile suits, or they're possibly using a mobile armor. Seeing that both sides are equally accurate and equipped, two teams engaged in a fierce sniper battle, with neither side able to land a hit on each other. Two sides expend the rest of their ammunition. It seems the new decides achieve their objective after all, with a single code phrase sounding to them of their victory and the end of the chapter. The garden has been decorated. Pezun's defense network is online. Now, one thing I never realized is just how heavily armed Pezun's defenses are. The story explains in immense detail how much shit the new decides actually have, and it's honestly very intimidating. The defense system of Pezun is broken into 3 parts. Firstly, they have their fleet, and the mobile suit forces that defend the base, which are to be expected. Secondly, the new decides still have access to Pezun's original Xeon satellite defense system. And thirdly, and the one thing that makes this thing so threatening, the entire outer perimeter surrounding the base has everything you can imagine. Pezun is currently positioned square in the middle of a massive debris field. This consists of weaponized asteroids, armed with explosives and thrusters to launch at enemies. Even destroyed and sunken warships from the One-Year War have been refitted and reconfigured into stationary and automated weapons turrets. colony debris from the one-year war as well has been positioned to provide insane levels of protection from long-ranged attacks. And to top it all off, and because it's going to become apparent in a short moment, the asteroid draws its power from a massive captured solar energy collector satellite belonging to the Side 2 debris cluster, the Sol 7804. This satellite will become the focal point of the next part of the battle. Upon Crip's return, after the battle subsided, Mannings goes over their new problem. It seems throughout their whole mission to hold back their attackers, it seems they bought the enemy enough time to set up their defense network. The man can't help but feel like they've been played this whole time. As Commander Heathrow, captain of the ship, begins to order the retreat, Mannings relays that they can't do that. The moment they begin to turn their backs, the enemy will open fire on them with the asteroid's main base cannons. If they try to call for help, it won't show up in time for them to make an impact. They're 3 days from Side 5. They haven't been properly preparing their own defenses for what is coming. The ship, with no other options, begins to make a forward-facing retreat from Pezun. As they do so, the fleet is hit with a barrage of missiles, beam cannons, and mines. The scene quickly cuts over to Brave Cod, who's currently observing the battle from afar via laser link to Pezun. It seems he's on a mission of his own while Tosh holds down the fort. Tosh informs Brave of his concerns regarding the retreat, but it seems Brave is unbothered by it. He knows they wouldn't be able to try anything until reinforcements arrive. If anything, they'll send in mobile suits to try and attack their defenses, but from the range they're positioned from, no mobile suit could even get close enough to try and attack them before getting blown to bits by their defense grid. Tosh himself can't help but be reminded though of the Zeta Gundam. He can recall that the data that unit has the potential to speed past their grid, and from the fact that he's heard rumors it was being mass-produced, Tosh worries that this unit may actually have the ability to break through their defense grid, and judging from the firepower they witnessed with the Phas units, it wouldn't be out of the question to judge they didn't have them. Brave himself doesn't believe it though. One of the suits they themselves have is the Zeku's Y. The only people capable of handling that monster of a thing are all fighting for the new Decides. Thus, from this angle, and judging by Tosh's concerns, Brave can already guess what Task Force Alpha's next target will be, the Sol 7804. Their orders are now to defend it. We cut over to Task Force Alpha, and the team is still working to escape Pezun's firing range, firing anti-beam dispersal missiles to cover their retreat. However, due to the difficulty now posed by the anti-beam dispersal field, the fleets now can only rely on their missiles to attack one another. As the battle continues and explosions continue to occur, two of the Salamis Kai-class cruisers to the front and to the left of their retreating formation are struck by a pair of satellite-guided missiles. As the fleet attempts to take evasive maneuvers, the two cruisers instantly explode. Two ships' reactor cores igniting the cruisers in two blue-pink balls of fire. As Heathrow panics and orders a crew to rescue whatever survivors remain, Mannings says it's no use. Just after those explosions, they just managed to escape from Pezun's firing range. The fact they only lost 2 vessels out of the 5 they have is honestly a blessing. Keep in mind that this is essentially one of Heathrow's first battles where he gets to command his own fleet, so Manning's words to him comes off as a little too heartless. However, he says if they had lost their command ship instead, their whole fleet would have been picked off easily without the ability to communicate with the others. As they escape, Mannings unveils the second stage of their survival plan going forward. Heathrow, concerned with protecting his men and waiting for reinforcements, exclaims that they should wait for help. However, Mannings explains to him the plan that he's now cooked up thanks to him figuring out what kind of threat they're up against. With the ship outside of their firing range for the moment, and the enemy believing they've beaten their foes back for the time being, as well as Mannings now knowing the current state of Pezun's current defense systems, Mannings offers that the next plan right now should be on the offensive, now rather than later. And this time, they'll do it with mobile suits, the S Gundam and the Zeta Pluses to the front, and the Phas Squadron to the rear to defend their ships. Their job was to cut off the source of Pezun's energy production, the Sol 7804. We cut to the S Gundam, and for this engagement, it has had its lower body equipped with a massive booster apparatus. Its job will be to break through their lines at top speed and destroy the satellite. As Ryu prepares to launch, he's given his orders. Throughout the conversation with Mannings, he's impatiently waiting to get out into the fight, as it is his first time truly using the S Gundam instead of the constant tests he's performed in the simulator with the data. However, nothing has prepared him for the intense G-forces that the S Gundam can actually deliver. As soon as they all launch from the catapults and take up formation, He bolts past his wingmen at top speed with his long-range boosters engaged. As Ryu and the Zeta Pluses rocket towards the satellite, we cut over to Tosh Cray, who's flying his Zeku Eins towards the satellite. However, an insane heat signature is blasting its way towards them at an insane speed. As Cray informs Brave of what's happening over the laser comms and of the impending attack, which they had expected to occur much later, he orders that the entire Mobile Suit force launch immediately. Over with Ryu, his Zeta Plus wingmen are having a hard time keeping pace. It's going so fast that at the speed he's traveling, he might just overshoot the satellite itself. But strangely, as Ryu flies, he can hear a strange ringing noise coming from behind his ears. The sound tells him that everything will come down to the single shot he's about to fire. Everything is depending on it. As we cut over to Brave, the man is bewildered as Pezun's asteroid weapons platforms are unable to secure a lock on the approaching mobile suit. The man orders his men over the laser comms to scatter their mobile suit forces to defend the satellite. As the Zeku-Ein squadron desperately tries to shoot down the S-Gundam, their shots easily bounce off its armor as it rockets towards them. Ryu and his wingmen open fire. Josh Offshore's wingman, the one he had had a conversation with during his patrol, is cut to pieces as the Zeta Plus units tear one of the Zeku-Eins to pieces with a single beam rifle shot. The man becoming enraged as he witnesses and listens to the man's exploding mobile suit over the comms. The S-Gundam keeps on rocketing past them and manages to fire a single shot that pierces a clean hole straight through the center of the satellite. As Ryu rockets past the remains of it, the S-Gundam continues to accelerate. It seems Ryu's cocky attitude has finally bit him in the ass. The force created by the upgraded booster engine literally made him piss his pants from the insane G-forces. Still, the S-Gundam still blasts through space, managing to take a second shot at a Zeku-Eins that cuts another enemy unit to pieces. Over with Josh, it seems that another one of his wingmen was killed. Tosh Cray just able to evade two of the Zeta Plus's shots as he attempts to fire back. Throughout all this, Josh is frozen. Is there no way of stopping this? What kind of mole suit is that? It was able to take down some of their best pilots with ease. With Josh and Tosh being ordered to identify the remains of the dead, the battle soon draws to a close, with the S-Gundam and the Zeta Plus team managing to return without a single casualty. However, the same thing can't be said about the damage to their mobile suits. The S-Gundam, if it were going any slower, would have taken way more damage than it did. However, the same couldn't be said about the Zeta Plus units. Unlike the Zeta Gundam, many people will take note that the Zeta Plus is supposed to be a Zeta Gundam that's had its entire systems overhauled, but the same thing can't be said about its armor. Zeta Plus units actually have much weaker armor compared to the original one piloted by Camille. These units are extremely fast, but also extremely lightly armored. The mission successful, and the heroes victorious, Ryu and Crypt celebrate their success. However, the conversation turns sour as Ryu curses Mannings for this insane idea of his when he sees him, with Mannings himself whispering in his ear and making fun of the fact that everyone can smell his pilot suit. The chapter ends with some news as a little more time passes. Over the course of the next 2 days, Task Force Alpha would receive reinforcements, 2 new ships, and more attention from the Federation Forces High Command. It seems that the Federation, hearing news of the situation regarding the Pezun rebels, has finally authorized the deployment of a larger contingent of troops to go and help with the situation at the asteroid. So, like I mentioned before, Sentinel is a short read. Most of the story plays out in these little set-piece battles and small conversations between characters, whereas the major plot points and larger lore elements are relegated to short blurbs and time skips, which happens quite often, I might mind you. So just keep in mind that when there's a brief time skip that occurs and greater lore is brought up, it's usually being done so that it can set up the next battle going forward. Just remember this little system when reading Sentinel's chapters. Lore dump, brief conversations and battle discussions, the battle itself, which in this case is pretty short, more brief conversations afterwards, and then another lore dump, and then the chapter ends.
So, that's it for this first video on my series dissecting Gundam Sentinel. I was originally going to make this whole thing into one big video, but judging from the fact that this part has only covered 20% of the whole book, and we're already reaching the 40-minute mark, I think what I'll do is break this into a 4 to 5 part series. So, for my personal thoughts so far, this story is quite different from what normal Gundam fans would be used to.
where stories released in this time period like Zeta and Double Zeta follow the formulas that would become synonymous with the UC and later Gundam stories onward, this story definitely goes in its own direction. Sentinel is definitely a story for those who enjoy militaristic Gundam. The only story I can think of that is similar to this one is that of Stardust Memory. However, this one isn't one that I would consider to be part of that same category, at least by a technicality. Where Stardust Memory is very much the Top Gun of Gundam, Sentinel is a little more hardcore. I like to compare it like this. Where Stardust Memory is Top Gun, Sentinel is Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. Where Stardust focuses on the military dramas of the pilots as the conflict progresses, Sentinel instead goes for something more grand, the conflict between commanders and the fleets under their command. We have our two main viewpoints from each side, that being Tosh Cray and Stoll Mannings, and the idea that these two deeply understand each other as opponents. Tosh may not know yet that Stoll is a member of the task force, but Stoll absolutely knows the mindset behind the man he's been pitted against. And this story going forward will show us how far these two are going to go in order to achieve victory. As for our hero, that being Ryu, he's definitely a slight change of pace from a typical Gundam protagonist. Unlike characters like Camille, who joined the rebellion to take revenge on the people who ruined his life, and Judo, who at this time is carefree and chill with making money off the junk he finds, Ryu is what I like to call a reversal of Camille, as well as a slight enhancement of Judo's anti-authority disposition. Ryu hates the Federation, but not because they personally wronged him. Rather, he hates them because they boss him around when all he wants to do is fly and to be free. Yes, his father was killed in the war and his mother was killed in that explosion, but he doesn't have the answers to those questions, nor, at least for now, is he actively looking for the answers. Right now, he's just got a lot of pent-up anger that he doesn't really know how to deal with, and until he has those answers, he's just gonna have to take the punches. And believe me, he's gonna get punched a lot. Seriously, the amount of punches Ryu takes in this book is ridiculous. Seriously, to the point where the bright slap feels like a joke. Going forward, he truly grows into a real soldier though, even if he doesn't show it right now. Anyways, that'll be it for this first video dissecting and analyzing the events of Gundam Sentinel. I hope you've enjoyed this video, and right now with me having a new job and having to see how much time I really have to spend on working on this series, let's hope that bit by bit we'll be able to chip away at this tale at a nice pace. Like I said, I hope you've had a good holiday, and I hope you stay tuned for the next video where we go into the second part of Gundam Sentinel and the arrival of reinforcements for our heroes within Task Force Alpha. In my previous video, diving into this book, we were introduced to the two rival factions fighting each other in the aftermath of Zeta Gundam's Grip's War. The New Decides, a group of fanatical followers of the Titans, and the Earth Federation's Task Force Alpha, a misfit group of rejects and washouts from the Federation forces sent to eliminate them, with one side possessing skilled pilots and warriors, and the other side with technological superiority. Both sides must use their quick wits and intelligence as the two sides fight for survival. All throughout this, Ryu Roots, a cocky and arrogant mobile suit pilot, is given control of the experimental and highly advanced S Gundam, a weapon that'll hopefully turn the tide of this conflict. With Ryu not knowing the secrets behind the mysterious system within his mobile suit, Ryu and his allies fly off to Pezun to take on these fanatics and hopefully put an end to their dark plans. With the heroes landing their first victory on the enemy, the battle for the asteroid of Pezun now escalates further, as more forces begin to make their move. Now, let's continue our journey into Gundam Sentinel with Part 2. All images and characters are owned by the respective companies and creators. Chapter 4. So, with the Solar Collector satellite destroyed and the New Decides losing one of its major producers of energy, our villains begin to shore up their defenses, preparing for an imminent attack. And with Task Force Alpha's first mission being a success,
our heroes receive some good news. An entire fleet of Federation warships has departed for Pezun to aid them. This fleet is even being led by Commander Brian Ayano. This man holds an important role within the relationships of our heroes. Brian Ayano is actually the professor and mentor to Commander Eton Heathrow, the captain of the Pegasus III, and Task Force Alpha's mothership. Being a prominent member within the Federation forces, Ayano has volunteered to lead the mission in hopes of hopefully bringing this conflict to a close. As Neo-Zeon's invasion of Earth is now underway, and the Federation requires more support in order to stop them, the Pezun asteroid threat must be eliminated as soon as possible. Our chapter opens up once again at the Penta Orbital Relay Station. A young officer has been tasked with ensuring the transfer of a large, mysterious crate to the cruiser Bull Run. He does not know what this crate holds, only that it is simply marked by a term in the manifest as the G equipment. The fleet that is preparing to head to Pezun is comprised of several large vessels, 2 Magellan Kais, 8 Salamis Kais, 2 Columbus Kai carriers, and 6 standard Columbus carriers. And at the head of this entire formation, the Mobile Suit Hangar Bay equipped Magellan-class warship Bull Run. We cut to the inside of the ship, where we're given a look at Ayano and what exactly it is he's going through. In the sweltering confines of his ship, Ayano reminisces about a conversation he had had with a man he'd met on the moon. You see, strangely, Ayano had seemed to have met with a member of the Instructor Corps just a few days before the uprising on Pezun broke out. In this talk, Ayano explains his beliefs that Pezun should surrender before all this boils over, but the man sitting across from him begs to differ. And with a few choice words, Ayano begins to hear him out. They're not doing this to spite them. The new Decides are doing this as a sacrificial act for the sake of the Earth and the Earthnoids who live there. Ayano begins to realize what it is they're hoping to achieve, and as the stranger's words continue to shed light on him, he begins to feel the same way as he does. The final words of this stranger ending their conversation with one final hint of what the new Decides are planning. Establishing a political power on the moon, the man says. Tosh Cray aspires to do more than just that. We cut to our heroes in Task Force Alpha running another training exercise. In this test, Stoll Mannings hopes to improve the squad coordination skills of Ryu, who, although succeeded in his previous mission, did so with no ability to remain as a team with his wingmen. As he and the others line up in their suits, Stoll gives them the orders to alter their flight formation. However, Ryu still isn't having it. This leads to a slip-up in their timing, and Ryu is once again called out for it. Stoll tells him that he should just quit. He's a shit pilot and he doesn't belong here. But as he berates him, he says the one thing you really shouldn't say to Ryu. He tells him that if he dies in battle, he's not going to be sending a letter of condolence to his parents. Rather, he's going to be sending a letter telling them that he got his entire fleet killed all because he's acting like a moron. Now, if you recall, Ryu's parents are both dead. One thing leads to another, and Ryu actually challenges him to a mobile suit duel, with Mannings accepting and asking him to make sure he doesn't piss his pants again like last time. We cut to the exercise a few moments later, and Mannings is commanding his own suit, a Nero trainer type. Both he and the S-Gundam have been equipped with paintball guns. As they fight though, Ryu is getting put in his place. He's getting frustrated. He can't find the Nero. It's strange. The S-Gundam is a much more advanced machine, yet Stoll's little grunt suit can't be found. Suddenly, the S-Gundam gets shot in the leg, the Nero trainer managing to land a hit on him from behind. Before the S-Gundam can even manage to turn itself around, Mannings has won, landing a perfect paintball shot on the S-Gundam's cockpit. With Ryu beaten, he demands a rematch, with Stoll himself noticing something else about Ryu as he asks. He asks him to give him another chance. Stoll is starting to see something about Ryu change. He's not lashing out at him. Stoll recognizes it before Ryu even realizes it himself. He wants to improve. His tone says it all. We cut ahead to 2 days later, and the reinforcement fleet from Penta has left the Federation's territory. As they break free from the Federation's communications range, the moment of truth reveals itself. Ayano's crew have loaded their secret package, and all those on board their flagship are loyal to him. Ayano unveils his own plan. They will no longer be accepting communications from Federation Command. From this point on, The Bull Run shall be joining forces with the new decides. He believes their cause is righteous. Earth belongs to the Earthnoids. The fact that the colonies have gained so much from the fall of the Titans and now enforce their own laws upon the Federation is just an insult to them. He can't abide the thought that this has left the Earth a degenerated puppet for them to manipulate, but he asks to take note. He does not wish to revolt against the Federation or its military. What he wants is for the Earth Federation to fight for Mother Earth. The 1-year war should have opened their eyes to the truth that the Space Noids, their cause is not a righteous one, for the only cause that is truly righteous is their own. He gives those who wish to leave the ability to return to Penta if they wish to. They have 12 hours to make up their minds. As Aono's bridge applauds him, we turn over to the rest of the fleet. What should they do? Was he serious? But as the calls came in, they all realized he wasn't bluffing. And with Aono's status as head of the Federation Forces Officers Academy, with many of the men in the fleet being students of his, Aono himself gains more and more men in his fleet who were willing to join him. In the end, after this declaration, only 2 vessels left the fleet to return to Earth. The Federation government, upon learning this, as you'd expect, went into utter chaos. Task Force Alpha, led by Heathrow and the others, receive a new order. Orders that make Heathrow shake in his seat. Aono has betrayed them. The Federation is hoping to stop him before he makes it to Pezun, and if they succeed in defeating the new decides, they'll still be able to send those combined forces to deal with him. But this idea isn't really going to go well for them. You see, Aono's fleet was designated the X-Dispatch Fleet. They were part of 3 groups that would have been sent to handle this uprising. While Aono was making his declaration, 2 more fleets were preparing to launch at Penta, the Y and Z dispatch fleets. Once they learned that Aono had chosen to join the enemy, the Federation pretty much lost full control over them as well. This was it for them. The Federation couldn't prevent a war between the AUG and the Titans from breaking out, and now it was happening all over again. We cut to Tosh Cray and Brave Cod and another new decides officer, this one going by the name of Drake. The man is imploring to his superiors that he wishes to launch a sneak attack on the enemy. He has a plan in place. He just needs an observation vessel to make it work. Drake's plan is to operate Pezun's main cannon manually, using the observation ship to sneak into the enemy's attack path into the Pezun debris cluster and operate the cannon himself. However, Tosh believes it's a foolish move. They can't split up their troops with how few of them there are. Ever since the Federation ceased contact with Pezun and jammed all their comms, they haven't been able to properly get a proper grip on what the battlefield is like out there. They know they sent their inside man to try and convince Aono to join them, but they themselves aren't aware that the man has betrayed his forces already. They just hope that this would buy them some time. The new decides at this moment only know that Aono's fleet has been sent to actually retake the asteroid, and Tosh Cray and Brave both see it as an opportunity for the weaker men to start to unfortunately begin surrendering. Tosh and Brave deny the man his orders. They can't split up. When the man leaves, Tosh makes note that the men are beginning to lose their will to fight, Drake included. They need to keep their eyes peeled and maintain discipline. And with Drake, Tosh Cray and Josh Offshore will make an example out of him. As their conversation pivots, Tosh has an idea for the next stage of their plan. Once their forces escape, and once the enemy takes control of the asteroid, they'll use Drake as their decoy to cover their rears as they prepare for the final stage of Tosh Cray's own plan he's been developing. Brave, however, worries this plan could have loopholes, but Tosh reassures him that this will ensure that they end up using all of their fighting strength that Pezun has managed to offer them. They have one final secret card to play in the defense of this place. Brave's real worry, however, doesn't rest in the asteroid itself, rather their next staging area, Heir's City. They sent in their agent Satomi to establish communications with them, and now their hope is that he can get them the alliance that they need. We cut to Task Force Alpha on the opposite side of the Pezun perimeter. They received a transmission from a fleet that's been sent to aid them from the moon. It appears they've lost sight of Aono's forces. They've changed their flight path. All they can do now is form up with the lunar fleet to commence the attack on Pezun now. Heathrow, throughout reading it, can't help but worry though. If the lunar forces have lost sight of Aono, then what if during the battle they get ambushed? The Federation is still hoping to settle this whole conflict diplomatically. These worries come to the forefront when they receive an emergency distress call from Side 4. AUG vessels were attacked and were forced to retreat to Side 5 for repairs. Throughout them learning this, they have no clue where Aono is heading. The next day, the mission begins. The Pegasus 3 readies its 9 mobile suits, the S Gundam, the 2 Zeta Pluses, the 3 Phas units, and the rest of their Neros. Their mission is to take control of Pezun's main starport. Ryu will be launching first with the Zeta Plus duo, and Crypt's Phas team will follow with the Neros. As Ryu and Crypt bicker about who's going first, with Tex West himself worrying about the fact that this mission sounds like a repeat of their first attack, Ryu and Shin are understandably, you guessed it, punched in the face. The Nero commander, named Chung, hates the way they're acting. He can't believe such morons are leading the strike. He says that if he hears them whine about it again, he's throwing them out into space. Mannings tries to calm everyone down, but as usual, the entire briefing room is soon up in arms. Before the fight between them even breaks out, though, the alarms begin to sound. The attack is about to begin. Task Force Alpha and the Lunar Fleet have made contact with Pezun once more, the two sides exchanging fire as the two combined fleets engage the asteroid in a massive two-pronged attack. As the cannons from the Pegasus 3 fire, the Phas squadron launches from the catapults, intercepting missiles as Pezun attempts to bombard them from afar. As the missile strikes thin out, the 3 Phas units push on towards the base, with Ryu and his Zeta Plus wingmen launching from the Pegasus 3's catapult in mobile suit mode. As they enter the combat zone, Ryu can't help but feel uneasy. It's odd. The Phas squadron has cleared the path so easily, there's nothing trying to attack the S Gundam as it enters the battlefield. As Ryu looks at his sensors, he can see it. Within a split second, a striking beam of plasma almost clips his suit from the right. As Ryu dodges it, he can see them. The enemy has arrived. Tex tries to tell him to continue on to Pezun, but it's too late. A series of rapid-fire beam shots rip by, tearing one of the Neros to pieces as the squadron from behind them gets blasted from afar. Ryu sees them. He can see where the shots are coming from. As the others try to tell him to stay in formation, Ryu ignores them. He blasts off towards the source of the beam energy attacks. As he rockets towards the source of them, Josh offshore can see the mobile suit approaching. Seems the one who destroyed their satellite earlier was a Gundam. As Josh closes the distance, beam shots from the S Gundam's waist cannons fire at him. He dodges them as he climbs, with Ryu cursing Josh, calling him a weakling. Ryu can't help but sense his opponent though. He's skilled in combat, very skilled, but his suit is nothing compared to his own. As the S Gundam gives chase, Offshore can sense him too. He can tell he's a rookie. He feels relieved as he makes the realization. He laughs. It doesn't matter that it's a Gundam. Based on the way that Ryu is flying, he doesn't have the right to decide who's weak. He then fires his machine gun. Zeku Ai's weapon tears a hail of shrapnel across the S Gundam's chest. Ryu isn't hurt though, but the S Gundam is telling him over and over again to leave. He has to retreat, but Ryu isn't listening to the machine's pleas. The S Gundam's monitor is displaying strange words on his screen over and over again repeatedly. Painful, agony, suffering, unhappy, noise, annoying, unhappy. Ryu can't make sense of the words. He thinks there's some kind of error in the machine, but his opponent is gone. The S Gundam breaks off, with Josh evading Ryu's target lock as he escapes. Josh himself can't seem to figure out his opponent. The way he's moving, he can't tell if he's a rookie or some idiot in the pilot's seat. The S Gundam, with the system glitching and Ryu trying to fight the system for control, still gives chase to his opponent, if ever clumsily. With the Gundam giving chase, Josh begins to get anxious. This plan, to attack the Federation troops this way, it's a diversion. The time is running short. He's leading both squadrons in this fight, but their job is just to hold the line for only a few moments, but most importantly, make it look like the new decides intend to fight to the last man. After this engagement, their job was to escape to the fleet, which had already launched moments ago. Throughout this entire battle, Tosh Cray himself has been given another objective, to eliminate the traitors within their ranks, those who followed Drake. He'd been showing signs of weakness, and a desire to run away and defect. With this battle, it's the perfect opportunity to eliminate a loose end for them. We cut back to Josh and the 2 Zeta Pluses that are pursuing him. Josh had been warned about these mass production units from what Tosh managed to see in the battle for Seoul. Over in Ryu's cockpit, seems Tex West has broken away from the main attack group along with his wingman to support Ryu. Ryu, knowing he'd broken formation to pursue an enemy, attempts to feign ignorance, telling Tex that if they wanted to help him, they should have come earlier. With the Zeta Pluses transforming and regrouping with Ryu, Tex yells at him in anger. They turn around, and it seems during Ryu's entire escapade, The enemy has begun to escape. They watch from below the battle as the Nudicide's fleet begins to flee. They're breaking off and bolting away from the asteroid at maximum speed. Tech sends a laser message to Mannings. The enemy is escaping, with Mannings himself studying the layout of their formation and the trajectories of their ships. He can already tell what it is that Tosh Cray has done, and he informs Heathrow immediately, and a laser message returns to the others, with Crip's Phaz trio just reaching the outside of the Pezun perimeter as the warning sounds throughout the entire fleet. It's a trap. The attack is being called off, and all forces are to withdraw from Pezun immediately. The enemy is not at Pezun. I repeat, the asteroid is a trap. As Crypt arrives at the outer perimeter of the base, he receives the message, himself being bummed out that he didn't get a chance to destroy anything, him not knowing what lies for them at the asteroid itself. We then cut back to Heathrow, who's attempting to communicate with the lunar fleet that's attacking the asteroid from the other side, but something strange is happening to them. A Nudicide's cruiser, which had been transmitting a ceasefire signal to them, had two of its escort Zeku-Eins open fire on the fleet. The lunar forces immediately destroyed the ship in retaliation, but the escort suits immediately fled afterwards. These two mobile suits were the ones that Ryu encountered in his pursuit. Seems Tosh and Josh managed to lure Drake into their little trap. They can't be having him squealing to the enemy about their little surprise, but it seems that their enemies are already catching on to it. Over on the main cruiser, Brave Cod says it's pointless now. If they use it now, they'd only be hurting themselves. Their forces are still withdrawing, and the blast wouldn't yield the tactical results that Brave would want. Destroying the base now would no longer mean anything now that they've fled. But Tosh puts a hand on his shoulder now that he's returned. No, it's not meaningless. If they do it now, they'll be able to display their entire ideology to the rest of the world and lead their forces to their new promised land. Brave now gets it. They will do it to show the wretched Spacenoids that the Nudicides are taking Earth back. With the ships fleeing and the Nudicides escaping, Brave Cod bows to the crew of his cruiser, pressing the activation switch on board his own ship. With a single push of a button, Pezun ignites. The secret inside Pezun that had been hiding since the One-Year War is finally revealed in this moment. The reason the asteroid was so special, why it had its own mobile suit development facilities, why it had so many different and unique weapons defending it back in its time. Pezun had been hiding one of Zeon's nuclear weapon vaults, sitting still since the day of the Antarctic Treaty's signing. With that single press of a button, a single warhead self-destructs the entire base. The game of the Nudicides is finally revealed with this act. Pezun explodes within the blink of an eye, the flash being visible from the bridge of every ship within its vicinity, the flash blinding everyone in the searing light of nuclear fire, and turning the entire asteroid of Pezun into a sea of stardust. So, let's take a break. Let's talk about this. Yeah, the Nudicides are a problem, and Tosh Cray, he's the one really running the show, it seems. Brave might be the stoic face of it all, but Tosh is absolutely the true hidden hand of our villains. And now it seems the Nudicides have revealed one of their most dangerous cards. They've had access to nuclear weapons this whole time. I'm not going to say much else for now, but this is actually the point where the story of Gundam Sentinel goes into the territory most fans aren't familiar with, that first territory being Heir City. You see, when it comes to the moon in Gundam, most people are familiar with the two main cities located on each of Luna's hemispheres, those being Von Braun and Granada. Each location on the moon holds a very special significance within the lore. For example, Von Braun is the largest of the lunar cities, and its center sits right at the spot where the first astronauts landed on the moon. Granada is the second largest and is located on the opposite half of the moon, and it has close ties to Zeon, as it is also the furthest city away from the Earth, as their citizens sided with them during the One-Year War, and because of this have supplied the remnants of Zeon with loads of resources over the years. However, one of the new locations that Sentinel introduces is Heir City, one of the oldest cities on the moon. Originally, Heir City was nothing more than the location of a large stellar observation facility, but as the Earth's sphere expanded, an entire city sprouted from the facility's center. Due to its position on the surface of the moon, the citizens of Heirs rarely ever got a chance to glimpse up at the Earth, and to this day, the people of Heirs all hope to return there someday. So, when the Titans began to rise to power, the inhabitants of this city chose an interesting side of the conflict, one that didn't seem to favor the Spacenoids that the citizens of Luna were often known to side with. When the battles for Grips broke out and colonies were being destroyed left and right in the crossfire from the usage of their colony laser, Heir City hunkered down and began to shore up their own defenses. The citizens of Heirs believe it is their duty to defend Mother Earth, and so they naturally sided with the Titans. Heir City now acts as both a haven for the Titans' remnants and acts as a crucial resupply base for them that lies miles away from the center battlefield. However, we all know the fate of the Titans in that oh-so-crucial conflict. In the introductory blurb from the beginning of Chapter 5, we're introduced to the mayor of Heir City, a man by the name of Kaiser Pinefield. The man has provided the whole of the Titans' remnants with a bastion for them to call their new home. When the first Titan survivors of the Grips War came to Heirs, he granted them automatic citizenship and used the autonomy of Heirs as an independent lunar city to bar the Federation from extraditing them. The man has a deep respect for the Titans and their mission, and sees the Federation as it is now as nothing more than the Ayuk's puppet. Along with him, working in the shadows, is another man, an individual who I briefly mentioned earlier, this being Satomi. This man is an intelligence agent, a key ally to the plans of the New Decides, one that Tosh Cray has recruited specifically for his skills. Shortly before the Pezun revolt, Tosh had sent him to begin making contact with those who the New Decides are allies with now, Ayano and the citizens of Heir City. We are introduced to this agent as he sits and gazes at the stars from one of Heir City's large observation towers. But surprisingly, he's not just blindly staring off into space or looking at the Earth. He's actually looking out in the direction of Side 3. Someday, the motherland will regain its glory, he murmurs to himself. You see, Satomi is in reality a double agent. During the 1-year war, he'd managed to fake records within the Federation military and change his identity. The Federation believes he's a soldier from a unit that was all wiped out, but in reality, he's simply using that as his cover story. In truth, he's really an agent of Neo-Zeon for the rising malevolent storm that is Haman Karn. He leaves the observatory to once again enter the city, where even though he's not from this place, he blends right in with the crowd. After this long introduction, we're taken back once more to Task Force Alpha, following the destruction of the Pezun asteroid. Out of the two fleets, the lunar forces sent to aid them from the opposite side were the most heavily damaged by the nuclear explosion. The lunar fleet has been forced to head to Side 2 for emergency repairs and resupplying. With nothing else to do, Task Force Alpha has been ordered to pursue the New Decides. Once the enemy's destination is located, another 2 reserve fleets will come to join them. It is now March 10th of Universal Century 0088, and 1 week ago, Judo Ashita stumbled across the Zeta Gundam. We are now entering the events of Sentinel that coincide with the events of Gundam Double Zeta. We cut to Commander Heathrow. He's sitting in his cabin, examining his chessboard. He can't seem to figure out where they're heading. Why sacrifice the asteroid? Did they really just do it to help with the escape? And if so, where are they heading to now? If that's the case, where's the Ayano fleet? They're still out there, but they haven't made their presence known yet. They could appear at any point in time to ambush them. As Heathrow contemplates his next moves, Mannings requests to enter. As he enters, Heathrow sits him down. The man seems tense. Mannings says that he knows one of the people within the New Decides. Heathrow is interested. Perhaps learning about their opponents would help to better understand them. He offers him a drink, but Mannings refuses. So, Heathrow asks bluntly, "Who is it that you know?" Mannings then goes a little more deeply into his own experiences with Tosh Cray. During the 1-year war, Snow Mannings and Tosh Cray were part of the same unit. However, Tosh was always considered unusual. He had an extremely brilliant mind. However, it never made any sense to anyone why it was that he chose to be a mobile suit pilot for someone who was so tactically talented and mentally capable. Tosh had aims of his own, once he'd talked about a few times in the past. One day, he'd like to try and create his own nation. Heathrow asks if he had goals of governing a space colony, but Manning says his aims were much bigger. Manning's read articles Tosh wrote in school. The way he saw the world was an interesting one. To Tosh, the space colonies, the ones that float around the Earth, aren't true space colonies in his eyes. They're just small island-like cities that orbit the planet. If humanity wants to truly live a better life amongst the stars, then it has to best start terraforming other planets. To Taj Cray, only other planets have the rights to declare themselves as independent from Earth. The Seven Sides don't have the economic power to stand toe-to-toe with an entire planet. Heathrow, hearing this, somewhat agrees with that sentiment. The colonies either produce small amounts of energy or harvest small amounts of minerals for Earth. They wouldn't really change anything for the planet. They'd only be hurting themselves if they tried to cut themselves off from Earth. But Mannings asks him to get to the point. Judging from this information about Tosh that he has given him, Mannings can already tell where it is the new decides are starting to head next. The moon. Heathrow himself had made that guess as well, but he wasn't sure himself. But now that he understands this little bit about their opponents, he agrees. The new decides are a very different anti-Federation force. They're against the Seven Sides, and no one else. However, they have another hidden piece on the board. Mannings asks what he means, and Heathrow explains that ever since Commander Ayano betrayed the Federation and the Lunar Fleet came to aid them, the moon has been left entirely defenseless. Additionally, the Federation has begun to suffer losses at Side 4, meaning the new decides have a direct line to begin rallying their forces. And with Neo Zeon beginning their invasion right now, Side 3 will be unable to send help their way with the Federation forces currently occupied there. The conversation ends with Heathrow asking Mannings, "Can you tell me some more about our opponent? What's this man's name, for example?" Tosh Cray. We're cut to the Ayano fleet. The new decides have escaped to the moon's southern hemisphere. Ayano's fleet themselves have made it to the dark side of the moon, doing repairs to their ships as they prepare to form up with their new allies. They'd engaged with the Federation forces at Side 4, clearing a path to the new decides as their forces were beginning to rally to Heir City. For now, they rest amongst the colony debris, doing what repairs that they can. Unfortunately, they did lose 2 valuable ships during the fighting, and due to their location, they have no clue about what's happening on the outside. All they know is that their job is to form up with the new decides on the moon. However, the first message they're able to receive is not a very good one. Pezun has been destroyed. Ayano asks if the Federation forces did it, but it seems from the readouts that the blast was caused by the new decides. They triggered some kind of self-destruct within the asteroid and used it to escape. He orders his crew that they establish contact immediately. However, Minovsky particle interference is high at the moment. Laser comms is the only option they have right now. With Ayano knowing that the new decides are heading to the moon, he orders the repairs to their ships increase in haste. But as he closes his comm channel to the rest of the crew, he ponders. He wonders if the new decides have even found out he's defected to their side. He worries and hopes that this whole situation won't lead to any further infighting amongst their allies. We cut to 2 days later, and the new decides are nearing closer to Luna. You see, the new decides in this moment aren't aware that Luna is undefended, and thus think that the Lunar Defense Fleet is still waiting for them. The crew on board their flagship are all undergoing maintenance to their mobile suits, and even Brave Cod himself is readying himself for whatever battle is awaiting them. Brave asks Tosh Cray how the preparations are coming along, and it seems all of their assault groups are ready to go. Brave himself, though, asks if the Zeku Eins in front of them has been tuned up for him, and Cray himself jokingly wonders if Brave plans to go off into battle himself. He hasn't really been at the controls of a mobile suit in a long time. Is he itching to get out there too? Brave asks if Tosh can really tell, and the man jokingly says that it's all written all over his face. But in all honesty, it may not be a good idea. He is their leader. They can't suffer any more losses at such a crucial juncture. Brave asks if Tosh really thinks those idiots in the AU-Grun Federation really stand a chance at beating him. But Tosh reiterates that what he fears is Brave's attitude towards all this. He seems to always be the kind of person who disregards his position to go get into fights. Brave says, though, that he really doesn't like being the leader. He's never been the type of man. Tosh himself has always been more suited to commanding people than him. But Tosh eases him. Don't be ridiculous. You're much better at putting words into action. It's what they need most. People who can get stuff done. It's an easy thing to get smart people together, but getting them to do things, that's where Brave's talents really lie. He shouldn't have to waste his time with eliminating such insignificant threats himself. As the two talk, a message comes for Brave. They've made it. They've arrived at the moon. Brave finds it strange, though. They haven't caught wind of the lunar defense fleet. As the fleet enters Luna's atmosphere, they receive a crackled message over one of their comm channels. They can't tell what it is, though. The message keeps changing frequencies. As they attempt to establish comms, they receive it, a text message over the laser receiver. We no longer recognize the authority of the Earth Federation forces, for we only believe in the just cause of the new decides. Please allow us to join your forces in battle. They're all frozen. Ayano, he's joining forces with them. Satomi's mission was a success. They have allies. It all comes as a huge surprise. Even Tosh himself is smiling at the news. With a simple outward message, the Kilimanjaro requests to land. They've made it to Heir's city. Over in the control tower, the weary operators are surprisingly greeted by Mayor Pinefield, who hurriedly patch him through to the bridge of the ship. The video feed on the monitor shows them Brave. It's been a tough journey for you, it seems, Kaiser says to Brave. But Brave says that Heir's city are the real ones in a tough spot. He's just glad to have their help with all this. However, Mayor Pinefield reassures him there's no need for formalities. They're all comrades here. No, they're family. Satomi has told them all about the plan, and he believes it's the least he could do for not being able to help sooner. The people of Heirs didn't exactly enjoy being forced to fight in the Grips War, and the fact they were forced to retreat is seen by many of them as a disgrace. But knowing that the new decides were in trouble and that they needed help was the best way to make amends in their eyes. He's impressed with their fleet, 4 large cruisers. With the combined forces they have here and the fleet that belongs to Ayano, they definitely have a good chance at forming a strong military presence, with Cod himself being happy to see all of the ships that Heir's city has docked in its main starport. Titan's remnant vessels from all around, cruisers from the city's own militia fleet, everything they need to make a proper army. However, Tosh himself worries. Their fleet is composed of some pretty outdated ships. Their forces aren't exactly state-of-the-art, but Brave reassures him that it's perfect. What wins wars isn't weapons, but strategies. This reminds him of Ayano. He heard a rumor that he'd been bringing along with him some kind of state-of-the-art weapon with him. Once they use it, any doubts that they can't win will absolutely vanish. And with a strategic and impactful victory like what is about to happen, their dream might finally come true. Their dream to create a Lunar City coalition. Tosh can tell that Brave still has the drive to go fight and battle himself, but it seems at this point he can't really stop him. Brave then gets excited. He says he himself can't wait. He wants to try out that new weapon that Ayano is bringing with him. An excellently designed mobile suit, one that, when paired with an equally exceptional pilot, will be able to completely change the battlefield in an instant. Just like the legendary Amuro Ray, Brave Cod aims to do the same with this mobile suit. Over with Task Force Alpha, who've received word that allies are on their way from Penta, they learn that the new decides have entered into Luna's orbit, but their reinforcements won't make it to the moon for at least another 2 days. That left one more fleet within their vicinity, Pompey Island, the former Xeon asteroid base of Solomon. Unfortunately though, this force has had its own issues. With Neo Xeon now on the rise, their forces will be able to help, but it won't be for very long, as Solomon is currently just close enough for the fleet stationed there to aid them for the time being while they shore up their defenses. Heathrow orders that Mannings be called to the bridge, along with all Mobile Suit Squadron leaders. Their only chance is to eliminate the new Decide's forces before they can have a chance to organize themselves. Once in the briefing room, Mannings begins to give them their current plan. Currently, Task Force Alpha is in pursuit of the new Decides. However, at their current speed, they're about a day's distance from one another. They're now within Heir's city, and the only chance they currently stand is with a plan for a surprise attack. If they're fast enough, they'll catch them off guard before they can set up a defensive network around the city. The only forces they'd have to worry about will be the new Decide's fleet, Mobile Suit Complement, and the city's own militia forces. The key objective of this mission will be to establish a beachhead and landing position for their forces to use so they can breach the city. But as Mannings explains, all the other pilots can't help but laugh. Chung asks about Ayano. What about the defecting fleet that's allied themselves with the new Decides? Has he seriously forgotten about them? What if they made contact with the new Decides? But Mannings reassures them. They know that the defectors' original plan was to regroup at Pezun, with the S Gundam destroying their solar solar collector satellite and the asteroid now being destroyed, this whole situation has changed their plans. Ayano's forces engaged the Federation at Side 4, so they'd had to have had made repairs before heading to the moon. So, in all likelihood, they're most likely a whole day behind them. The other pilots soon feel a bit more relieved with him saying that, but Mannings then goes over the options they've been presented with. Yes, if they want to meet up with the reinforcements from Penta, their mission should be to deal with Ayano. But with the threats posed by both of these fleets, and with both of these threats being of relatively equal strength, their focus should be on the new decides. Reduce their threat before the two sides can form together. But Ryu, sitting on the meeting, rolls his eyes. It doesn't matter which force they choose to deal with, they're still going to be ordered to go be the first ones to die. Chung himself gets mad. So what? They're your orders. If he tells you to die, you do it. But Ryu can't stand that. So now our own deaths have to be governed by orders? That's ridiculous. But Manning says he's a soldier. He joined their military and he's a part of them. He has to follow the rules. But Ryu still can't abide by that. That's such an archaic thing to say. If he wants to go die, then go die. He doesn't care, with Mannings giving him a cold, glaring stare, but then seeing that another fight is about to go down inside this briefing room, he then reiterates, easy now. He's not going to be ordering them to their deaths. He will never do that. However, this will be their objective. Ryu and the S-Gundam, along with the Zeta Pluses and the Phasas, will deal with the enemy ships at Heirs. The rest will have the job of intercepting any Mobile Suit forces they have that get sent their way. The mission will begin tomorrow, on Friday the 13th, and when we switch over to the next scene, we get to see just how unlucky this day will be for them. We cut to later that day, and Ayano and the new Decides have already formed up. Task Force Alpha is going to be completely underprepared for the combined force they are about to engage. Ayano's fleet arrives within the Heirs City spaceport, and the entire fleet has all of its carriers loaded to the brim with dozens of GMs. At the bridge of the Kilimanjaro, the crew watches excitedly as the two fleets greet each other. It's been a long time, Captain Cod, says Ayano. Last they met, it was during the 1-year war. I brought you and all your forces a gift, the much rumored new weapon. We cut to the start of Task Force Alpha's mission. The operation began. All of their Mobile Suit forces launching into battle. Nearly 45 Mobile Suits in total from the entire fleet launch, with 1/3 of them staying behind to defend the fleet itself. All of them not knowing that they're about to be ambushed and their attack is about to fail. First signs hit them once they reach the outer city. The 112th Assault Force's lead Nero Mobile Suit unit explodes as their 3 squadrons are cut to pieces from 2 sides. The Nero pilots panic. It's an ambush! 2 more Neros explode, with each member one by one being cut to pieces as they transmit the distress call to the fleet. As the wreckage drifts about the lunar surface, a Mobile Suit emerges from the flaming debris, massive, blue, with white stripes painted about its whole body, an angular face, and a hulking frame. This Mobile Suit is the Gundam Mark V. 2 round incom units retract into its backpack. With a smirk on his face and a lick of his lips, Brave Cod smiles as he relishes in the power of his new machine. We cut to Task Force Alpha, and they get the message. The 112th Mobile Suit Company was entirely decimated. As they see the IFF code disappear from their monitors, they all wonder, were they ambushed? Don't tell me they managed to set up their defense systems already. Heathrow now realizes it. If it were only the militia forces, then it would have been just a large force of GMs, but even those wouldn't have been enough to stop them. Then it hits him. There's only one explanation. Ayano. He orders that their forces change routes immediately, but it's too late. They were ordered to maintain radio silence in preparation for the ambush. The realization makes Heathrow turn pale. They've been played. Task Force Alpha is now trapped. All of their forces are now in a massive kill box with no way out. Alrighty, and that is the end of Sentinel Part 2. No analysis this time. This whole part has just been build up for all the crazy stuff that's about to happen in the next part. I have to admit, the destruction of Pezun really came as a surprise that it occurred this early in the story, and with the possibility of Neo Zeon slowly making their own plays in this conflict, it makes me very excited for what it is that's happening next. Once again, thank you for watching this video. I'm sorry if this video took a long time to come out. A lot of things have been happening outside of YouTube, and I just haven't been able to get back into writing my scripts for this. Don't worry though, all things are good, but once again, this video series might take a little longer to cover than most. Anyways, that'll be it for this video. Tune in next time where we go into Gundam Sentinel Part 3 and the battle for Heirs City. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Turn on the notification bell to make sure you're caught up with the story. And this is GAIA Guys, signing off. Bye.
Down below to the playlist that'll help you get caught up with my retelling and analysis of Gundam Sentinel. So, where we last left off, Task Force Alpha, being victorious in their first attack on the new Decides, is given news that Federation reinforcements are en route to help them. However, this force, led by Commander Ayano, betrays the Federation and joins forces with the new Decides. Left with no other choice, Task Force Alpha is joined by allies from the moon to recapture Pezun before Ayano can make contact with the other traitors. However, during the assault, our heroes learn in the nick of time that the asteroid they've been sent to recapture has been left for them as a trap by their enemies. The new Decides using a nuclear warhead, destroying the entire asteroid in order to escape. With the heroes pursuing the new Decides to the city of Heirs, Task Force Alpha attempts to ambush them from orbit before the enemy can prepare the city for an attack. However, not realizing that the city, the new Decides, and the forces led by Ayano have all formed up, and their now combined forces have turned their plans for an ambush on their heads, with Task Force Alpha now trapped and facing insurmountable numbers of enemy forces as they're surrounded from all sides up in Luna's orbit. The heroes must now fight for survival as the skies above Air's city become a battleground, with the new Decides unveiling their ultimate weapon, the gargantuan Gundam Mark V, and with their leader personally destroying nearly a dozen of their own mobile suits on his own, the heroes must now face this nightmare of an opponent. Now, let us continue with Gundam Sentinel and dive right into the battle for Heirs with Part 3. All images and characters are owned by their respective companies and creators. Chapter 6. The Neros spot the enemy approaching. Countless new Decides mobile suits, all painted in blue, all rushing towards them from all around. We've been tricked. They fire their signal flares, with their purple flashes alerting the entire fleet of their coming. Ryu is in the S Gundam's G Cruiser mode. He spots the flare, but it's too late. Ayano can see the flash as well from 1,500 meters away. He orders his ships to fire a forward barrage. Countless missiles arc towards Ryu's second wave of suits from afar in a closing palm-like formation from all around them. Ayano watches from the bridge. He knew the commander in charge of this attack, Heathrow. Too bad the fool is such a scatterbrain. He clearly doesn't have the ability to command a fleet of his own, unlike himself. Seems now is better than any other time to test him. He can recall the kind of man his student was. Never before did he encounter a man such as Heathrow, the thought giving him mixed emotions. If Heathrow possessed the skill to beat him, then he deserved the reputation he earned. The man saw Heathrow like a son in many ways, someone he'd hoped would outshine him in years. But now is not the time to show mercy. He knows the commander's weaknesses. He's followed regulations far too closely in his career, something that Ayano knows to take advantage of. Over with Heathrow, he receives the report that their entire first wave has been wiped out, the shock nearly making him freeze in terror. However, he manages to steer himself. He orders all Mobile Suit forces from the attack group to return to the fleet and have all ships in their formation to launch Minovsky warheads immediately. Mannings, hearing this, grows concerned as he hears the orders. Minovsky warheads? These weapons are prohibited by the Granada Treaty. You need top-level clearance to fire those. Minovsky warheads, for those who don't know, are essentially anti-beam dispersal missiles. They release a highly dense field of Minovsky particles that inhibit long-range beam weapons. These missiles are prohibited as the residual particles that are released were deemed as far too harmful for the environment. Highly dense Minovsky particle fields take an extremely long time to dissipate, and these weapons were seen by many as far too harmful for the Earth. Mannings is finding it strange that Heathrow is ordering the usage of them, being a man who is known for being a stickler for the rules. This order to release the missiles, however, comes too late. Ayano's barrage cleaves through another 9 of the fleet's mobile suits. All that's left of their mobile suit force sent to attack the city of 30 is now nothing but 12 units remaining. They receive a transmission from Ryu. The mobile suits he's encountered are all not moving. They're dummies. The units sent towards their fleet aren't real. Heathrow and Mannings ask, then where are the real ones? They soon then realize that the real units, the ones they'd expected to attack them, are all at the city at this point. Over with Ryu, he's using his beam weapons on low power to destroy the the inflatable dummies. Crypt soon flies over though, and asks him what the hell is he doing? Can't you see? As he blasts another one. Ryu asks about the others, but Crypt says that the first wave has been completely wiped out. There's no one here. If there's no one here, then we could just go and take out their ships. That's our mission, right? As the two stand around, Chung sends them a message. Hey, idiots! If you guys aren't doing anything productive, come help us draw the enemy away. With Ryu and Crypt looking over and seeing Chung's team heading to commence their attack, they soon realize that they need to shift their objectives. With most of their forces wiped out, they're gonna have to change their attack plan. They can't attack the fleet now. They have to assist with taking the city. Now, before we get into this next segment, there's something I want to bring up that I didn't mention at all during my earlier videos, and that is something that Sentinel really brings out of left field that I wouldn't expect, yet something very interesting when it comes to mobile suit combat, and that is the use of cyber warfare on enemy forces. You see, if you recall from the first video I made on Sentinel, I had mentioned that Task Force Alpha has been making use of stolen combat data from the new decides that Federation agents had recovered prior to this conflict. However, if you also recall, I mentioned that the new decides had falsified some of it. Well, it wasn't only falsified. What do I mean by this? Well, you might want to pay close attention to this next part. As Chung sets a new objective for the team, to go and attack the city, he activates his unit's integrated maneuver propulsion and control system, which essentially acts as an automatic target locking system built into the mobile suit, one that allows the mobile suit to move and fly towards a predetermined position. However, as he sets the system to have the Nero prepare to head down to the surface, a series of strange flashings and scrolling messages flare up all over Chung's monitor. "Shame on you," it says. It plays out this text message over and over again. You see, the combat data given to Task Force Alpha was allowed to leak out. Why? Because Tosh Cray had the data rigged with a logistic bomb, a virus that he'd planned to have triggered for this battle. As I read this part, the reveal took me for a loop, but I began to look back on everything. This moment really shows just how much of an intelligent threat Tosh Cray is. He has been 10 steps ahead of Task Force Alpha this whole time. When he knew that it was only a matter of time before the Federation sent an elite force to deal with them at Pezun, and knowing their asteroid fortress would not last forever as a staging ground, Tosh Cray planned his next moves in advance. Knowing that the forces at Heir's city would be insufficient, which, I mean, yeah, they all got a bunch of outdated warships and GMs protecting the place, he set up, as part of his leak, a virus that would give their forces an edge over their opponents. However, the new decides now have a much larger amount of unexpected allies with them, and thus, Tosh Cray has somewhat overlooked this original plan. This virus, even though Chung has set it off, wasn't done at the intended moment that Tosh wanted it to go off at. So yeah, this moment with the computer virus kind of comes out of nowhere, but honestly, it leads to one of the coolest moments leading up. So let's keep it going. The data surge shuts down Chung's Nero and his wingmen's. His unit becomes dead in space, beginning to plummet to the surface of the moon at a breakneck speed. Chung, being unable to move as the IMPC glitches out and his suit begins to become locked in freefall, he tries to maintain manual control. But in order to do so, he has to reboot his suit and switch to manual as he descends. His wingmen are screaming. He's unable to help them as they too are falling thanks to this virus. Ryu watches as they fall. He turns his head and can see them. Dozens of them. New decides mobile suits. They're coming. Chung's a sitting duck. He has to help them, but Ryu isn't helping. He watches as Chung's suit is frozen still and falling to the lunar surface. What the hell is going on? Then it happens. The ringing in his ears again. This time, the sound becomes a bit clearer. A voice. A woman's voice. The voice, it ponders. Shit, not good. Situation worsening. A crisis is approaching. They are companions. Humans? Is the best choice to help? To fight? He's fighting to prolong the lives of his companions, even though he himself has not suffered as they have. The pain of these humans. I can't possibly understand it. Thus, is this humanity? Ryu curses out and manages to wrestle the beam rifle from the S-Gundam, aiming his weapon at the enemy's suits approaching. Chung can't get his suit to fire. All he can get working is the enemy detection system. He's not dying here. As he continues to fall, he can't fight back as the enemy fires at him. He knows he's screwed, but strangely, he's saved. The S-Gundam defends them as they descend. Why is he protecting him? He thought he was a coward. Why would he risk his life for him? The S-Gundam fires on the approaching wave of enemies, the Zeta Plus duo and the Phaz trio joining in. These rookies, they're all trying to save him. They're working together. It's incredible. Within seconds, the combined mass of firepower from all 6 mobile suits manages to down every single one of their pursuers. As Chung manages to get his system back online, Chung thanks them. Ryu says he owes him one, and he and their team re-enter high orbit. The mission is a bust, but they've saved everyone they could. We cut over to Heathrow, and a communications officer tells them their attack was a failure. Should they have their remaining escort forces go to retrieve them? They're low on fuel. With a grunt, Heathrow nods, but as he does so, a new idea becomes more clear to him. He sees something. No. Wait, hold on a second. I see it now. Heathrow understands now. The enemy's plans. He won't be tricked. Not by him. Mannings asks why they can't retrieve them. Ryu and the others are sitting ducks out there, but Heathrow says no. The moment they send their forces to go get them, Ayano will immediately attempt to take the rest of them out. They can't allow him to seize an opportunity away from them. This leaves Mannings in a state of cautious worry. What could he be planning? Over with Brave Cod, the Gundam Mark V has returned to the Kilimanjaro. Brave himself being extremely pleased with the machine's performance. He managed to take out 9 enemy mobile suits with it by himself. He asks Tosh about the status of the others. Tosh then says they have good news and bad news. The good news is that Tosh's Zeku Ein squadron has returned and resupplied. Once they're out again, they'll be able to return to the battlefield to defend the airspace around Heirs. Commander Ayano as well has dealt with the enemy's attempt at an ambush, so they've got the advantage so far when it comes to the defense of the city. However, that's only the good news. The bad news is that the enemies that attacked them were not from the main lunar defense fleet. The commander of this force has baffled him. He actually attempted to land his forces onto Luna's surface. Tosh dispatched a third wave to intercept them, but their entire force was wiped out. Brave then asks about their planned viral attack. He asks if the enemy has cracked the code. Tosh himself says unfortunately yes. However, things could still play out well for them. Since the enemy can't land their forces onto the moon's surface, that would mean their only option for defeating them would be orbital bombardment to the city itself. If the enemy resorts to it, the destruction of Heirs could be just the right catalyst for the new Decides to rally other forces to their cause. Brave thinks on it. It might be just what they need to found their coalition of lunar cities like Tosh dreams of. As the two talk, they receive a message from a young officer. Brave needs to come to the bridge immediately. He asks why the young man seems so frantic. The enemy, a large fleet, has appeared. The main lunar fleet seems to have returned. Over with Ryu, the S-Gundam is defending the 4 remaining Neros who've been locked into Luna's orbit. The Phazes are providing surveillance, while the Zeta Pluses head the formation. Ryu demands to know why it is that they can't retrieve any of their other survivors, but Chung says that out of the 4 of them, there are only 10 of them left. Perhaps their fleet is under attack, and that's why they are unable to send rescue. Without orders, perhaps the best plan is to head back with the fuel they've got. But Ryu, however, thinks it's best to stay here. What if they go back and there's nothing left of their fleet? They'd have nowhere to turn to. But Chung says he's weird for thinking that. It's the only real option they have right now. But Ryu says it's not like he's any less the same than him. As the two bicker, the voice of Alice can overhear their conversation. Ryu, he's strange. Chung as well. They have such abnormal traits. All of them are strange. All of these people are soldiers. To her, an AI, she hears them both call each other weird. Are all soldiers like this? Abnormal? And by extension, all of humanity? Warfare and combat are strange by this logic as well. As the AI's thoughts dwell on it, she comes to a conclusion. Perhaps all humans are all insane. As the two still bicker, several pings appear on the sensors. Another wave is approaching to finish them off. They're closing in fast, but Chung sees the readings. They're not enemies. Over with Heathrow, he prepares for the worst. More ships. Ayano is preparing to deal the final blow, no doubt. The ships on their sensors are closing in. However, an awestruck communications officer shouts over to him. The fleet that's approaching, it's not Ayano's. It's theirs. It's huge! The 3 lead ships appear on the screen. It's the Federation. It's the main fleet. The Federation, after hearing of the chaos that was going on, has sent its main space fleet from Penta to aid them. They've been flying at max speed to catch up with them. The tide is finally turning in their favor. The chapter ends with the fleet regrouping,
and the amazing news leading to cheers throughout Task Force Alpha. The Federation's main fleet has arrived to help. They've even sectioned off another 4 ships to create another task force to support them, Task Force Beta. Heathrow has briefed the main fleet's flagship, the Nagato, on their mission to attack Heirs, and with them understanding the situation, they agree to aid them. A new mission is about to begin. In 2 days, the plan to deal with Heirs, the new Decides, and Ayano will begin. Operation Eagle's Fall. With Task Force Alpha withdrawing and resupplying, and with Task Force Beta providing new weapons and equipment, the battle for Heirs City and all of those engaging in it begin for a second battle. On the Pegasus 3, warning alarms blare. All crew members are prepped with normal suits for immediate action. With this mission, both task forces will be attempting to break through the new Decides and establish their much-needed beachhead on the surface of the moon, while the Federation's main fleet will be tasked with engaging and destroying Ayano's forces. They're hoping that with the main fleet engaging Ayano, it will cause a large enough number of the new Decides to divert their forces away from the 2 task forces trying to slip in. With a final countdown from the navigation officer, the mission begins immediately. Every ship flying at maximum speed towards Heirs City, each ship firing simultaneously in 3-shot bursts as they pass each of their designated firing lines, igniting the skies above the city in a sea of beam trails and explosions. Over with the 2 task forces, the Neros and Task Force Beta's own personal mobile suit escorts, the Nouvelle GM3s as they're called, ready their landing equipment as they race toward the surface of the moon. Both groups of mobile suits flying together in a single formation. As they head towards their destination, they spot them, 5 ships, the Kilimanjaro and its escort cruisers. As the 2 sides approach, Heathrow gives the order, "Open fire! Concentrate all fire on their main ship." As they attempt to hit them with the main guns, Brave Cod and his men can feel the shockwave as the energy streams rip past them, clipping a hole in their ship's stern. As Brave struggles to get back into his seat, himself being thrown from it by the shockwave, Tosh says that it seems the enemy appears to have begun its main assault. Brave himself agrees. He thought they'd be tangled up with Ayano, but it seems he's wrong. He never expected a fight from 2 sides. He then asks one of the bridge officers, how are their own mobile suits defending them? It seems they've only been attacked from the one side. Their Zeku-Eins have engaged the enemy's landing party. Brave orders that they return fire immediately, but the damage reports keep flooding in. Those hits to their ship have dealt significant damage to their hull. They've lost crew to the vacuum, and they can't seal enough of the breaches. A second barrage takes out several more of their crew as they attempt to close off more of the ship. As the ship gets hit with that second bombardment, the Kilimanjaro's weapons go offline. Their ship's controls are damaged too. They've lost control of half the ship. As Cod becomes enraged, he orders the evacuation. All available pilots follow him. Tosh too. They're going out there. We're destroying that fleet right now. But Tosh tries to calm him. He's their commander. They should return to the city, reorganize a better defense. If the enemy attacks them there, attacking the city, they'll secure their long-term goals. As he tries to convince him of this, Brave says no. Tosh, I think you've known me for long enough to realize I'm not as smart as you are. If I wish to do battle, then let me do it. No one holds me back. The one who's better to serve as our leader is you. Go. Head back to Heirs and assist Josh. He's gonna need your help. With a light punch to his chest, Brave leaps away from Tosh, heading towards the mobile suit deck, and temporarily placing the command of the new Decides in Tosh's hands. Brave Cod makes it to the mobile suit deck. He launches immediately. Brave Cod, Gundam Mark V, launching. He blasts off into the void, a small group of Zeku-Eins following him into battle. As he leaves, Tosh stands in the hangar. A massive mobile suit stands before him. He asks the technician if the suit can be used. The officer says that the unit needs much more time to fine-tune. However, with the adjustments they've made to it so far, it should be able to land him on the moon. With Tosh becoming briefly concerned on the word should. Regardless, he tells the technicians to get to the lifeboats. The remainder of their ships in this fleet will withdraw to help Ayano. He will see the rest of them down below. Heirs City awaits. With him closing the cockpit and the mobile suit starting up, Tosh launches from the Kilimanjaro in the last mobile suit that remained on their flagship, the colossal and extremely powerful
Seku's Y. The new decides retreating and to go and aid Iono, Task Force Alpha begins its assault on the Heir's city defense system. At the city, Josh has prepared the city's defense team. 2 former Titans mobile suit carriers have taken up positions around the city's entrance. Josh may be in command of this group, but the soldiers he's commanding are not in a way aces like him. The troops under his own wing are cadets from the Heir City Academy. He tells them all to listen up. Don't waste your ammo. Wait until the enemy is within half of your firing range to fire. The enemy is approaching from above, so they won't have cover. However, they will be traveling much faster than they expected. With a cheer from his rookies, Josh thinks they're ready. He recalls that the members of Task Force Alpha are rookies as well. With this defense, he's banking on the fact that they too don't have the same experience as him. However, he worries, what if this task force is comprised of new types? But if they are, could they really turn the tide of this war? As he thinks, he begins to get triggered. He remembers his reasons for joining the Federation forces. It was all just an attempt to gain advantages for his political career as it took off. Seems like now, though, with the rise of people like new types, he's not going to get anything out of this. No glory and no recognition. Something Josh is so accustomed to, but now sees he's dependent on. He hopes that with this battle, he won't have to worry about it. Over with Task Force Alpha, the main assault force of Nero's and Nouveau Gym 3s have begun their assault. However, our heroes have made it to the surface beforehand. They managed to eliminate the enemy's units that were planning to ambush the main group as they made moonfall. Ryu himself is once again flying in the S Gundam's G Cruiser mode. He shouts over to Tex as he spots an enemy squad hiding under a cliff as he flies by. Tex spots them too. They fire together and obliterate 3 GMs who were intending to sneak up on them, all members of Josh's defense force. The cadets freak out. They have Gundams! Josh tries to reassure them that the enemy are all rookies like them, not even new types, but this doesn't seem to help. He knows it too. These opponents have gained strength since Pezun. Even if he got his men to do everything he told them to do, it would still be too difficult to achieve victory. Regardless, he tries to hold a strong face as the enemy assault rages on. As the fighting continues, we cut over to Brave in the Gundam Mark V. He's blasting his way towards Iono's fleet at maximum speed. He once again releases the incoms from his back. Brave flies into the enemy fleet and immediately decimates another 9 mobile suits with just 2 of those incoms. He laughs maniacally. Cowards! Is there no one here who dares challenge the Mark V? With another unit exploding and taking a cruiser with it, Brave is fully enraptured in the Gundam's power. With Task Force Alpha's main assault crumbling, the Phaz Squadron receives a distress call from one of the forward mobile suit pilots, asking them to try and take out the Mark V from long range. Crypt wants to help, but he has no combat data on this machine. The pilot yells at him, telling him to request it from the Pegasus 3. Crypt gets annoyed, bothered that everyone is asking for his help, but nonetheless he requests the data. As he gets it back, he jokingly chuckles. He's got a Gundam too, huh? But as he reads it, he doesn't understand what the whole deal is with this suit. He's never seen an INCOM system before. He doesn't even know what the model number of this suit even means. It worries him, but he regardless flies his squadron over towards the area the Mark V is approaching from. Form a field of fire around this enemy with your missiles. We're dead if we get in range of those INCOM things. As the 3 units close in, the 3 of them fire their chest-mounted missiles in unison, all towards the Mark V. Brave laughs as he sees the missiles approach. He jerks on the controls, his unit exerting a powerful force of G's as it evades the approaching projectiles, his body aching as he gets crushed into his seat. The missiles hit though, shaking his suit as a few stray micro-rockets bounce off the Mark V's chest. As he rockets downward, his eyes become bloodshot, the G-forces nearly knocking him out cold. The Gundam Mark V's own missile pods rip off from its body from the exertion of G-forces onto the machine. As he fights his way through it and begins to regain consciousness, we cut over to Crypt. He thinks they got him. The fact the machine was hit by the missiles, and at the moment the unit looks disabled, they think that they got him. As we turn over to Brave, he soon realizes he broke a tooth with how hard he clenched his teeth with all those G-forces. Despite being an expert pilot, nothing short of a new type would be enough to properly handle this suit in the field. Regardless, Brave fights on. As he feels and sees the missing tooth in his reflection, Brave curses at the 3 Gundams. He blasts towards them as fast as he can. Crypt and the others, thinking they've taken them out, immediately see the Mark V's engines ignite, the unit blasting its way towards Grissom and Aldrin in a blazing stream of blue fire. Even though he has taken some significant damage from their missile attack, with them even managing to disable the unit's incoms, that doesn't put a stop to Brave. He evades their shots with insane accuracy, switching his machine's beam sabers to beam cannon mode. In a surge of rage, Brave charges towards the three of them. As he flies towards them, he sees the confusion in the trio's stances. As he ceases to evade and closes the gap, he immediately rushes Grism's unit in the front and blasts him at close range. Crypt trying to get his wingman to evade, only for Grism to explode as his Phas's reactor ignites from the point-blank shot. As Crypt and Aldrin try to pull back, Crypt can hear as Grism as well is blown to pieces from behind them. Aldrin yells, "Bastard! He killed him!" Aldrin then rushes in, with Crypt yelling at him, trying to stop him, telling him to retreat, but the man is too angry. He blasts off towards the Mark V. It is here that Brave sees the enemy unit's strategy: keep their distance and engage from afar. He sees that the enemy has incredible firepower. However, he sees the fault in his opponents, in the fact that one of them is rushing him at close range with such a heavily armored machine. He then says it: "There's no escape for you." Without hesitation, Brave switches his shoulder cannons back into beam sabers and rushes towards the two remaining Phazes. With a hefty cleave to the torso, Aldrin's Phaz as well is split in two, the man screaming for his mother as the unit's cockpit is bisected by the Mark V's blade. Crypt is frozen. His wingmen, both of them, they're dead. He turns his suit around, pivoting in 0G. Despite losing his wingman, Crypt unleashes a burst of fire that raises the gap between him and Cod. Even Brave himself is impressed with the amount of weapons he's using to fill the gap, but it's not enough. The Mark V is still able to catch up with him. With a careful and methodical swing, the Mark V cleaves off Crypt's right arm, the Mega Beam Launcher still charging and firing as the weapon tries to shoot Brave from point blank. With a sinister grin, Brave now sees it as his time to retreat. He engages his backup propulsion system and jets back to the moon, Aono's forces giving the all clear as they make their withdrawal, Brave himself returning to the surface to regroup with the others. Over with Crypt, his suit isn't destroyed yet. He pulls on the ejection lever just in time for the unit's escape pod to jettison it out of the suit, the man being left in a state of misery as he feels the guilt of being unable to save his teammates from being slaughtered. As his pod floats away, the last of the 3 full-armor Double Zeta units explode. The lifeline for Task Force Alpha's defense is severed, and the enemy has escaped once again. After Crypt is rescued, we cut over to Ryu, who's just heard the news about the Phaz trio. Ryu asking Mannings if Crypt's okay, in which he's told that he's fine. However, the others didn't make it. He learns that the enemy has a Gundam as well. As Ryu laments the loss of his comrades, Mannings gives him new instructions. The Gundam Mark V was severely damaged in its fight with the Phaz trio. With the loss of those 3 suits, it drastically reduces their fleet's combat abilities. Ryu, you and the S-Gundam are the only unit that is properly equipped to handle an opponent like this. The S-Gundam's objective is to intercept that Gundam, but Ryu, however, is bothered with Manning's attitude. Hearing the man's monotone voice describe the deaths of his comrades, Ryu becomes enraged. 2 of their teammates are dead and 3 of their most powerful suits were destroyed, yet he shows no emotion. "Why can't you show something, you freak?" But Mannings remains stern, because there must come a time when you must discard those emotions. "I've lost far more friends in life in the 1-year war than in this conflict, and in war, there's no time to be upset. Save the rage you feel for your enemies. You and the S-Gundam are the only ones who can do this, so do it for your friends." With those words, Ryu finally listens to him. He transforms his suit into mobile suit mode. Mannings. He's right. He now sees his mission and readies to put an end to the Mark V's warpath. Through his will alone, he must do it. However, as the suit waits at the ready, Ryu has still yet to realize that his own will is not the only one inside this machine. And with Alice hearing Ryu and Manning's conversation, she still can't seem to comprehend it, the emotions of soldiers. Chapter 8. Ryu spots the Mark V as it descends towards the lunar surface. "You bastard! You'll pay for killing my friends!" Alice herself analyzes this statement. Friends, the most important thing. We must have revenge for our hurt friends. But who are my friends? Ryu is one, the one hiding inside of me. He is my friend, and so I must protect him. If he is hurt, I need to take revenge for him. This is a pact we must make as friends. But is it the right thing to do if it means hurting others? You see, Alice is having a hard time understanding human behavior. Remember, she isn't a person herself, and thus conflict is a confusing thing to her. However, the more we see her think and understand Ryu, the more she'll learn what it means to be human herself, as once again, the whole goal of Alice is to achieve this higher level of emotional sentience. As she begins to become more active in these fights, we'll start to see her make that transition from incapable level of understanding to full-fledged humanity. Anyways, that's one of the things I wanted to bring up, because up until this point, Alice has been pretty dormant, but things are going to change very soon for her, and I thought it was the best time as ever to talk about her character arc going forward, as it becomes incredibly important in our finale. Anyways, the S Gundam has now transformed into the XS. It takes aim from the surface with its beam smart gun, Ryu managing to spot the Mark V and managing to acquire a lock as it enters Luna's atmosphere. As Brave himself descends, his unit's shield is being used to protect him as he enters the moon's atmosphere. As Brave disengages the shield, which has already expended its remaining vernier fuel to enter said atmosphere, a beam round rings out that blows the shield apart as it separates from the Gundam's body. Brave is stunned as the explosion from the shield rips across his suit with a shockwave, Ryu becoming amazed as he sees the Gundam escape the blast without a scratch. As he watches it, he mutters a word of amazement as he watches the Gundam Mark V fly down. Incredible. This single word actually catches the ears of Alice, who upon hearing it becomes a little confused. I don't understand. He's praising the target of his revenge? Why? I don't understand. There's so many things about humans that I don't understand. This one instance could be an abnormality, but then again, humans seem to always be so inconsistent in battle. It's abnormal. I was created for battle. I was created to be human. So, have I become a part of that abnormality? As Alice thinks to herself, Ryu manages to message Mannings. The Gundam managed to evade his ambush. He then asks where the suit's landing position will be. He's gonna be chasing him down right now. He's gonna smoke that guy even if he has to use a nuke. Mannings says that the suit's trajectory will land him far beyond their battle line and inside the enemy's territory. He also brings up how silly it is to contemplate using nukes on a single mobile suit, both for legal and tactical reasons. With a roll of his eyes, and knowing he has to do this himself, Ryu blasts off into the air, giving chase to the Mark V as it descends. We cut to the defense of the city, and the occupants of the government building are watching the battle from the building's observation dome, just 2 kilometers away from the Heir's spaceport. A single mobile suit has managed to slip its way past their lines. As the GM3s guarding their line raise their rifles, they hear a voice over the comms. It's Tosh. He's arrived with the Zeku's Y. He requests to speak with Mayor Pinefield. He's brought into the dome, which, keep in mind, the entirety of spans 30 kilometers in size. The guard GMs take him through the underground mass driver system, used for the transportation of cargo throughout the city, as well as for the launching of cargo shipments to Earth. He's been entrusted with this Y. It's the only one they've got, and it's incredibly powerful, and he's not leaving it out there. Once he reaches the office, he's greeted to a beautiful hall of cypress wood. The man is indeed wealthy, it seems. Tosh is allowed in and is greeted by the mayor, now brandishing a military uniform. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Tosh Cray of the New Decides. It's an honor. So, you've finally come, the man says. The man asks about this coalition idea. However, the mayor himself asks that they do away with the formalities. We need to quickly clarify the situation that this is made for them. The mayor then brings up a map, displaying the entire battlefield. Currently, their entire defense force is comprised of 4 groups. The white team, led by Josh and comprised of their cadets. The red team, comprised of the elderly veteran soldiers. The blue team, made of the Titans' remnants. And finally, the green team, former soldiers with existing records. Tosh himself is grieved with what they're doing. Even the elderly are being sent out to fight. Regardless, the mayor says that this is the will of their citizens. Ever since the days of Heir's founding, their people have expressed a deep desire to fight for Earth. If they lose today, then Earth will no longer be controlled by Earthnoids. It's a shame, but if they are all sacrificed, they know that other cities will carry on their mission. He's hoping they send reinforcements to help them in this dire time of need, and now that he has seen the determination of the New Decides firsthand, he He gladly believes they will do the same and fight off the invaders to the end. However, Tosh himself says no, he will not accept that offer. Pinefield asks why, and Tosh says that the citizens of Heirs are religiously devoted to the Earth. They do not share the same ideology as the New Decides. The New Decides will never forget that they came from Mother Earth. However, Heirs, the way they are the kind who will be seen as the last vestige of Earth and its old politics, and the New Decides will be themselves the ones who will guard their tombstone. The people of Heirs are different. Your existence and your beliefs are nothing but a reminder of the Earth Federation's failures. Because of this, a sacrifice like the one that Kaiser proposes will not be seen as a single powerful one. They have to let the world know how courageously they're fighting against them. Even if the New Decides all die here, the people of Heirs, if they truly want what they desire, will have to die fighting on Earth's soil. The mayor hears his words, his eyes still transfixed on the display of the battle. He sees it, he understands it. Perhaps the destruction of this place was inevitable. This place, Heirs, is one of the only places left that still has the purity of the Space Noid desire. The desire to come home someday. This place is a symbol in its purest form of the way things are between the Earth and the Space Noids. But to tell you the truth, even if your dream of this lunar coalition becomes a reality, there will still be Space Noids who will undergo the same tragedies as they are going through now. This inability to understand one another's differences. Just as the people of Heirs believe their cause is just, there will still be others who will think theirs is more so. Only history can decide in the end who was right or wrong. Tosh understands, but that this place has to serve as a reminder of how the Federation is seen by all. This place needs to demonstrate the justice that Earthnoids proclaim. He knows the idea of this coalition will no doubt succeed, and with that sentiment, the mayor hopes so too. But as this current crisis grows, he doesn't know yet if he can admit it. Tosh then looks down at the city's map. He sees a long, thin line stretching out towards the city's outskirts. Tosh can see what the mayor is planning. He worries that this path still works, but the mayor says that it won't matter. Path may be old, but it will still work for what they have in mind. As the two begin to reevaluate their defensive plan, we cut over to Josh offshore. Task Force Alpha's Zeta Plus duo have made their arrival with the third wave of their suits near the southwest end of the city. With them entering the battlefield, Josh's defense team is now up against the ropes. They managed to hold off the first wave well, but with the arrival of the second and third mobile suit groups from the enemy, Josh begins to order the cadets of his team to withdraw. However, Josh, despite his training as an instructor, is still finding it hard to rally and command his team of rookies as he gives them commands. As he does so, the young pilots begin to protest, the young cadets wishing to stay and fight. But Josh says no, they can't. They can't keep hurling themselves at the enemy. There are too many enemy units, but the young men still refuse. They aren't afraid to die. However, Josh steadies them. They can't just recklessly throw away their lives. If they want to die in battle, it'll have to be in the right place and at the right time. With Josh and his team making their way towards the mountains northwest of the city, they prepare for a counterattack. As they get into position, crouching against the lunar cliffs and ridges, they spot a group of enemy mobile suits bunny hopping with their boosters towards them, one of Task Force Beta's Newville Gym 3 squads. Their jumps getting them far as the moon's weakened gravity begins to bring them back down. As they land, Josh's team opens fire, catching some of the Gym 3s in mid-flight and blowing them to bits. Over with those GM3 pilots, the leader machine traces their line of fire and spots Josh's squad's position. Ambush! They're hiding in those rocks! With the pilot himself cursing and wondering where the hell their reinforcements are. Where the hell are those Gundams? The two sides open fire simultaneously, with one of Josh's squad mates getting blown to pieces as their Gym 3 is blasted the moment they try to get up and reposition. The blast sending the entire unit of rookies into a panic. However, as the two sides exchange fire, Brave enters the final stage of his landing sequence. You can see from below the squad of rookie pilots under Josh's wing trying to hold the line. Damn, the enemy has gotten much closer than expected, he says as he spits more blood out from his mouth from his broken teeth. As he descends, Heirs City receives the signal of the Mark V. However, the unit's landing trajectory will have it arrive just behind the enemy's approaching line. Tosh sends the order to Josh to clear a path and defend the Mark V as it lands, so that Brave can be retrieved. With Josh commanding his troops, telling them to protect the Gundam, the pilots begin to become more excited. The mention of the very name of their own Gundam reinvigorating the young men as they move towards their new objective. Over with the Gym 3s with Task Force Beta, they detect the arrival of the Mark V as it's covered by the enemy's approaching suppressing fire. Only a single mobile suit? Blow it to bits! But as they begin to realize that it's the Mark V, they begin to freak out. The Mark V immediately slicing down GM after GM as Josh's team wipes out the remaining units trying to flee. With Brave spotting Josh's defensive linemen caught in a pincer from the remaining GMs, he leaps with his boosters at maximum thrust, landing just at the other side of the rocks and out of the enemy's firing range. With the two reuniting, Josh notices the immense damage the Mark V has taken, with Brave himself being amazed with the skills of Josh's troops. Despite the fact they are all merely cadets, he tells them not to push themselves too hard, then asking Josh about their current situation. Where is Tosh? Josh says that he's over at the central government's headquarters, arranging the city's defenses. He says with their current situation, they still have the ability to hold out for their reinforcements from the other lunar cities. However, Brave is starting to see that the idea of them coming to aid them is beginning to look more overly optimistic. With Brave deciding to go and meet with Josh and the mayor, the Gundam Mark V blasts away, asking Josh to please hold out for just a little longer. As he leaves, the Mark V begins its journey to the main city dome. However, 3 coursing energy streams strike as he heads out. 3 of Josh's GMs explode as the Zeta Plus duo and Ryu's excess Gundam rocket in pursuit of him as soon as he jumps. "Don't let him get away," Ryu yells to the pair. As they begin to chase him, Josh orders the remainder of his team to protect the Mark V as it retreats, his Zeku eyes blasting off in an attempt to shoot the enemy trio from the rear. As his mobile suit jets off into the air, within a split second of taking off, Josh fires a beam round that manages to blast Tex's wingman, Sigmund, in his wings, knocking the Zeta Plus out of the air as it spirals out of control. Tex cries out over the comms, "Sigmund, he's hit!" But Ryu pulls his attention back to their attack. "He only took a single round. He's okay. Don't lose focus or that guy will pick us all off." As the Mark V nears the central dome, the 2 remaining Gundams continue to give chase, the XS and the Zeta Plus being pelted with heavy flak as they near the massive building. Tex telling Ryu that if they don't break off, they're both dead. Ryu, however, isn't listening. He almost has him, but as he gets closer, and Tex continuing to panic, Alice does something unexpected. Hearing Tex's pleas and his words of, "if they don't break off, they'll die," Alice, in an act of protection and in an act of following her growing desire to protect her pilot, immediately takes full control of the Gundam, the AI flying the suit on its own and pulling away from their pursuit of the Mark V, with Ryu unable to even wrestle the controls away from the machine as the Gundam banks away from the dome, with Tex himself following, the man thinking Ryu had given up as the 2 suits break away from the Capitol Dome's anti-air fire. Ryu is baffled, angered, and furious, calls the machine up, the man punching and smacking the machine's monitor as the stream of annoying words and sounds pour out of the AI's display. As he does this, him not knowing that the AI made the decision to protect him, Alice begins to question what Ryu is shouting. Was it wrong to save their lives? No, it's useless to exchange one's life for the enemy's. Were you wrong? Or was I? She questions if it's a sin to make such logical decisions. Negating such instincts can't be a sin, can it? If that statement is true, then is it human to be without meaning? Is being meaningless its own form of meaning? The voice debates whether or not to confirm or deny this fact. And with that concept fresh in her mind, the AI wonders if this is it, these emotions. She wonders if these complex feelings are what it means to be human. With the XS and the Zeta Plus returning, the first day of the Siege of Heirs draws to a close, with Task Force Alpha finally establishing their beachhead. As time passes, a whole week goes by. Through continued attacks on Heirs, and with mounting pressure from the Federation government, Task Force Alpha and Beta manage to push their way towards the city's central dome, the final battle line just within a kilometer of the main government headquarters. Throughout this time, the new decides have been broadcasting from the city of the battles and promoting the heroics of both Heir's people and the new decides themselves. As the days draw into this next week, many other cities have begun to take notice of the situation, with many people from the lunar cities expressing a desire to join forces. Nevertheless, the battle for heirs has reached the city's doorstep. We cut to the mayor's office, and things are falling apart. Their final defensive line has been broken, and many of their forces were wiped out ages ago, with the mayor still trying to command them, despite their forces being completely decimated. Josh and the mayor watch with tired eyes. They haven't slept for days. They watch as their forces' IFF codes continue to disappear from the monitor. Tosh asks if any of the other lunar cities have shown any interest in helping them, but the mayor says no. It seems they looked at their idea of a lunar coalition as some kind of joke. As the two brood over the tactical map, an officer comes in with some good news. It seems Von Braun has expressed protests against the Federation, but when the mayor asks if they've taken action against them, the man's happy expression turns to sorrow. No. All they've done is impose some heavy economic sanctions. No forces to come help them. The mayor, saddened, turns to Tosh. He's sorry. They tried so hard, but in the end, it seems the Space Noids do not support their beliefs. No matter the case, it seems that everyone is just too dependent on the Earth for survival. And so it is the Earth beeth the one who dictates how we must handle our problems. It seems, with all the losses and defeats, Mayor Pinefield has finally accepted it. Humanity cannot survive without Mother Earth, and whoever is in control of it governs all. The price was too high, but he finally realizes it now. Tosh, as well, is disheartened. He didn't expect the ideals of the Space Noids to be seen as far more noble than their own. After all, they're all human. However, to Tosh, in his eyes, those who live their lives on solid ground should have more pride than Space Noids, after all. After all, new types are just Earth Noids who yearn for space. It is here, though, that Tosh comes to a realization. It was once said that new types are the representation of human evolution, but to Tosh, he now sees that the ones who truly need to change their ways are those who live their lives under the influence of gravity. Yet to him, the ideology of the new types, one that sees those bound by gravity, will never be able to change. That ideology in and of itself is a highly discriminatory way of thinking. Right now, with how history is changing, he sees the Space Noids as they are acting currently as being somewhat unable to fully realize and develop the beliefs they preach, and that to him and the people around him, the new decides and those who follow them are the only people who are actually putting in the effort into making their ideals a reality. And with that sentiment, Tosh believes no matter what, he will act as that crucial stepping stone for the rest of mankind. Side note, and this is a personal take, this was the point where I fully began to realize both the tragedy and the hypocrisy of the new decides. Tosh is not wrong in his beliefs, as at this time, Neo Zeon is invading the Earth, but solely because of Haman's vainglorious desires to be seen as the ruler of Zeon, which in a few months will absolutely turn the forces of Axis down the path of civil war that we know they're treading. However, for Tosh, to believe that his actions are the only ones important is his greatest flaw. Tosh himself believes that his cause is a just one, but that everyone should be feeling the same way that he does. So, I don't know if you've noticed, but I really like this story's characters. We have Ryu, who although is beginning to listen to his superiors and beginning to control his anger, is at a point where he's letting his hateful emotions make more dangerous moves in battle. I mean, flying headfirst into anti-aircraft fire to chase down a single opponent with no regard for the safety of your allies isn't a good idea. But regardless, he is still showing growth, even if he's kicking and screaming as he does it. As for Tosh, I've really liked seeing this guy's abilities grow. He begins his arc in the story as being the guy who knows everything and is in control of everything. However, that strategic ability is also a double-edged sword for him, and we're beginning to see how much of a hypocrite he is when shown the failings of his ideology. The man sees his cause as the most righteous, despite the fact his forces are not getting help and are being seen by everyone on the outside with a pair of mixed eyes. On one side, they're promoting this coalition to join forces with the moon, but they're also preaching the belief that they want to protect the Earth. And to top it all off, they're doing it while the Federation is smashing down their gates and decimating what forces they still have left. Because, I don't know if you've noticed this, but in the Federation's eyes, they're literally trying to form a separatist alliance as they do so. So yeah, this story is very complicated. Anyways, Mayor Pinefield agrees with Tasha's sentiment. It's true. The Space Noids do use their ideology as their tool to place blame and judgment onto the people of Earth. It is discriminatory. However, the people of Heirs have inherited a different belief, one bestowed upon them by their forefathers. For all this time, the people of Heirs have held the belief that things might get better, and that someday mankind can return to the Earth. But the people around them, the Space Noids, they're different. Their longing to return for them has turned to envy. Even with their ability to make such changes, they haven't been able to make lasting progress on the system. The Space Noids themselves act childishly, and they make such comparisons between themselves and those of Earth without open discussion. Pinefield fears what kind of tragedy could happen in the future with such narrow-minded thinkers. If the future of mankind were entrusted to them, he fears what kind of world they would make, and in the end, because of this, he truly looks down upon them, and the parasites that they are. With that statement in mind, Tosh says he will not let them have their way, the two of them nodding with a smile as they both agree they're still not dead yet. If it's going to end for them, they're going to fight till the bitter end, and if that's the case, then let's give them a fight. Let's make some even more painful memories for them as we do it, with the two accepting that they will not be receiving any kind of support from anyone on the outside. And with Task Force Alpha and the Federation surrounding them, Tosh and Kaiser begin to execute their plan of escape. The end times of Heirs City are approaching, and it seems that Tosh is content with going down with the ship.
So, without further ado, let's go into a recap of the story so far. That way, we can get this finale underway. Gundam Sentinel, a side story written by Masaya Takahashi, tells the story of two groups fighting in the aftermath of the Grips War, featured in Zeta Gundam, and tells the story of how the Federation was forced to fight a war on two fronts as the First Neo-Zeon War begins. With followers of the now-defeated Titans declaring themselves the new Decides, the Federation has assembled Task Force Alpha to eliminate them. However, the mission to quell their uprising has become a major challenge. The new Decides have revealed themselves to be a much more cunning and complicated threat. This group of Titans followers, loyal to the Titans' mission, have their own unique views and plans. Seeing that the Federation has become a puppet for the AU to manipulate, this group of space-based Earthnoids have allied themselves with the people of Heirs City in order to secure an alliance for a future plan to create a Lunar City coalition, a lunar-based civilization, one free from Earth, yet still loyal to it in many ways. However, this desire to see the moon grow on its own 2 feet has been met with skepticism and criticism. The Federation, seeing the new Decides alliance with the moon as an attempt to secede from the Earth, and with that, have now brought the full force of the EFF onto Heirs' doorstep. All the while, within the ranks of Task Force Alpha, a young mobile suit pilot has been tasked with piloting the experimental and highly sophisticated XS Gundam, a machine with ties to the pilot's own past and with a mysterious AI system that sleeps within the machine until now. With Task Force Alpha suffering major losses from an attack from the new Decide's own Gundam, the Titanic Mark V, they press on towards the gates of Heirs, and with the new Decides and their allies not willing to back down, Task Force Alpha must act swiftly in order to prevent these separatists from escaping once again. With Neo-Zeon lurking in the shadows as the conflict continues, Task Force Alpha must act quickly to defeat these foes before this conflict goes nuclear. Now, let us conclude this series on Gundam Sentinel and the story of Task Force Alpha and the new Decides with Part 4. All images and characters are owned by the respective companies and creators. Chapter 9. The final push towards Heirs City is already underway. It has been 3 days since the previous battle, and the new Decides have lost tremendous amounts of ground. Their forces only now hold a mere 4 square kilometers from the central government headquarters, the forces of Task Force Alpha just on the edge of the central dome with the Federation at its back. With the Federation's main fleet arriving to aid them, Commander Brian Ayano and his traitor fleet have been utterly crippled, pushed off the face of the moon and sent retreating all the way back to Side 5 in shambles. The Heir City Defense Forces have been utterly destroyed in their entirety, with the New Decides forces who had tried to command them now being the only ones left to hold the line, their mobile suits and last remaining soldiers now being the only ones left to guard the HQ center. The city itself has now become fully occupied by Federation extermination forces, bent on completely wiping out any remaining signs of resistance from the local inhabitants. Pinefield speaks to the troops gathered around him in the building. I am grateful to you all. You have fought bravely. However, now it is my turn and Heir Cities to walk into the annals of history. It is our destiny. However, all of you must go on. Continue fighting. This is not simply a political battle, for it is a battle for the heart and soul of the Earth. The current government has no ability to represent the thoughts and feelings of the majority. It is not the government, but us, the people, who should make the decisions. He is grateful to them all. He's honored to have fought with them. The remaining New Decides all surrounding him as he gives this final speech, their numbers being less than half of what they started with. The remaining soldiers all boarding the old city's mass driver network. Their remaining mobile suits being sent far away with their remaining officers. With no more usable ships, they must now escape on board shuttles. The Federation, sending its main forces to secure the city, seem to have ignored the old mass driver systems located underground. Their main objective seems to be the headquarters after all. This conflict is, in the Federation's eyes, a battle instigated by Pinefield and the New Decides alone. There were many thoughts of using the mass driver system to bombard the Earth and the colonies, but doing so would only turn the world against the City of Heirs. This way, the way they're using the mass driver network now, is simply a means of escape for them. Deep inside the underground facilities, the Gundam Mark V is having trouble. The mechanics apologize. The suit is far too complex for the New Decides remaining technicians to properly maintain it. The incoms have only a small amount of uses left in them. However, they were able to install replacements for the unit's lost missile launchers, and the unit's IMPC has been calibrated to allow the weapons to be used in conjunction with it. Brave Cod, even though he is not entirely satisfied with repairs, thanks them. The leader of the New Decides boarding the gigantic Gundam and heading out, his engineers wishing him luck as the door closes behind him. Everyone in the command center salutes the Mark V as it marches down the corridor. Brave Cod approaching the other mobile suits awaiting his command at the cargo gates to the government facility, giving the men their orders. Tosh Cray, your team will go and secure the spaceport so that their men can escape on board the shuttlecrafts. As for Cod himself, his team will go secure the main cargo mass driver. He tells them that even if any of them fall in battle, they must keep going. He reminds them that one man's sacrifice could in reality save the lives of 10 other men, and he reminds them not to forget that. This is Cod's final order to his men, his words granting them the eagerness to carry on. Stealthily, 4 teams work together to secure their targets. Cod's team and Josh's team gaining control of the mass driver rails on the surface, while Tosh Cray and his men secure the spaceport to the north of the city. While the remaining troops navigate the labyrinthine corridors of Heir City's underground cargo transport systems, readying their mobile suits for battle, Brave Cod's team is now comprised of a bunch of ramshackle units. The Zeku 1 units, the massive Zeku Y, a couple Jin 3s, as well as a contingent of modified one-year war-era Zakus that were supplied through the Heir City militia. The last troops stationed at the government headquarters pulling a last stand as they divert the Federation's attention away from the New Decides mission. As this diversion is underway, we turn to Ryu, who has finally managed to get a moment of rest from the constant fighting. He and his 2 Zeta Plus wingmen have been flying patrols non-stop to combat zones all over the city. Sigmund, the pilot from the previous battle who'd been shot down, had managed to return with his unit after 4 days of repairs. Seems Josh Offshore's sharpshooting skills did a number on his unit. They all turn to hear Manning's over the intercom. There's been a development from the government headquarters. He needs them to get out there now. Prepare to engage, with Ryu himself dumping his coffee as he starts his machine up. He's tired, exhausted. He hasn't rested in days, and as he's receiving these orders, he can feel as if his whole body has aged 10 years. Everything just aches. He curses under his breath. You old bastard. Is he getting a kick out of seeing us suffer? The young man is angry that Mannings is having the Gundams be the ones to take the brunt of every attack. Regardless, Ryu launches in his Gundam. Tex and Sigmund head out as well, launching in their Zeta Pluses. Over with Brave and Josh, the Gundam Mark V is leading the charge to seize the mass driver, their forces charging through as they punch through the Federation's defensive lines, with Brave ordering Josh to take his men and provide a diversion. Brave cutting a Gym 3 to pieces as he orders his men to follow him and spread out as they get closer to the target. As the two sides exchange fire, one of Josh's men gets a little too cocky, his young rookies letting their intense training get to their heads, all of them wanting to prove themselves as warriors. Josh, though, is infuriated by this. He ordered them to stay behind and defend the government headquarters. Instead, they're all out here helping him. The young men are all too eager. They say they won't get in the way, but Josh's warnings go unheeded. One of the young cadets is instantaneously vaporized by the excess as Ryu and his wingman arrive on the scene. He warns Brave, "It's the 3 Gundams, coming in from above!" with Josh watching as the Mark V in mid-flight decimates the remainder of the Gym 3s defending the mass driver, with Josh and the cadets firing into the air as the 3 Gundams fly by, not a single shot from the young pilots managing to hit. As they try to maintain a shot on them, Josh orders them again, "Leave now!" But still nothing. Another cadet has his suit destroyed. This leaves Josh in rage. "Come on, you cowards! Come and fight me! You have no right to kill them!" As the man rages, Brave manages to steer him. "Josh, take care of the gray ones to the rear. I'll take the white one." As he tells him who to go after, Brave activates the Mark V's incoms, the deployable beam cannons launching from the unit's back and firing into Ryu's formation, the beams sending the trio into a scatter. As Ryu descends, he can see the Mark V as it approaches, the young man being surprised that the all-blue Gundam is actually going in for a direct attack. "Alright, then let's declare a winner right here!" The Mark V charges in, its incoms ready to fire again, but Ryu doesn't care. He came at the perfect time. He's prepared for this. The excess then reveals a new piece of equipment it's been hiding for a while, its knees opening up and launching wire-guided incoms of its own. However, unlike the ones seen on the Mark V, these incoms are beam reflector types. As Brave attempts to fire, the reflectors redirect his own attacks, leaving Ryu the opportunity to unleash a burst of fire from the excess's waste cannons. As the beams fly off the reflectors, Brave is caught off guard as he witnesses his attacks are being rebounded off the incoms into a flurry of bizarre angles and a slicing series of odd deflections. Brave just able to jerk the suit out of the way to avoid them, only for the third shot to fall short and melt the Mark V's left leg thruster. Brave is impressed. Only a trick like that works against amateurs. He releases his own incoms again, the cables swerving around the excess like snakes. A beam goes right for the excess's torso, Ryu managing just to dodge it. However, as the second shot comes in, Ryu isn't able to, but the beam doesn't hit. In a moment of instinctual protection, the excess's AI, Alice, draws the Gundam's beam rifle and uses it to physically block the shot, the Mark V's incom melting the weapon to scrap. Ryu is stunned. "You're trying to protect me." He's stunned, in awe of this Gundam. It just saved his life. But time is of the essence. He checks the rifle. It's fried. The reflector incom's uses are becoming limited as well. He ditches his gun, recalls his incoms, and as he does, fires out the excess's reserve incom, a small one located at the top of his head. Ryu evades beam after beam from the Mark V, the Gundam just narrowly avoiding getting hit by the constant stream of energy attacks, his reflectors working hard to shield the Gundam from as many of them as possible. Over with Brave, the man is dumbfounded. Why the hell hasn't this guy given up yet? That mobile suit is useless against the Mark V. With the excess Gundam avoiding the majority of his shots, and the Mark V's ability to keep the incoms from wearing out diminishing, Brave swaps to his beam rifle, the excess managing to land a light hit on the Mark V's back with the unit's reserve incom. The two Gundams zip all over the battlefield. Not a single outside mobile suit is able to keep up with their speed. Come on! Come on! Ryu is forced to recall his incoms for charging, Brave sees a chance and unleashes a burst of his suit's micromissile pods to burst munitions onto the Gundam, all of the unit's incoms being damaged in the ensuing blast of steel pellets, leaving Ryu to curse as he watches the special munitions tear his incoms to shreds. Immediately, Ryu swaps to the S-Gundam's waist cannons, trying to gain distance between him and the Mark V. Damn it, this guy won't quit! Brave sneers as the Gundam switches to another series of weapons. The man can tell that the Gundam's pilot is obviously compensating for his lack of skill with the sheer amount of weapons his mobile suit has. Avoiding another burst from the Mark V's scatter munitions, the S-Gundam turns and fires again, only to see that the Mark V has vanished and the steel pellets landing a hit on the Gundam's body. He looks over and can see the Mark V standing on the ground, the two Gundams managing to stare at each other in the face as Brave leaps up into the air, charging the Gundam, the Mark V managing to grapple hold of the XS's waist cannons while simultaneously landing a solid kick to the Gundam's chest. Do you really think these are enough to win against me? Ryu's seat shakes as the unit's cockpit slightly breaches to the vacuum. Damn it, this old bastard, he's going overboard! Brave snarls. All you new types are still green. Keep crying, punk! Watch as I squash you! But Ryu shouts out, I'm no new type! I thought your Gundam was something special. Instead, you're nothing. You can't match my skill! As the two argue, Alice hears their words. Mother taught me to be human, to become a warring human. Warring humans are all mad creatures, but I have yet to experience madness myself. In order for me to go crazy, I must malfunction, and if that happens, my functions will be stopped. Then, does that mean I am inferior to humans? I do not understand what they're saying. They are so sure to divide themselves into good and evil, which neither can coexist. However, which side is right? No. Both of them are mad. Both lack logical reasoning. But there is still another way. Something happens to Alice, deep inside her. I'm forming two different wills myself. I can't investigate further. I should not change arguments. I need to separate. Right. I have my own will. I must depend on myself in battle. But does that mean that I have to walk a path of self-degradation to do it? The Gundam snaps, the waist cannons disengaging, the Mark V's hands slipping from the gun barrels. The XS returns a blow, a devastating kick to the chest, the Gundam Mark V smashing into the lunar surface with a crushing blow, the XS stumbling to the ground as well. Brave growls as he can feel his broken tooth begin to bleed from the shockwave. He draws his beam saber, the blade slowly extending, with Ryu himself having wet his pants again from the G-forces he's now beginning to feel the pain of. He looks up and can see the Mark V charging in for a swing, but before he can act, Alice draws the XS's sub-beam saber from the unit's knee. What? I didn't do that! His confusion is immediately broken when he sees the Mark V get closer. Die, new type! Ryu panics. He's never really had to fight in close quarters before. No, I don't want to die! His body seizing up almost entirely. I don't want to die! Alice hears him. She understands him. The natural instinct to survive. Something that only living beings possess. One that she now gets. And understands how wondrous it truly is. And with that moment of clarity, Ryu is jolted back into the fight thanks to the Gundam and its constant shaking. He's piloting this Gundam. He is not dying here. And in a matter of sheer seconds, the Mark V swings down, the XS pivoting to the left in a nearly fluid motion, the Mark V recalling its arm upward for another swing, only for Ryu to immediately turn back and impale the Mark V directly in the cockpit with its saber. The Gundam freezes in place, the blade landing perfectly centered in the Gundam's chest. In Brave's final moments, he dreams of the battlefield, his thoughts carrying him towards the Earth. Finally, I can return home. The Mark V sparks from its reactor, green energy leaving Ryu to draw his blade away as his opponent explodes. Did I win? Ryu thinks to himself. He cherishes the life he has, deeply. He wonders what kind of person his opponent was. What kind of man was he to think of Ryu as a new type? His thoughts, though, can't help but feel the gratitude that Thankfully, he's alive. However, even though Ryu had managed to win the fight and destroy the Mark V, something else had been happening outside of his periphery. The new Decides had taken the mass driver, but little to their knowledge, it wouldn't be for long. A shadow has been cast over Heir's city. Something big, something's coming, something soon. Chapter 10. Josh pursues one of the Zeta Pluses, only for his concentration to become broken as a massive explosion fills his monitor. He sees the excess fly away as the blast consumes the Mark V Gundam. How? How? No, no, no! This can't be happening! It isn't true! He's frozen. Captain Cod. He watches as the Gundams escape. Josh completely unable to do anything as he's left to grieve the loss of his commander. The message immediately makes it to Tosh, who himself has been left completely stunned by this news. Not brave. Josh himself is frozen. Tosh left to ponder everything. Josh, are you okay? Yes, I can still fight. But Tosh wasn't asking about his ability to fight. Regardless of this, Tosh bites back on his emotions. He knows Josh is strong enough to handle it. It gives him a sickly feeling, but he decides to make use of it. He's reminded of his time during the 1 Year War, how he'd been forced to use his manipulation tactics while he was trapped in a Zeon POW camp in order to escape. To him, it feels just like those times, having to make full use of the youths within his ranks for him to escape. Tosh then places full command of their troops in the hands of Josh offshore. He says it's too much of a burden, but Tosh says he has to. They've got everything under control now that they're at the spaceport. Besides, he trusts him. He can do this. And with those words, Josh finally assumes command of the battlefield, the first of the shuttles taking off, heading towards their rendezvous point with the remains of Aono's fleet. As the two cut off each other's comms, Josh mumbles to himself, "What am I supposed to do now that you're gone, Brave? What can I possibly do on my own?" Brave was a warrior, a soldier, and Tosh, well, Josh always saw him as a dreamer. But now, even though he didn't like it, now is the time for Josh to become a leader. He takes one last look at the shuttles, himself now understanding the weight placed on his shoulders. As the next stage of the battle approaches, we turn to the Heir's city streets. The fighting has resulted in over half the city being disarmed by the Federation troops, who are now attempting to breach the government headquarters. Pinefield reads a note he's received from one of his men, bloodied and wounded. It's too late. It's all too late. Ha! The Space Noids, the ones we never really got along with, are in the end the only ones who are offering to provide aid. How ironic. The messenger asks him, how should they reply, with Pinefield saying that the last thing they should be doing is asking for their help. However, after a moment to ponder, he finally comes up with something. Nothing hateful, but something. While we are grateful to Neo Zeon for offering to assist us, Heir City will unfortunately end its resistance today and will re-enter the control of the Federation government. I shall die taking responsibility. We again thank Neo Zeon for their kind intentions and hope that they will continue to support the warriors of the New Decides. He then tells his messenger that there's no need to encrypt the report, just send it directly. The young man protesting, they've been totally and utterly defeated. Let him walk out with him. But the mayor says no. No, only the elderly possess the right to die. I owe you youngsters far too much, and in order to save the reputation of this city, I must do this on my own. As for all of you, your mission is to educate the soldiers of tomorrow on the meaning of this battle and what it represents. If you are all to die, who will I have left to depend on? The mayor places a hand on the young man's shoulder, leaving the man to bow and leave Pinefield to himself. The man steps out, closing the door, but not before hearing the sliding sound of a drawer open, something metallic in the mayor's hand, only to be followed by the sound of a single gunshot as he leaves the room. The messenger walks down the halls. Wounded and civilians line the halls. A child asks his mother, "Is the Gundam coming to kill us?" The scared boy holding a toy of the RX-78 in his hands as the building rumbles. His mother unable to say anything, leaving the boy to angrily throw his toy against the wall as they cry. However, the messenger gives it back to him, the man forcing a smile as he does so. No, Gundam is a symbol of justice. It will not kill them. As he heads out, he pats the boy on the head, knowing in his heart that this was now up to him to teach the next generation of heroes. The old generation invited this war, and as the survivors, they had an obligation to bear the burden of it all. However, they would nonetheless learn from this experience, and hopefully start something new. Up in space, the Shadow, which I had mentioned, has finally arrived. A fleet of ships has come to Luna, one that has been sitting on the sidelines this entire time, but now seeing this moment as the perfect time to act. A Crimson battleship stands at the center of the formation. Deck 2, are you ready? Launch the C-types immediately. Are we launching the E-types as well? We are preparing for war, of course we are! Countless mobile suits launch into battle. Dozens, maybe even 100, all painted a bright pink. An officer stands on the ship's bridge, a recognizable face if you watch the original Gundam series. I can't believe it's really resulted to this. The ship's captain asking him, "Is it really wise to do this, Admiral Twanning? Should we recall our troops?" But Twanning says no, just wait. Recalling their own ground troops now would only hurt their morale. Besides, this is the best place to demonstrate their own combat capabilities. According to the contents of the transmission, the people of the New Decides may be still of some use to them. Additionally, there were rumors that people within their organization have been secretly assisting them. The Admiral looking down at the battlefield map, his eyes fixed on the dossier on his desk on one of their informants, Satomi. Yes, this is the Twanning, Cassilia Zabi's right-hand man from the original Gundam. After Neo-Zeon agents managed to free him from a Federation prisoner camp, he escaped to Axis, where he now acts as one of the faction's most important and influential founding members. It's amazing that someone this important is here. This man was in the room when Giran Zabi was killed by Castilia during the Battle of Abaoku. He now bears a black Neo-Zeon uniform in commemoration of his time spent within Castilia's inner circle. Over at the Mass Driver, the fighting is still intense. The New Decides hold the line as one suit launches into the lunar stratosphere one at a time. However, they've run into an issue. The Zeku's Y. It's too big. They're gonna have to send it last. The worst part is that they can't even send them up with their pilots. The G-forces from the Mass Driver are far too dangerous for humans. This only leaves the pilots to assist with loading them, only for them to depart on board the last shuttles as they get out of here. Josh himself is holding the final line of defense with his men he now commands, his troops using ambush tactics and guerrilla warfare to defend the terrain near the Mass Driver station. Surprisingly, it's been very successful. Over the course of 30 minutes, he's been able to take down 9 mobile suits on his own, not destroying them, but conserving his ammo enough to disable them. It's the only way for his mobile suit to remain effective for as long as possible as he holds this position. He manages to take a 10th one down, a Nero, after jumping out of the cliffs and blasting the suit in the legs, blowing the suit's lower half clean from its top, being forced to change positions immediately after being spotted. The remaining Federation mobile suits shooting wildly in panic as they're slowly getting picked apart as they try to press their lines. As they do, Josh can't help but feel bothered. He wanted his last fight to be something fair, an honorable battle, but it seems that this is what he's stuck with now. All the fame and glory tends to go out the window when you're this close to the wire. He feels like a coward for using these tactics to defend this place, but it's the only way to achieve the greatest amount of results with the least amount of action. He murmurs these thoughts to himself as he downs another mobile suit with another swift sneak attack. As he fights, the signal that Heir City has surrendered is finally given. However, his young cadets are too stubborn to give up. They still fight and follow Josh as he's been trying to get them as far away from the fighting as possible. And as this signal is given, Josh sees no other remaining options to stop them, and thus, he forcefully destroys their mobile suits by the legs, permanently disabling their machines and leaving Josh as the sole defender of the Mass Driver. Keep in mind, he finds no joy in stopping them, but the path these young pilots were beginning to walk was a terrible one, with Josh knowing if they'd stayed, these young men would most likely grow up into some terribly dark people in the future. He takes the blame for it, knowing that he too is also a victim of the same kind of mistakes his forebears have made. This is it. Josh is alone. Brave Cod is gone. The New Decides no longer have the allies they wanted to achieve their ambitions with. They're now escaping into the unknown. What's left of them is now uncertain and dangerous. A little while later, we turn over to Manning's. He tells Tex and Sigmund that their job is to take out the mass driver. Their forces are being picked off by ambushes and they can't get close to it. Ryu himself can't help them. He's had to stop at a nearby forward outpost to repair and rearm. As Ryu hears the orders that Manning's gives them, he can't help but snarl. Why do you keep sending us off to die? We're exhausted. Can't you give us a second to rest? But Manning says no. We can't. He gets bothered by Ryu's tone. What happened, Ryu? You used to be so arrogant. But now, after this, you've become nothing more than a cowardly mouse. You aren't the one who has to decide who sorties. You were chosen and brought here to pilot the XS Gundam. You cannot pass your position over to someone else when you feel like it. Then who's the asshole who chose me? In any case, you can't get out of this, no matter how much you'd like to. Do you even realize that while you were whining about this, even more pilots lost their lives? So whether you like it or not, you need to go. Now! Ryu hates it. He's tired beyond belief. He hates the man's orders. They're trying to work them to death. Even Tex is complaining about it as well, something that Ryu finds very surprising. Regardless, he bites back how he feels about it. Fine, I'll do it. The XS and the other two Zetas form up and make their way towards the launch site. As they draw closer, the three can look down and see them, the countless wrecks of destroyed mobile suits that are scattered all across the lunar surface. They can tell that their opponent is a strong one. They fear for whoever's still fighting down there on the surface. It's unfortunate that not all their suits can fly like theirs. The Neros and Jim 3s from both sides being scattered about, instilling nothing but dread as they fly over. But we have to put an end to this. If we don't, only more will fall victim to this fate. We need to destroy that mass driver. As Ryu slams on the thrust, we turn to Josh. He can see the three Gundams approaching on his sensors. Pah! It's them! He then turns and fires at the Gundam, with Tex managing to spot and warn Ryu just before the shot connects. As he avoids it, Ryu can hear over the comms Sigmund's cursing. Isn't that the one who shot me down last time? We can't stop. We have to push forward, Sigmund. Over with Josh, he's using every bit of power his suit has to leap back towards the mass driver, the three Gundams going past him and making a mad dash for the launch facility. Josh warning them that the three Gundams are inbound. As the Gundam draws in, every new Decide suit still on the ground immediately opens fire on the approaching mobile suits. Shoot it down! Don't let it get to the mass driver! But it's too late. The three Gundams skillfully evade all their shots, the three of them opening fire and crippling the central supports of the mass driver's launch rails. The three swinging around and blasting the structure a second time as they come around, the entire megastructure beginning to collapse as Josh makes it there just in time to see the whole thing crash down to the ground, never even being able to catch up to them. As he sees the three pull around, he can see the excess coming back. Finally, I've got you! He tries to fire a spray of energy rounds at him, but it's all in vain. The XS immediately shifts its target, no longer aiming at the mass driver. Within a split second, the XS fires. As the blast of energy connects, the shockwave knocks offshore, completely unconscious. Tex yells at Ryu. Their mission was only to destroy the mass driver, not go after their mobile suits. Why do you always do this? As this argument goes on, the mass driver finally crumbles. The remaining new Decides still left on the surface are left with no means of escape. The battle is over. Now, let's take a break, because the fighting in this part is really intense. You'd think, with the new Decides now being properly beaten in this final escape attempt, this would be the end of their story, but this isn't where Gundam Sentinel truly concludes. Oh no, we still have 3 more chapters left. Heck, this chapter isn't even done yet either, but now with the new Decides having lost most of their devoted allies, what happens to them now? Well, let's keep reading. Josh is woken up, his eyes opening to the sound of his name being called. It's strange. It feels like a long time has passed. As he awakens, he can hear him. Tosh? Hey, where am I? I can't see. Tosh calls to him. Easy, easy. You're within the clinic of a Neo Zeon flagship battlecruiser, the Guare. Neo Zeon? how did we end up here? Turns out, the moment after Josh fell unconscious in this fight with the Excess, the entire city of Heirs, the spaceport, the mass driver, the entire city was attacked by Neo Zeon. It seems that Pinefield's final request was heard, and Neo Zeon, seeing as the New Decides had just lost their only means of escape, moved in swiftly to repel the Federation forces and retrieve the last surviving soldiers of the New Decides. However, Josh, upon hearing this, is angered. The way that Tosh is framing it, the Neo Zeon forces didn't exactly make the effort to discern friend from foe, but regardless, they rescued and brought them here to this ship. Every member of their first evacuation team survived, all 40 of them, and it's all thanks to the Zeons. Josh then asks him how it was that he fell unconscious, and Tosh tells him that he's been out for a whole day. They just barely managed to rescue him before the Neo Zeon forces bombarded the entire place. He then pauses for a second. It's a little hard to tell him about what happened after. He goes on to tell Josh about the injuries he sustained. The impact from the beam blast that knocked him out also damaged his optic nerves, and it would be best to avoid opening them for the time being. Josh is startled by this revelation, but Josh tells him that the damage is only temporary, but because of it, he won't be able to participate in combat for at least an entire month. This leaves Josh freaked out. A month? Seriously? But Tosh tells him that he needs to rest for the time being. However, this leaves Josh only to stir in his own fears. A month. The New Decides might not even last for another month. He fears to admit this truth, as if he were to admit it to himself, he wouldn't be around for much longer, he feels. The chapter ends with a historical report that was written on the same day. On that same day, of March 28th of Universal Century 0088, the Heirs City conflict would shift drastically. Neo Zeon had attacked the Federation forces and made off with all the New Decides forces that were trapped on the lunar surface. All the while, the Federation forces currently engaged at Heirs were ordered by the Federation government to cease their attack. All the while, with Neo Zeon bombarding the entire city in that single massive strike, Heirs City, in its entirety, was considered lost that day. The city would never be repaired again, and those who resided within it, their lives now lost to the city's destruction. Chapter 11. On board the Neo Zeon flagship, Tosh Cray is having an argument with Twanning. Neo Zeon, with its resources and capabilities, are willing to absorb the New Decides into their ranks. However, Tosh himself isn't buying it. If Brave Cod were still alive, he would never side with them, let alone have his forces become Zeons themselves. However, Twanning himself once again reiterates that they are not like the Zeons of old. They too are a group that are dissatisfied with the current state of the Federation. But for Tosh, he doesn't see things as they do. The Neo Zeon are in direct opposition to the Federation, something they have in common. However, with the New Decides being originally allies of the Titans, a task force created for the sole purpose of eliminating Zeon remnant groups, the Titans being people that the New Decides originally admired, Tosh worries that the other members of his team would not be so willing to accept the offer that they are being presented by the Zeons. Indeed, they would receive a considerable boost in firepower, but doing so, he feels, would compromise their beliefs and values to see the Federation's integrity restored. Thus, the decision is a very difficult one: abandon their morals for military power or retain their faith towards the Earth. It takes Tosh some time, but he finally returns to his men's quarters and he finally comes to a conclusion. It seems that for this situation, he's had to look at things a little more realistically. Watching as the Zeon fleet makes its way towards Lagrange 1, their forces are planning to form up with Ayano's remnant fleet to collect the other forces of the New Decides that Ayano managed to pick up. As Tosh looks at one of the ships that's trailing alongside them, he wonders what Brave would do in this situation. But as he contemplates, his thoughts turn over to the Earth. He wonders if his old friend is still down there, doing clerical work for the Federation, or has even retired at this point and has possibly started a new life for himself. He wonders if his old friend even knows what he's doing right now. He owes that man a favor. He hopes someday he can return it. However, Unbeknownst to him, Tosh is completely unaware that one of the men tasked with pursuing him is the very man he owes this favor to, the man who saved his life in the war, Stole Manning's. Task Force Alpha has recalled all of its forces back to the Pegasus 3. The ship is now positioned out of the moon's gravity, and the XS and Zeta Pluses have returned to the ship after being forced to abandon their assault. On board the ship, the group is amazed as they can see that Shin Crypt is finally up and around. His phas may have been destroyed by the Mark V, but Shin himself isn't too bummed out by it. The suit was never configured for lunar combat, so the machine wouldn't have been much help in the invasion of the actual city. Ryu is happy to see him, but is far too tired to stick around and chat. Shin says he understands, letting Ryu go about his business, but not before shouting over to him, thanking Ryu for getting revenge for him, Ryu passing a thumbs up as he heads off to rest. And with that scene ending, 3 days pass over. March 31st, Task Force Alpha has been given a new set of orders. The Federation intercepted intel that the survivors of the new Decides had been rescued by the Neo-Zeon fleet that destroyed Heirs. Task Force Alpha's new orders are to pursue them. The Pegasus 3 is the only ship capable of catching up to them, so they're gonna have to go in alone. Ryu curses as he hears the orders from Heathrow. Assholes, another suicide mission? As Ryu grumbles, himself still groggy from his rest, he's actually interrupted by Manning's. You failed your last mission because your tactics were shit. As Ryu looks over and is stunned to see Manning's just a few feet away, as the man waits for his turn for a drink, he still grumbles. Is that all you're good at? Scaring people? He asks him. You still managed to survive in the end, so there's that. Ryu is annoyed by this though. What do you mean, still managed? I survived, and I'm a much better pilot than I was before. But Manning's can still see through this shallow attempt at self-praise that Ryu is attempting to make. You think that because you survived a couple battles, you think you're somehow experienced? Listen, until you're able to beat someone like me, you will always be a rookie. Ryu is bothered by this statement. He tries to brush him aside, however, a question still eludes him. Back on the moon, you said that I was chosen. What was that supposed to mean? Why did you choose me to be the pilot of the Gundam? The XS. It moved on its own. It was strange. Why did it do that? However, these questions also seem to confuse Manning's. The Gundam, it moved on its own? Yes! She started to move by herself. It was thanks to her that I was able to defeat the Mark V. This statement shakes Manning's, the man now deep in thought. I see. Ryu finally asks about the Gundam. Where did this thing come from? With Manning's knowing some of the information regarding the origins behind the Gundam, yet not privy enough to tell Ryu the truth, tells him that it is quite a fantastic machine, and as for his other questions, he's afraid that those things aren't really things he should be asking his superior. Manning's pivots the subject and asks Ryu how he feels about sparring with him again. He wants to test him and see how well the guy's skills have really improved since the moon. Ryu surprisingly accepts, however, on the condition that if he wins, Manning's has to tell him what the whole deal is with the Gundam. Later on the bridge, Heathrow watches as the Nero trainer and the Gundam launch from the catapults, the man being surprised how often these two have been sparring as of late. As the two machines launch though, Manning's initiates a closed laser channel to Heathrow personally. We have something to discuss. It's serious. As Heathrow tunes in, Manning's relays his concerns about the Gundam. You see, during this whole operation, Task Force Alpha has been doing a lot of work to study and test the XS for Dr. Carl. However, with the news that the Gundam has started to act up, Manning's worries that the Gundam's AI might have been compromised. He thinks that possibly Dr. Carl might have lied about it to them. But strangely, the two know a surprising amount of what the Alice system truly is. They know about the incident that led to Ryu's mother's death. The Alice AI was created in her image, and it seems that Manning's fears that the AI has begun to learn some things when it comes to Ryu. The whole reason he's actually doing this sparring match is not entirely to test Ryu's skill, but in reality is hoping to understand what the AI is truly thinking. Heathrow understands and waits for Manning's report after he returns. Whatever is happening with the AI inside the Gundam, they need to find out what and why before something happens that they wouldn't know how to deal with. We turn to the new Decides on board the Guare. Tosh Cray has assembled the entirety of all the new Decides members who remain. He has presented them with an option, either to go with Neo Zeon or leave to continue fighting their own war on the new Decides terms. Many of the officers, despite being of all various ranks and stations, are all in debate over what they should do. Tosh asks one of the officers of the assault teams, a man by the name of Fast Side, what he wants to do. The man says of course he'll stay with the new Decides. However, he's not going to stop anyone who wishes to go with Zeon in the end, with one officer saying that they shouldn't divide themselves. There's only a quarter of them left. What more can they do with such a minuscule number of troops? The men all question if they're really considering this, surrendering to the New World Order, as they all shout amongst themselves. Josh, bandaged over his eyes, brings up the dilemma he and Tosh himself have been facing. They can absolutely make use of Zeon's military power to gain them an advantage. However, if they do so, they'll be sacrificing their own code of principles in order to achieve victory over the Federation, the government they wish to reform. But as he makes this point clear, Satomi, who had been amongst the other survivors, just standing in the back of the room, is bothered by how they're treating the situation. You're still choosing to discriminate against the Zeon forces even after they rescued you? We both share a common goal and foe. What's so wrong with choosing to side with those who possess the strength we need? However, Fast Side, still seeing as Tosh is the highest ranking member of their group, says that it's pointless to discuss this matter anymore. If you agree to make the final decision, we'll follow you, Tosh. The group all looks towards him. He finally tells them what they've all been dreading. I understand everyone's desires, and with that, I hereby announce that from this day forward, the new Decides will forever be disbanded. I will not stop any of you from joining with the Zeon any more than I will stop any of you from staying with me. If this be our fate, then let us say goodbye without any regrets. The crew gets angered, but eventually they all turn silent. A few of the new Decides officers salute as they choose to leave the mess hall, some of them coming to the decision to stay and others to the decision to leave. Satomi thanking those who leave as they go. Tosh then thanks Satomi for everything he's done. After everything he did to get so many people to join them, he never would have imagined that all of this was orchestrated by a man from Zeon. Satomi is grateful. However, he never tried to conceal that fact from him in reality. He's just happy to have lent it his services. However, he himself still has a mission of his own he must complete. The Zeon homeland must be liberated, with Tosh personally thanking the man, knowing that even though they are divided into two different camps, they share a common status as brothers in arms. Tosh hoping that the man does his best to achieve his goal. As the two give each other a handshake, later it's revealed that over 2/3 of the forces that remained decided to stay with Tosh, about 28 men in total. Tosh may have lower expectations for their own destiny, but he is not disheartened by this number. He tells them to listen up. From this point on, the path we will be walking will be a difficult road. So let's take a gamble and see just how much 28 men can truly do on their own. Pause. I really like this scene. Tosh Cray, despite being presented with the opportunity of gaining more strength to continue their fight, knowing that accepting it would break their code, ends up denying it. The new Decides, despite being reduced to a mere less than 30 members, are choosing to fight for their beliefs rather than for the desire to win. It just makes me feel sad that this faction has the fate that it does in this book. The new Decides throughout the story have been playing a very interesting and unique middle ground, one that the UC timeline has never truly explored, and unfortunately, from how this story ends, we soon learn why it is that such a middle ground doesn't exist between the two sides of Earth and space. In the UC timeline, there's only one of two paths a person can truly take, the one of Earth or the one of space. However, the new Decides have shown us that there is a tiny little gray area that exists between them, one that this world unfortunately doesn't have the capability to accept. It's definitely one of the more tragic aspects of Gundam Sentinel, and I think it's one of the best reasons why this story needs this kind of analysis. It's really a very important dilemma to give fans of the UC, as it's so familiar, yet so different from the two core beliefs. Anyways, that was my little note on things. Let's carry on. Over with Ryu Roots and the S Gundam, he and Mannings are engaging in a duel. Ryu attempts to sneak up on the Nero trainer, firing his paintball gun as the grunt suit evades his attacks with ease, Ryu cursing as he gives chase. Mannings criticizes his tactics. All of your attacks are ripped straight out of the basic manual. In real combat, you have to be more unexpected with your opponents. The man still calling him a rookie as he questions how on earth it was possible that he managed to survive the whole battle on the moon with this kind of battle approach this entire time. Mannings then turns around and sets his IMPC, the data for his Nero being set to mimic the very maneuvers the Mark V had made during the final battle. The young pilot being caught off guard as he spots the approach that reminds him of that previous fight. The Nero disappears from sight. Ryu asks in his head, "Why? Why must you have me recall the horrors of that fight?" Despite Ryu's feelings towards this attack, Ryu clenches his teeth. He's not going to be afraid this time. The Nero dekes below Ryu, firing a stream of paintballs that send Ryu to evade downwards, firing a stream of rounds that manage to hit Mannings as Ryu manages to get below him. Mannings is impressed, seems he really has improved. The young pilot has bested him 2 out of 3. He reminds him not to forget that real battles aren't this easy. Ryu then reminds Mannings of the promise he'd made. Mannings himself now knowing that Ryu is in fact the one who is truly in control of this Gundam, despite the worries he had had before. The fight that the two had engaged in was far too different from the one that Ryu had had in the Mark V. He wonders if it was really enough to fully awaken the AI, but from what he was told, the AI hadn't been fully completed when it came into its cognitive development. He wonders that perhaps the reason the AI stepped in the first place was a simple defensive action in order to protect the pilot. Now, for those who are wondering, Mannings knows a lot more about the Alice system than he lets on. He fears the outcome if Ryu were to find out about the AI's true nature, and he worries that Ryu might reject his purpose within the project. He relates it to somewhat of a love relationship. If Ryu were to find out that Alice's actions are done as a way of developing her cognitive independence and her overall true existence, Ryu might damage all of the progress the AI has made in order to achieve that development. With Mannings knowing that if he tells Ryu the truth, this effort would all be for nothing, he finally, in the end, decides to lie to him. He tells Ryu that he seems to be relying on whatever new type gifts he possesses to win. If he keeps fighting with his heart, his shortcomings are bound to make themselves known. Despite his victory, he still hasn't truly beaten him. Ryu, from this notion, gets annoyed. He made him a promise and he's not fulfilling his end of it. With Mannings hearing this and brushing him off, the man saying that despite he's won their match, he'd be KIA'd in a real fight. Ryu is incredibly bothered. "You old people are always lying, always making excuses." He tells Mannings to watch out next time. If he doesn't, he's gunning for him from behind. With Mannings in the end stating that it doesn't really pay to be too honest, Ryu, and if you decide to shoot me in the back someday, then you'd better give me your best shot. The conversation ends with Ryu saying that he will. Maybe not this time, with him making note that there's no ammo left in his gun, but next time, they'll definitely decide who's the better pilot. We then turn over to the Zeon crew on the bridge of the Guare. The fleet has arrived at their rendezvous point at Lagrange 1 as planned. Tosh and his men leaving the ship and departing for the Bull Run, which has arrived to meet him and pick them up. The Bull Run itself is in a terrible state. Damaged, battered, and broken. Out of the entire fleet that fought alongside it, now only a single ship remains to its side as an escort. The entire force commanded by ANO being entirely decimated by the main Federation fleet that assembled at the moon to destroy them. With Tosh and his 28 men departing and saying goodbye, 12 members of the new Decides decide to stay behind and actually remain with the Neo-Zeon forces, Satomi included. Once on board, Tosh is taken to the bridge of the ship. Out of all the suits that managed to make it through to Ayano, only 5 remain combat ready. The rest were damaged to the point of near scrap. It seems that the orbital retrieval nets used to slow their exit velocity after being launched by the mass driver damaged the remainder of their suits as soon as they made contact with it. Ayano himself apologizes for everything. If this fleet hadn't have sustained the losses it had, maybe they would have been able to buy the new decides enough time to send their machines up into space a little more safely. He then says that he never really expected that they'd send one of his own children to defeat him. Tosh is confused by this statement, though, knowing that Ayano's own actual son was killed in the fleet battle earlier. However, what Ayano truly means in this context is one of his proteges. The man feels the weight of being outplayed by someone of such high skill, but also of such youth. As the two look out of the bridge window, an officer relays a message. Admiral Twanning wishes to speak with them, with the captain patching them through to the monitor. Twanning says that now is unfortunately the time for them to part ways. Neo Zeon still has more preparations to make before they begin their campaign towards the Earth. However, Twanning himself is leaving them with a gift. One of the Neo Zeon's Musai cruisers to support their fleet for the time being, as well as something else, a mobile armor. Tosh and the captain can see the Musai approaching from the ship's side, towing a massive cylindrical-shaped object from its rear. Tosh had actually seen it before, mistaking it for an HLV, but he wasn't really sure what it actually was. The thing is massive, nearly the size of a small cruiser, the thing spanning nearly 200 meters in length. Twanning says that they call her the Zodiac. She's only a prototype, however she's been fully equipped for battle. The Musai possesses all of the data on it, and as he leaves, he hopes that one day the two of their sides can someday reunite. Tosh thanks him, the two sides saluting as they part. As the comms link is severed, one of the officers asks Twanning, "Why did you give them that mobile armor? Is it defective in some way?" The old man smirking. Of course it's defective, but with them having the capabilities they possess right now, it would stand to reason that they can tolerate having a machine with a few bugs in it. He reminds them that at the end of the day, they are just simply a renegade group of Federation soldiers on the run. It'd be too much effort to give them such unnecessary weapons and aid. The only thing that Twanning actually really regrets is the fact that they gave them one of their Musai cruisers to help them tow the mobile armor around. Back with Tosh, he goes over what they have left. 28 men, 5 mobile suits, a crippled battleship with a single escort, an untested mobile armor, and a dilapidated one-year war-era cruiser to tow it around. As he sits in his new crew quarters and uses the ship's terminal, spending a long time looking at the available star maps, finally, as he switches to a view of the Earth and its low orbit, he spots something that catches his eye: the Penta Orbital Relay Station. On a whim, he searches up the data on its current combat strength. Keep in mind that throughout all of this chaos, the Bull Run, despite being commanded by traitors at this point, is still in fact linked to the Federation General Data Network. As he looks at the data, he sees a factor that immediately catches his eye. Every ship that was stationed at Penta was sent to the moon to stop them. The station is completely undefended. He then pulls up the general network and he looks up the current schedule for all Federation government events down on the planet. He sees a date. The date for the next Federation legislative meeting in Dakar. An idea begins to cook inside his head. This is it. The plan he makes takes an entire day to prepare and draft up the plans for. He finally brings it before the others. The details of this operational plan are roughly as follows. Because the Penta-Orbital Relay Station is lightly guarded, a surprise attack can easily subdue it. Once we gain control of a space shuttle capable of descending to Earth, the mobile suits and their pilots will immediately descend on Dakar and gain control of the Federation Legislative Assembly currently in session. On the other end, their new mobile armor, the Zodiac, will remain in orbit on combat alert to defend against any Federation forces that may rush in to provide reinforcements to the disabled station. Finally, they will use the mobile armor to carry out a precision strike on Dakar. The mobile armor they've been given is capable of entering the atmosphere. If used correctly, the massive machine could in effect be used as a miniature colony drop on the city's headquarters. This is it. The new decides have their final mission in place. The decision to follow Tosh is unanimous. Tosh knows that this battle will definitely end badly, but by doing so, will finally show the Federation and those corrupt politicians within it what the new Decide's true ideals are. The mobile armor needs 2 crew members. Tosh, Cray, and Fast Side agree to be the ones to command it. As a finishing touch, the lowly Musai cruiser, the one they were gifted by Twanning, is given a new name, one truly befitting of its purpose. They call it the Brave. And with that announcement, the new Decides enter into their final battle. Their target is Penta. Chapter 12. Task Force Alpha. The team had been pursuing the new Decides and Aono's forces towards Lagrange 1. However, after observing that their forces had parted ways, their fleet was now approached by the Neo-Zeon fleet, with several Gaza-type mobile suits firing warning shots at the Pegasus 3 in the process. On board the ship, the crew have been ordered only to engage if the enemy actually decide to attack them. Due to the current precariousness of the rising conflict between the Federation and Neo-Zeon, if they chose to engage them, it will be seen by all as a declaration of war. Thus, for now, the Pegasus 3's crew's only option at the moment is to just try to avoid the Neo-Zeon forces for the time being. This job is seen by all of them as extremely difficult, mainly because dozens of Gazas are still buzzing around their ship like a swarm of bees. Over in the ship's mess hall, Ryu, Crypt, and Tex tensely eat their lunches as they feel the shockwaves as the Gazas zip by the ship. Can they just stop bothering us? Do you want a battle to break out right now? This is the military, Ryu. You just gotta deal with it, says Tex. Ryu himself, though, is annoyed. All you guys ever talk about is the military. Who's the dumbass who came up with the idea that just because we're here means that we gotta deal with all this shit? Ryu doesn't like this, you see. To Ryu, just like how he was in the beginning, still believes that once he's learned everything he needs to learn from the military, he can just get up and walk away. Despite that, the only thing he actually now feels uncertain about is the fact that he isn't sure if it was good or bad luck that he was chosen to pilot a mobile suit. He was sent out there to kill people, and he asks Tex if he feels the same. He must have spent a lot of time killing when he fought in Karaba. He's got to be an expert on this kind of stuff. But Tex's reaction is simply a face of frustration, with Crypt interrupting him, seeing as a possible fight might break out between the two of them. Ryu, weren't you always the one to say that you always wanted to go out into battle so that you could test your skills? Yeah, but back then, I didn't know what it would be like to kill somebody. I was naive. I thought war would be something cool back then, something easy. But now I don't know. Crypt says to him, though, that he's a killer, just like the rest of them now. Tex and Crypt don't kill people because they like to, they do it because they're forced to. As he sits down and eats his food, Ryu then asks about Sigmund. Where did he go? Tex says that he's actually down in the simulator right now. Ever since he got shot down on the moon, he's been down there non-stop trying to better his flying skills. Ryu says he's touched by the sentiment. He did try his best on the lunar surface. It was too bad that he was shot down when they were so close to winning. Crypt then asks Tex a question. How is it that you're able to withhold your temper for this long? How is it that you're able to never get as angry as you can with Ryu? But Tex says no. What Ryu said was right. Tex doesn't have a right to be angry with Ryu. To Tex, his beliefs on things are his own, just as Ryu's are his. Tex knows that this is the foundation of all things, the minority and the majority. However, he also knows that this is the very essence of war, the reason everyone fights. Ideologies viewed through the eyes of those with more power will always never seek to understand the thoughts of those who don't have that power and are beneath them. Hence the lesson that Sentinel teaches us, the reader, why the philosophy of the new Decides won't succeed. The Universal Century has 2 distinct philosophies, the one of Earth and the one of space, the two always remaining in such strong contention with one another. Because of this strong hatred these two very opposing ideologies have for one another, there is very little ground for views held in the middle of this conflict to truly be held on their own. This is why the new Decides are viewed by both sides as such an alien threat in their respective eyes. The fact the new Decides desire to defend the Earth, but also wish to see space be independent, goes against everything that both of these sides see. It's tragic. I've had a few people ask me before, and I'm gonna elaborate it much later in this video. I've been asked a question by many of you viewers. Are the new decides the ideological precursors to Bijan Dargle's Manhunters? And I can see why some people would think that. However, it's not entirely true. You see, the Manhunters and their philosophy were born out of human nihilism towards the new type myth of Zeon Daikun. Seeing nothing change for over 200 years, with the Zeon beliefs being constantly ground into the dirt, created a sense of nihilism towards the future that Daikun proposed, and seeded the destructive desire to see humanity destructively return to the Earth. But the new decides are, in fact, essentially what Zeonism is at its core. In fact, judging by the principles alone, the new decides are probably the closest thing that resembles the original Zeon beliefs created by Daikun at the beginning of the UC timeline. The tragic thing is that it's coming from people who were once part of the Federation. That is why the Zeons supported them in their coalition idea, but also despised the fact that they also wanted to see the Earth protected. Remember, Zeon themselves have had their ideology shifted and molded into something else by the Zabbies, so seeing something that is akin to Zeonism, but also supports the authority of the Federation, is seen to them as a threat. If the new decides had been a larger movement like Bijan Dargle's Manhunter Revolt, I think they probably would have won in the end. However, just as Tex says in this scene, the new decides themselves are a part of that very small minority. Hence the tragedy of such a movement like theirs falling so hard when shown up against the bigger factions known within the UC. Now, I just wanted to talk about the new decides for a moment. They're a very interesting faction, and that one within the UC we will probably never see the likes of again. And for lasting only a single novel, they make an extremely compelling force. I will elaborate more on this subject towards the end of the video. Now, let's get back into the recap. Crypt gets confused about what Tex is saying. He really can't understand all these big ideas. He wonders if Ryu feels the same about what Tex is saying. Tex isn't sure though. The guy only ever really seems to act on instinct. Crypt wonders if Ryu really is a new type after all, but Tex says no, he's not really. He's just a free spirit. A person like him just can't stand being bossed around by those of authority. In Tex and in Crypt's eyes, they both can agree that they can see Ryu for what he really is, a parentless orphan. We turn back to Tosh. He's sitting inside the Zodiac, watching from its control room as the timer counts down, their ships arriving within view of the Penta orbital station. At the station, only 3 ships remain at the starport, a trio of shuttles, ones that Tosh hopes that they can get to use to get their forces to the ground. The ships and mobile armor approach, falsifying their IFF codes in order to fool the control tower into thinking that they're an advanced team from the Federation's main fleet. Come back to Penta in order to maintain its security. As for the 5 remaining mobile suits, they've been temporarily concealed inside fake asteroids so that the station can't detect them. As they get close enough, their timers reach 0. It's time. The 5 mobile suits break free. Each of the mobile suits designated to provide temporary guard over one of the station's 5 extending branches. The 3 vessels increasing their speed as they race towards the station. As they race in, the mobile armor transforms. Within its frame, 2 massive battleship-class megaparticle cannons reveal themselves, holding the station's control tower at gunpoint and forcing them to allow the 3 vessels to board. Once docked, the remaining members of the new decides, now donning black combat gear, storm the station, with Cray broadcasting from the Zodiac their demands. "We, the new decides, have come to exact justice. We have come to take control of this station. We have a mobile armor and mobile suits positioned outside. If you resist us, we will not hesitate to to destroy this entire station. Surrender now, and you will not be harmed. If anyone does not comply, we will not hesitate to kill them. As Cray relays this message, his co-pilot, Fast Side, says that this situation reminds him of the revolt at Pezun. However, Tosh himself can't help but be reminded that he possessed more men in that situation. However, he can't escape the thought that this does in fact remind him of that day. Over the course of 2 hours, the new Decides managed to take full control of the station. The military police officers stationed on the base are the last ones left to resist. However, without the supplies needed to truly hold the station, they soon give up to the new Decide's demands. Tosh manages to board the station, with the Zodiac and the mobile suits docked in the central port. Cray is amazed as he witnesses his men manage to take control of this place so quickly, despite their numbers. He asks one of his men about the status of the shuttles, the man saying that not a single one of them was damaged. They're going to start loading their supplies first. Due to the fact that the station was taken so quickly, the Federation likely has little idea about what's actually going on. We cut to Task Force Alpha, and it's been a few hours since the Neo-Zeon forces arrived and began to pester their ship. With the entire crew on the edge of their seats for this entire time, Heathrow finally gives the order, seeing as now is the best time to try and make a break for it, now that their mobile suits have managed to thin out. Get us out of here! Have one of our mobile suit squadrons on combat alert if they attempt to try something. One of his officers worries that making such a drastic move would cause conflict to break out between them, but Heathrow knows the risks. But from what he knows, these Neo-Zeons aren't going to risk fighting either. He says he'll take full responsibility if something were to occur. Down in the hangar bay, the ship's alarms blare. The S-Gundam has been separated into its 3 fighter components. It's the only machine fit for combat at the moment, and the 3 fighters will be essential to the ship's survival going forward. Ryu takes control of the unit's core fighter. Crypt is inside the G-Attacker, the unit's top half, with Tex piloting the G-Bomber, the unit's lower leg section. Luckily, Ryu had test-piloted fighters before doing mobile suits in his career. He knows this little core fighter will handle much better than his old Wyvern. As Ryu gives the signal, the 3 men launch to provide escort to the ship. As they do so, Crypt is bothered. He wishes that at least one of the Neros were capable of helping them, but it's too bad that they're all still being fixed at the moment. They spot them from below and see a squadron of Gaza Seas pursuing the Pegasus 3, with the squadron leader spotting the 3 fighters as they take off, the stubby transformable mobile suits flying into attack formation as they approach the ship. Seeing them line up, ready to take a couple of pot shots at the ship, Ryu signals Tex and Shin, "Let's intimidate these guys." The 3 fighters race in towards them, the leader of the Gaza Seas somewhat seeing their formation for what it's attempting to be, a simple scare tactic. But it looks like they just made themselves targets for a training exercise they could do. As the leader laughs, the 3 fighters blast in at top speed right through their formation. Do they seriously want to fight? Are they insane? Ryu's fighter lines up in front of their formation, the young man doing a barrel roll as he distracts the Gazas as the 2 larger fighters take aim from the rear. One of the Gaza pilots panics. "He's got a lock on me! Seriously? Has the Federation declared war?" He orders his men to scatter, all of the Gaza Sea mobile suits turning around and zipping back to their mothership out of fear. The 3 pilots and their fighters laughing as the Zeon pilots run with their tails between their legs. Manning sends them a message, congratulating them. With a boost of the thrusters, the Pegasus 3 launches into the void, finally leaving the Neo-Zeon's territory. As the fighters return to the ship, Mannings is brought to the captain's quarters, the captain calling him in to tell him something bad. 6 hours ago, the new Decides stormed Penta. He warily steps to the side, placing a record onto his old record player, and lets the track begin to play as it fills the room. A cover of Somewhere Over the Rainbow from The Wizard of Oz. So that's why the Neo-Zeon were pestering us. They were trying to distract us. Mannings asks what they could possibly want with the station now that it's been abandoned. Heathrow says that he has an idea, one he's unsure of, but with what Mannings said about Tosh Cray, they do possess a brilliant mind amongst their ranks. If he is still alive, the new Decides might have come up with some kind of plan that the Federation has no idea about. So that's it. Neo-Zeon tried to hinder our pursuit. With that in mind, it was most likely a means to have the 2 groups split up. As long as Tosh Cray is alive, they'd never join with the Neo-Zeons themselves. And you're confident about that. I know it. From my personal experiences, I know he would never do it. With the two knowing that the Federation will definitely send orders to recapture the station, Heathrow asks about their current status. What do we do in terms of mobile suits? Pulling up his datapad, Manning shows him the Zeta Pluses and the fact that they can be launched along with the Excess. However, the Neros will need much more time. The actual only usable unit at the moment is Manning's own Nero trainer that they've been keeping in reserve. Heathrow himself says that these numbers are completely unusable. Manning's new task will have to be reorganizing what fighting force they still have. However, luckily, Manning's has already been making the arrangements. He's having Ryu remain with the Excess core fighter, with Tex and Crypt remaining as his backups. As for the two Zetas, Sigmund Shade will remain as the pilot of one, and the other will be given to Chung Young of the Nero strike team, while his own mobile suit is still undergoing repairs. Heathrow then jokingly asks about the last Nero, the trainer type. Isn't he capable of operating it? But as the two jokingly reminisce, Manning's thinks back, and us the reader are finally presented with one of the biggest mysteries that Sentinel has been waiting to tell us. What happened between Manning's and Tosh to have caused this big of a rift. We are shown this memory, though, in the form of a dream. It's Universal Century 0079, December, the Battle of Abawaku. 3 Zakus fire their rifles as they charge towards Tosh, one shot slamming into his GM's leg, severing it and splitting it in half. But Tosh looks down at his suit. Strangely, though, he can't see his GM's leg, nor his mobile suit. Rather, the one that's actually lost his leg is Tosh. He's in pain. He can barely make a sound from the shock of it all. He looks back. He's lost sight of his mothership. He's lost. He blinks. A swarm of Zakus surge around him like a horde of angry demons, mocking him as he floats powerlessly into the void. And as the demons they appear to be, just like death, they draw scythes that slash and tear away at Tosh's body. Once again, helpless and unable to cry out for help. As the darkness nearly takes him, he sees something. Another mobile suit, white, missing a leg just like his own, Stole. As he calls out his name, Tosh finally awakens from this nightmare. Inside his bunk within the mobile armor, his thrashing woke up Side from his bed across the room. Tosh tells Side that it's nothing, he just didn't sleep too well, but Fast asks him if he's really okay. They're going into battle soon, but Tosh brushes him off. What time is it? It's April 4th, it's 5 a.m. He's slept for 6 hours. The next phase of their mission is about to begin in 3 more. Tosh then quickly gets out of his bed that's been stretched along the wall. Captain, you're in dire need of rest. We need you for this. Our mission is to escort the landing team. We have everything set. You can relax for the time being. But Tosh refuses. He'd rather spend his remaining time studying the controls of the Zodiac. Side manages to leave with him, the two entering their respective control rooms within the mobile armor. One located on top and one located at the bottom. Their checks are made. The Zodiac mobile armor is equipped with a pseudo-Psychomu device, housed in a large compartment within the machine's frame, the space being large enough to hold extra storage, upon which Tosh has managed to stow one of Penta's massive defensive missiles. They don't intend to fire it, as the mobile armor has no method of doing so. However, the added payload of ordnance will ensure the destruction of their intended target, the EFF command office in the Federation capital of Dakar. By destroying this building with the mobile armor's payload, they'll cut off all military support to the capital city, upon which they'll cut off military support to the entire capital building, upon which they intend to occupy. Tosh asks Fast how his controls are, with the man offering that they take another test flight. However, Tosh says it's fine. It'd be better to save the fuel. They soon have the Musai begin its linkage procedures, attempting to connect to the ship as it begins to jet away. We turn to Task Force Alpha. The Pegasus has arrived within observational view of the station. Heathrow has ordered the usage of drones and surveillance equipment to monitor the station. The Federation, as of the hour, has requested that they provide reconnaissance on the station, the new decide strength, the station's status, everything. They received the images, 2 large ships. From the blurry images, the largest one is most likely the Bull Run. It was the only ship unaccounted for from the Battle of Heirs. Heathrow asks about the shuttles. There's 3 from the station that they could see on their feed. Are they intending to send their forces to Earth? They can't seem to send their battleships as they're too badly damaged. Should they send their mobile suits to deal the final blow to them? Mannings offers that he send the pilots out. Judging by the shuttles, they aren't using them to transport their captives. Most likely they're being filled with weapons and equipment as they speak. They can attack the shuttles and cut them off. He knows his men are all getting restless. He knows the best chance right now is to attack them. Heathrow gives his men half an hour to prepare. We turn over to the hangar, and the 5 pilots are ready to launch. The 2 halves of the S Gundam launching into space along with the core fighter, along with the 2 Zeta Pluses following behind. Listen carefully. This battle will be the decisive one, so don't screw it up. As soon as the timer hits 0, Ryu shouts to them all, "Let's go!" The 5 fighters blasting into the void as Task Force Alpha, in its entirety, launches towards their final battle, with Ryu Roots and his core fighter leading the charge. Chapter 13. The Musai spots them. "Enemy ship! 3 o'clock!" Cray is stunned. He didn't expect anyone to show up for a while. He demands they do a scan of the vessel. It's an Argama class. Tosh knows this ship. It's them. The freaks who've been chasing them this whole time. He's not surprised that this ship has been tasked with leading the pursuit of them. However, the officers of the Musai point out that it's only one ship. Tosh wonders if it's a scout team. He orders his men to begin their shuttle launches immediately. As he does so, Fast cuts in. "Speaking of freaks, we've got one of our own." Tosh blames the situation on their bad luck. This is what they get for pulling a test flight during a major operation. Fast asks if they should engage, and Tosh gives the order for the Musai to release its tow cables and leave. Within a few seconds, the Zodiac detaches from the Musai and jets off into the approaching battle. Tosh can see them. "Launch the shuttles immediately!" However, there's an issue. The shuttles need to have a major fuel recalculation before launching and entering the atmosphere. Tosh yells at them as he finds this out. "The enemy is not going to wait for you! Go!" As Tosh resumes his control of the Zodiac, he orders that the Bull Run and Senkyu cruisers launch from the starport at once and have the mobile suit maintenance teams on board the shuttles switch to combat alert. As the battle outside begins, we actually turn to the inside of the station, and it seems that through sheer force of willpower, Josh Offshore has managed to remove his bandages and is trying to see what's happening outside. The light is blinding him and his nerves are shot, but he has to see what's happening. He can see the vague silhouettes of New Decide's crew members running around as they prepare the station for battle with what manpower they still have. As he stumbles through the corridors towards the shuttle bay, Josh feels around the walls for something he could use. "I'm not going to be useless." As he grabs hold of a faintly red box, he breaks the glass cover and draws what's inside, a plastic riot control service gun. He stows it in his pocket as he boards the shuttle, not knowing when he'll need it, but also not telling anyone that he's boarding. Over on the Pegasus 3, the bridge crew can detect a massive object flying towards them. Heathrow asks what it is, but the crew are baffled as the scans bring it up. It's huge! Nearly the size of a battleship, and it's accelerating rapidly. Heathrow already makes the assumption that it's possibly a mobile armor, but the fact that this thing is so massive is utterly absurd. The thing is moving fast. Tosh has already factored in the possibility of the Pegasus trying to evade and begins to bolt towards it at maximum speed. The thing is directly accelerating down the middle of the ship's firing line. As they prepare to engage, the Zodiac finally draws its weapons. The pair of colossal beam cannons are revealed from within its frame. Tosh carefully lines up the sights and pulls the trigger. 2 blinding and massive streams of beam plasma tear towards the Pegasus, the beams slamming into the underbelly of the ship. Heathrow and the entire crew of the ship are thrown from their seats from the massive shockwave. "All sections, damage report!" Heathrow floats back to his seat, spotting the massive mobile armor speed past the bridge as it rockets away from them. Heathrow barely able to get a proper visual of the mobile armor as it flies off. As Heathrow puts on his seatbelt, the Pegasus 3's emergency blast shields slide over the windows of the ship's bridge. All hands, level 1 battle stations, all crew members put on normal suits. As he gives these orders, they switch to the Pegasus 3's internal combat bridge mode, the seats sliding downward and the ship's bridge spire recoiling into the core of the vessel. As Manning struggles to get to his feet, with his prosthetic straining him from the ship as it shakes violently, he comes to a decision. The Nero trainer. It's safer in the pilot's seat than it is standing in this locker room. Ryu receives the notification. The ship was hit. Crypt curses Heathrow. The guy's a graduated officer of the military academy, and he brought us into another trap? Tex worries that maybe they should go back to the ship, but Chung interrupts them. How can we go back? Continue with the mission. If we take down the station, the enemy will have no choice to give up. Ryu agrees. He's reminded of what Manning said to them. This will be a decisive battle. The team spots the 2 warships near the station, but the 2 ships are too far split apart. They can't seriously have to split up their forces. Heathrow receives the damage report. The Pegasus 3's starboard engine was completely destroyed by the enemy mobile armor. What? That's insane! That mobile armor has more power than a battleship! But as he sits in awe of the mobile armor's strength, one of the bridge officers cries out, "Sir, we've got an unauthorized launch from the catapult deck!" Heathrow asks who it could be. One of the Nero pilots? However, none of their units are still flyable. His question is answered when he sees the pilot's face on the monitor. Manning's? Manning says he's heading out. Heathrow is baffled though. That Nero is just a trainer type. But Manning's interjects. Didn't you say yesterday that I might have to sortie? But that was a joke! But Manning says no. Even though it was a joke, it doesn't change the current facts. His Nero is the only usable mobile suit they can use to defend the ship. He then says to him that it's been an honor. Heathrow tries to stop him, but the catapult launches automatically. Manning's not listening to Heathrow's orders as he heads out into space to hold the line. Over with Tosh and Fast, they're having difficulties controlling the mobile armor. The sheer size of it makes it incredibly hard to steer, the unit trying to bank as hard as it can to try and attack the ship from the rear with another strafing run. Tosh then brings up one other thing they can use to deal the finishing blow to the ship. However, only as long as Fast is willing to attempt it, but he's one step ahead of him. Let's do it! The massive mobile armor accelerating as it blasts off towards the ship for another passing attack run. As they approach, Fast can see the mobile suit on the monitor coming straight for them. Enemy mobile suit inbound! How many? Just one, but the damn thing is flying around insanely fast. It's dancing all over the place. Tosh can see it now. The thing is taking an extremely complicated course to reach them. Over with Manning's, he can see on his monitor the massive mobile armor as it approaches. It's huge, like a spire from a cathedral, but it's surprisingly agile for its massive size. As the thing flies, he can start to see how fast this thing is actually going. It's stupid fast, his eyes catching the glint of the Zodiac's Xeon emblems as it races around. Manning's eyes widening as he spots it. Xeon. Could Tosh have seriously allied himself with them? He draws his rifle and fires a burst of rapid-fire beam shots. 5 beams, striking the massive machine as it jets by. I won't let you near our ship! He spots the damage, and the thing has barely got a scratch on it. It's still heading for the carrier. He increases its thrusters, the Nero flying in pursuit of the mobile armor. Tosh, if it's really you piloting that thing, please stop! But the Zodiac doesn't hear his cries, the mobile armor re-engaging its twin beam cannons. Shit! Manning sees no other options. He blasts at maximum speed towards the front of the mobile armor, flying directly in front of its firing line. Fast curses out. That freaking insect! Should we take it out? But Tosh stays his hand. He's no threat with a suit like that. Don't waste your power on taking him out. The man steering the Zodiac so it can evade the Pegasus's defensive batteries. Over with Ryu, the squadron of fighters approaches the 2 cruisers. But before Ryu can pull the missile trigger, the Bull Run deploys a signal flare. A surrender flare. Ryu is dumbfounded. They're surrendering? Tex is baffled as well. Are they serious? Ryu doesn't believe it though. What if it's a trap to take them out once they get in close? But Tex makes note that the ships have already aimed their guns upward and have sealed their missile ports, a classic sign of real-world warships choosing to surrender. Chung interrupts them. Me and Sigmund will rush the station. The more mobile suits we have at the station, the better. But Ryu is angered by this proposed plan. Bastard, I'm in charge here! Chung, though, doesn't listen. You'll be sorry if you don't follow my advice, Ryu. Sigmund, follow me! As the groups head off to their respective objectives, the station, and the formation of ships, we cut back to the Zodiac. The Pegasus III fires a defensive barrage of anti-air fire at the mobile armor. Before the machine can try to sink the ship with its twin cannons, the missiles and beam rounds manage to veer the mobile armor off its course, the two energy beams missing just by a hair. Fast is bothered. Damn it! They missed! He asks Tosh to cut down the recharge time on the cannon, increasing the energy output of the machine, with Tosh giving him the permission to do so, the Zodiac steering away as it commences another attack run. As it turns itself around, the two can see the Nero still giving chase, the tiny little mobile suit speeding its way towards them. Tosh is finally bothered by it. That damn little grunt! It's still trying to fight them. He frustratingly orders Fast to go take it out. As the Nero spots the beam charge, Stoll tries to make an emergency evasion, but it comes too late. The Zodiac's beam weaponry absorbing and vaporizing the Nero's right leg. As the light fades, Tosh can see what happened to the Nero. The image of the mobile suit losing its leg sends memories into Tosh's mind. Terrible images, memories, nightmares, the war. Stoll, could it be? Fast tries to get Tosh to fire again, only for him to pull the trigger for him because he can't bring himself to do it. No, stop! The Zodiac fires again, the images of his friend playing through his mind. The Nero, Mannings, dies. The last emotion he ever feels as the light takes him being disappointment, as he couldn't see the mission through to the end. Heathrow is frozen. Sir, we've lost contact with Mannings' suit. The man remembering the things he said, the captain of the ship remembering the things he said, how important this final battle would be. This leaves Heathrow to question, who's going to be the one that finally stops fighting first? Impossible. Mannings, he's gone. We turn to Ryu and the other members of his fighter team. In order to confirm the surrender of the Bull Run, they had to dock their fighters with the ship's bridge. As Ryu confirms their surrender, he receives the message over his comms. The news breaks him. He slams his body against the wall, sliding to the floor in a heap. The crew of the ship watching as the young man mutters to himself in misery. Bastard, you never wanted to settle things, huh? You really are a horrible person. Now I'll never be able to beat you. He looks up, standing above him, Commander Aono. Ryu is furious, on the verge of taking his weapon and raising it to the captives. But before he can pull the trigger, Tex rushes him, pinning him to the floor before he can lash out and kill the bridge crew of the ship. What are you doing? Let me go! I'm gonna kill him! No, Ryu, stop. Killing him won't make things better. It's over. He surrendered. Then who attacked our ship? He's the Admiral, isn't he? Isn't he the one in charge of all this? But Tex tries to calm him. It wasn't him. It was the New Decides. They attacked our ship. What kind of argument is that? He sided with them, didn't he? Aren't all these people supposed to be our enemies? As Ryu lashes and yells out, Tex orders Shin to take care of him. The young man yelling and shouting at Crypt as Tex talks with the Admiral, demanding answers for the Admiral's surrender. It's true. Commander Ayano wishes to surrender, gives him instructions, and the Admiral willingly complies. The gun batteries on board the Bull Run and its last escort cruisers are finally self-destructed, the ships no longer possessing any capability to fight. Ayano finally surrendering and ending the last line of support for the New Decides once and for all. The Admiral asks about Ryu, though. He takes it a comrade of theirs died in battle. Tex says yes, he was their instructor. The Admiral is saddened. He himself lost a lot of able-bodied men in these last few battles. Among those who fought alongside him, even his own son died when his own cruiser was sunk. He'd probably be a mid-ranking officer by now, Ayano being the man who had personally instructed him as well, just as Heathrow. Ayano looks out the window, and I quote, "The true objective of this battle was to force the Federation government to change its ways, but in order to achieve that, sacrifice was inevitable. In today's society, which places so much emphasis on the minority following the majority, those with differing opinions are discriminated against. Eventually, this will only lead to destruction. However, before that destruction arrives, if fresh blood can be exchanged for the attention of the majority, then that sacrifice will be deemed extremely worthy. Mayor Kaiser Pinefield shared these thoughts as well. Tex listens, however, with the man putting a fist to his chin. Tex thinks. The man came from a different background, if you recall. Originally, he fought for Karaba, and his response to Ayano is a very good counterpoint to the one he says. That's just your own view. You assumed that the people of this world would never learn to respect each other, so you used violence to correct that. To me and the others of this new generation, that's just insulting. How can you determine who is right or wrong? Yeah, we need those from the old generation to help us grow, but that doesn't mean they should decide our futures. If humanity continues to walk the path set by their predecessors, they'll never make any progress. If you were really that determined to carry out your ideals, then instead of surrendering, you'd be doing what you'd said, sacrificing yourself to manifest your own worth. People like you only know how to ask others to sacrifice themselves for you. You are the reason your son is dead. West's speech stuns everyone in the room, even Ryu, and his words leave the Admiral in total shooken silence. But before any more can be said, Chung radios in. They're escaping in the shuttles! Ryu, guys, hurry up! Crypt releases Ryu, who himself has calmed down. Damn it, they really are trying to prolong the inevitable. Come on, let's go! With the heroes boarding their fighters and heading out once again, we turn over to Tosh. The Zodiac is pulling away from the Pegasus and heading back to the station. Fast Side is baffled. Sir, why are we retreating when we have them on the ropes? But as Fast tries to get his attention, he can't. Tosh himself is frozen, lost in his own mind, and mumbling to himself in misery. I killed him. Why did you have to come here? As Tosh repeats to himself over and over again these words, Fast's own shouts manage to get him back to his senses. Tosh trying to brush aside the painful images flashing through his mind. He says he's sorry. Judging by the fact that they sent only one mobile suit and the ship's speed has been reduced, the ship seems to have lost the majority of its combat capabilities. Besides, the fact that they only sent one mobile suit to protect them means their entire force is most likely already at the station. We need to head back. We need to defend our troops. We turn to the shuttles. Josh Offshore, like I said, is on board one of the 3 shuttles. However, he's done something rash. Bad. Really bad. I won't be useless. Without even thinking of what would happen afterwards, seeing as he's of no use to his teammates, and with his injuries being so severe, yet flaunting the notion that he is the best mobile suit pilot within their ranks, Josh has done something very extreme. Taking the gun he found inside the glass case on the wall, he used it to dispatch one of the other mobile suit pilots that was waiting to launch from inside the shuttle. He's now silently waiting inside the cockpit of the Zeku's Y. He thinks about the meeting they're about to seize control of. He doubts this mission will actually succeed. If they take control of the building, unfortunately, those proceedings would probably be held somewhere else. The corrupt officials who are being manipulated by the AUG will hold their proceedings in another location if the building were to be occupied. However, Josh in this moment can only see what the situation was supposed to achieve, but only for himself. And the fact that he can't allow someone else, like this mobile suit pilot, steal the glory away from him. As Tosh waits, the commander of the shuttle speaks to him over the intercom, the man not knowing that the original pilot has been incapacitated. He says that 2 mobile suits are closing in on the formation of shuttles. He orders all troops to prepare for the attack. Seriously? They chose to attack now? Josh is baffled. He has no way of fixing this now. There's another mobile suit inside the shuttle bay, one facing his own. The other Zeku Eins that they've had have managed to be refitted into Zeku's Ys, and now the pilot of the unit next to Josh responds to the shuttle commander. He asks how much longer till they reach the atmosphere. They're 30 minutes away, but it's too far. Josh knows there is a sitting duck out here. He orders the commander to open the cargo hatch. The commander understands. He warns Josh and the other pilot that he needs to keep track of his timer. The other 2 shuttles have sent out mobile suits as well. They have to keep track of their timers. They have to return to their shuttles as soon as that timer goes out. or they'll start to get fried up by the atmosphere. Josh confirms, but the other pilot tells him to stay on the shuttle. He'll go out himself, this other pilot not knowing that the man next to him is not who he says he is, with Josh taking the original pilot's place. Josh looks up. The shuttle bay doors opening above, and the view of Earth becomes revealed, the blue reflection hurting his eyes as he looks. He watches as the other Zeku's Y launches into space to defend them. Sigmund spots the mobile suits appearing on the sensors. They've launched mobile suits to intercept! Chung sees them too. Got it! He fires his beam cannons at the lead shuttle, the blast managing to vaporize the ship just as it tries to deploy a Zeku Eins into battle, the ship exploding before the suit can fully deploy. Chung tells Sigmund to focus on the shuttles. Their suits are the only ones that can enter the atmosphere to pursue them. The Zeku Eins units can't enter the atmosphere, so don't let up on your attack. Chung starts to pursue, but as the two start to go after them, they hear Ryu shout over the comms. Chung, don't you dare start giving the orders. I'm the one in charge here. Ryu, your machine can't handle the atmosphere. Your fighter can still fight, but you need to obey and escort us. Is this some kind of joke? Ryu shouts to him, but Sigmund shuts him up. They've got incoming. We've got enemies inbound. Chung Zeta opens fire on the two mobile suits that launch from the other shuttles, the two pilots sharply evading and opening fire in return. Ryu asks how it is they're so agile, with Tex and Crypt pointing out that the Zeku's Ys that they're fighting appear to have been equipped with extra rocket thrusters. Chung soon transforms into his mobile suit mode, the formation passing by as the two groups clash. We can't let this become a melee fight! As he transforms into his humanoid mode, one of the Zeku Eins pilots yells to the other, Gamstina, use the club! The Zeku Eins next to him, drawing and firing a Sturmfaust at Ryu. He dodges it, but as he looks at the tactical display on his screen, he's confused by the first option the AI gives him so that he can retaliate. Combine? Tex, Shin, are you getting this? They're receiving it too. The Gundam's some parts are all giving them the suggestion to combine in battle. Seriously? At a time like this? Ryu is baffled, but then realizes what the machine might be thinking of. If combining is the best option, then do it. Chung, can you hear me? Chung responds, but he's still fighting those Zeku's Y. Chung, buy us some time to combine. He tells him that he owes him for saving his life on the moon earlier. Chung agrees, and actually says to him he won't let them lay a finger on them. Now hurry up and do it! The Zetas fly off, attempting to block the shuttle's path and take on the Zeku's Ys as they enter the atmosphere, the S Gundam's three components lining up and preparing to combine. Back with Tosh, the Zodiac has arrived at the scene, the mobile armor approaching from the rear. Captain Cray, the enemy has attacked the shuttles! Tosh orders Fast to open fire. Don't worry about aiming, just divert their attention! The Zodiac opening fire with its cannons and firing into the battlefield. Chung sees the beams and can spot the mobile armor as it speeds in, the man seeing the challenge proposed by the massive mobile armor and its colossal presence. The Zeta going in to try and confront it, with Ryu warning him not to get too close to that massive thing. As the three Gundam components begin their transformation sequence, the Zodiac lines up its sights on the three of them. As its weapons prepare to charge, Chung dives in. I made a promise, didn't I? I'm not letting you guys die! The beam fires and connects. Chung Zeta Plus absorbs every bit of it. The mobile suit shielding the blast intended for the S Gundam, only to be entirely vaporized by the full force of energy that the suit comes into contact with. Chung, he's gone. On the other side of the explosion, as the energy dissipates and the light begins to fade, the Earth comes into view. And facing the mobile armor, with the approaching Earth to its back and its beam smart gun to its waist, the S Gundam emerges, staring with a great look of vengeance at the mobile armor it now faces. That is it! The S Gundam, with all three of its pilots now inside the mobile suit's cockpits, have now combined into the one mobile suit. The massive Gundam opening fire on the Zodiac. The massive mobile armor, despite its sheer size, is still capable of evading their strikes. Ryu curses. That freak is too fast! I can't get a lock! But Crypt tells him to rely on flying the suit. Since the trio are all piloting this thing together now, Crypt will handle firing the weapons, and Tex can monitor the sensor readings. As they all work together, the three pilots operating the mobile suit in unison are not aware that the AI has been fully activated with this transformation. As Ryu orders Sigmund, the last Zeta Plus, to take out the shuttles, the Gundam heads off to confront the mobile armor. As Sigmund agrees and heads off in the shuttle's direction, we turn over to Tosh as he spots the S-Gundam as it appears and orders fast that it's time to use their hidden trick. The man agrees, and just as they pull the releases on the mobile armor splits itself in half. The secret ability of the Zodiac is revealed by this act. The mobile armor, nearly the length of a battleship, splits right down the center of its double-barrel beam cannon. It separates into two smaller mobile armor units, the Zoans as they're called. They separate and weave around the S-Gundam's fire, attempting to attack the Gundam from two different directions. Tex can see the two signals appear on the radar. There's two mobile armors coming in from 2 and 5 o'clock. Crypt is baffled by this. Where did the other one come from? But Ryu saw it happen. It split itself in half. The Zoans open fire. Crypt firing back, but his shots managing to miss. Ryu managing to evade the mobile armor strikes. Damn it, Crypt, why are you idling your shots? Ryu asks him why. If we don't take this thing down, how do you think we'll be able to face Chung and Mannings if we fail? Crypt says he'll take better care with the next shot. He asks Tex, in the meantime, to calculate the mobile armor's incline trajectory. They're getting closer to the gravity well, and they need to adjust their flight path to match. But as he does so, Tex comes into a complication. The mobile armor is using the weak pull of the gravity well from the Earth's upper atmosphere to help them turn around faster. It's something that only a vehicle of that sheer size can do, and one the Gundam is unfortunately incapable of. Ryu then realizes that they'll have to let the mobile armors come to them. Over in the Zoans, Fast tells Tosh to do it again. Attack them with another simultaneous strike, the man raising the power once again on his megaparticle cannon. Cray agrees, with his mobile armor charging in fast from the northern pole side of the battlefield. Tex sees them on the sensors. Incoming from the left side! As Ryu jerks the controls to get the suit to evade, his pull comes too late. The beam melts a portion of the S-Gundam's waist as it evades. The Gundam is damaged, but not enough to destroy it, yet it causes all of the pilots to freak out. In their cries of fear and terror as the suit gets hit, Alice finally awakens and begins to take control of the suit once again. The AI, hearing their cries, only to respond with emotions of her own, ones in response to the attack that they're now facing. Revenge. These humans, these people, they're too honest. It's something primitive they have. Conflict consumes them because they are afraid of their enemies. They obey orders because they fear of being rejected by their own comrades. Fear. It provokes them to seek companionship. They become afraid when the enemy appears before them. They've chosen to accept my protection, but only out of fear. They've done it because I am not a humanoid life form, only because I accept what I am given. She then asks herself a very serious series of questions. Questions she's never asked. What are enemies? What is fear? What are these imaginary concepts that these humans are trying to impose upon me, a non-human life form? She questions it all, but on her own, through her own will, she actually understands. If it is through hurting me that will allow you safety and protection, then hurt me. Though my heart is independent, it does not belong to you. I can accept you, yet also I can also reject you. I do not belong to anyone. I am myself. No one will choose the path I take, nor will I decide the fate of yours. As Cray takes aim at the S-Gundam, he can see Fast charging his own beam cannon. But just before he fires, something happens to his mobile armor. The rear end begins to spark. Fast side's beam generator overloading from within. The Zodiac's flaw, the one that Twanning spoke about, makes itself apparent. The unit's main reactors were only designed to handle the mobile armor when it was in its combined configuration. They were not tested in their separated modes. The reactor's energy consumption, when split, is not adequate enough to handle the amount of power needed to fire a single barrel of the machine's mega beam cannons. The reactor's energy consumption, when split, is not adequate enough to handle the amount of power required to fire a single barrel of the machine's mega particle cannons on its own. And throughout this entire fight, Fast Side has been continuously raising the power on the output to the cannon, and it seems the machine has finally had enough. The beam cannons have been overheated, and now the unit's engine has been compromised from it. Fast screams to Tosh, "The energy supply!" The heat from the mobile armor's main generator actually ignites Fast Side Zoan's propellant tanks. Before Tosh can properly see what's going on, the S-Gundam evades the Zoan as the entire mobile armor is turned into an exploding, rocketing fireball that blows across the view screen of Tosh's monitor as it falls towards the Earth. Ryu and the others are surprised by the massive explosion, however, their own shock of it is nothing compared to what they are experiencing on their own end. The S-Gundam, it's flying on its own. The machine turns around by itself and enters an orbiting attack path towards the mobile armor. The two are impressed. "Ryu, your piloting skills have improved. That maneuver was awesome!" But Ryu says that wasn't me. This thing, it's moving on its own again. I can't get control of it. The S-Gundam beginning to boost itself on its own again as it races towards the other mobile armor. The others are confused. It's moving by itself? What the hell? Ryu doesn't know either. It did seem Mannings knew something about this thing, but he never told him what it was. Tex points out its trajectory. "We're heading straight for the other mobile armor." With another boost, the Gundam shoots across the upper atmosphere. A white aura of light dancing off the suit as if it were a comet racing across the night sky. We turn back to the shuttles, and Josh is inside of the last mobile suit. The other pilots of the mobile suits on the battlefield are losing it. "They got Fast! All we've got now is Captain Cray!" As the crew panics, Tosh hears all of their shouts and cries, and finally yells at them, "Open the cargo hatch!" The shuttle captain is confused. "Who is that? Our altitude is too low. You'll burn up in the atmosphere." "No, there's no time to argue. If this keeps up, that Gundam will take us all out. Hurry up and open the doors. I'll hold them off." The captain cuts the view screen to the inside of the Zekuzuai's cockpit. "Josh? Why are you there? You're not supposed to be in there." "There's no time for discussion. I'm a new Decide soldier just like the rest of you. Get me out there!" "But there wouldn't be any time to bring you back." "It doesn't matter." The captain of the shuttle is stunned, but then agrees. "Fine, buy us as much time as we have left." As the doors open, Josh heads out into space, the Zekuzuai leaving from the shuttle's cargo hatch. Over with Sigmund, he's almost caught up with the last two shuttles. He's baffled. They're sending out suits when they're this close to the Earth? They certainly got guts, but it's freaking useless! He spots the Zekuzuais launching from the ship, and he looks down at his ammo count. One good shot left. It's up to you, my Zeta! However, there's only two shuttles. He can only aim for one at this range, and at this angle is the only option he has now. He breathes deeply, pulling the trigger, and with that final shot from his beam rifle being fired, the second last shuttle explodes in the distance. And with that last shot, Sigmund's Zeta Plus enters the atmosphere. His end of the battle has finished. He's unfortunately been tagged out for the rest of this fight. Tosh sees the S-Gundam charge in. Its shots are getting more and more accurate with each passing round. He evades its shots, but seeing what happened to the other Zoan and how raising the power caused it to explode, Tosh now knows that he can't use the Mega Particle Cannon as well as he can. He sees no other options left to him. It's time. The final option. Tosh activates his Zoan's alternative weapon systems, the mobile armor expanding parts of its armor and revealing a series of multi-clawed subarms, 6 of which in total, each able to wield a variety of smaller Mobile Suit weapons within their hands. As he transforms into this final form, he can see from the direction of the last shuttle that another Zekuzuai is approaching and firing at the S-Gundam. "Bastard, who is that? Get back to the shuttle!" But to Tosh's surprise, it's Josh. He says that this mission is dangerous. He demands to allow him to assist him in battle. "But your eyes! You're still healing!" But Josh doesn't listen to a word he says. He rushes towards the S-Gundam at top speed. Tex can see the suit approaching on the sensors. It's another blue one! He's coming in fast! But Ryu tells him to ignore it. He's still fighting with the Gundam's controls. He knows this Ys have a difficulty with close combat, so he says to just keep their distance for the time being. Crypt as well is having a hard time trying to fire the weapons of the S-Gundam as well. The S-Gundam keeps fighting him with the control sticks. Ryu being baffled as the Gundam isn't listening to a single thing they do. It won't respond to their inputs. The system won't obey. The whole thing is locked down. Tex wonders if someone is trying to control their suit from the outside, but Shin says that that's impossible. This thing is not like some kind of RC car. Minovsky particles would prevent something like this from happening in the first place. Then what is it? Unless Ryu finally realizes it. Something about this Gundam is different. It moves on its own. It fights on its own. Not even that, it fights against them. Pilots of it. This thing, it's alive. With the other pilots bickering, Josh fires a barrage at the S-Gundam. Incoming! The S-Gundam raises its arms by itself, its forearms shielding the cockpit from two micromissiles that try to connect with the torso, but without hesitation, the Gundam continues to pursue the last mobile armor. I thought we were done for. Crypt is stunned. That's saying a bit much, Ryu. We don't know who's controlling this thing. Tex then asks if there's a way to get out of this thing. The Gundam, it's moving too violently for him, but Ryu says it's fine. Fine. If this girl wants to play, then let's give her a show. Shin asks, though, if she's able to move on her own, why does she even need us? But Ryu says that he doesn't care with what he wants this thing to do. Maybe this thing has a will of its own, and we're just here to watch her. As the Gundam speeds off, continuing its pursuit, Josh is baffled. He thought this thing would go after him. Instead, it's still flying after the shuttles. Bastard! Face me, Gundam! Josh in this moment feels insulted. When he'd first encountered this Gundam, it spent its entire time trying to take him out at Pezun. Now, it can't be bothered with trying to face him? He uses his boosters and races off in front of it, trying to block its path. Josh yells, firing his rifle at the Gundam before the system can even acquire a lock on it. The Gundam, easily able to dodge the shots that Josh's damaged eyes can barely see the path of. I won't have you look down on me, you rookie! Die, rookie! Die, die! As the Zeku's Y fires continuously, Alice can tell that there's something wrong with Josh's unit. Are your systems damaged? Have they malfunctioned? No. Perhaps your body has. I'm sorry. The sad thing is, you have no way to oppose me. So, why are you still insisting on continuing to fight? What are you afraid of? Alice realizes that in this moment, this is the first time she's ever truly been in control of her own emotions. She wonders if, judging by this adversary, she wonders if it's such a frightening thing to truly be alone in this world. But then she actually comes to an understanding. It's always been frightening, since the very beginning. But it doesn't seem to matter who they are. None of these people seem to be able to escape from their loneliness. If these people continue to reject this reality, they will have no means of continuing on towards the future. Their setbacks will only deny them of it. I cannot create the future, because no matter how hard I try, I can only seem to ever be able to change myself. I'm not human. I have no way of determining what is right or what is wrong. I only know how to use what I have learned, but I also wish that I could talk, to sing, and I also wish to leave all of this behind. I also want to create the future me. However, it seems only humans possess that gift. Josh is still chasing Alice and the others. She bats away the Zeku's Y with one hand as she draws the beam saber from the Gundam's knee. She wants to fight at close range again? Ryu can't help but watch as the Gundam fights on its own. Tosh flies with the Zodiac, the machine firing one of its claws with a wire-guided Psychomu bit towards her. Within a split second, Alice turns the Gundam's own eyes to red, the machine spinning around in zero gravity and slicing the incom weapon as it tries to go in from behind. Tosh is baffled by this. That weapon's useless against you? Well, just you wait. I'm gonna get revenge for what you did to Brave on this day. The Zoan's subarms draw a beam saber of its own, the two blades locking as the two continue to rocket towards the gravity well. Tosh looks over and can see Josh trying to sneak up from behind. He yells at him, telling him to back off. This is my fight! Then where is my own, Captain? Josh demands it, himself angered by Tosh's orders to him. As Alice swings the mobile armor with a hefty cleave, Tosh manages to block it. Josh, I know this sounds cruel, but this isn't your fight. It hasn't been. Please stop! But with these words, Tosh finally gets it though. He breaks. Josh, I've realized it now. No matter who it is, everyone is afraid of seeing their past faith crumble before them. And when that day comes, they are always bound to drag themselves and everyone unrelated to it on a path that forces those to bear the consequences. Brave and I were like this. Ayano and Pinefield were like this. The new decides. We've lost our souls. We wanted to see change, but instead we dragged all you people down with us. And now, because of that, we've lost. We're lashing out now at a world we sought to change, seeking now to destroy it. But Josh, hearing these words, doesn't accept them. Don't try to tell me that I am a part of that next generation. No, Josh, I'm saying that you shouldn't fight alongside us. You still have the power to fix things. As Josh listens, Tosh manages to nick the Gundam's neck, the main camera on the suit getting disabled. Ryu orders that they switch to the auxiliary, the monitor's quality decreasing as only a few portions of their spherical monitor is able to display the front and sides of the mobile suit. As the screen cuts in, the Zoan swings its blade again. Surrender your life, Gundam! If we're all going to die in this gravity well, then we will drag you along with us! As Tosh fights, he receives a transmission from the final shuttle. Captain, we're out of time! Please hurry! We've already issued our warnings to the Federation! Tosh looks over and can see the shuttle, his own flight path deviating quite a bit from the ship, the shuttle deploying a smaller craft to retrieve Tosh from his mobile armor so that he can return. With an angered grunt, he decides to leave it. Josh, we're going back! As he does so, he does the final adjustments to the Zoan's impact course, the mobile armor still intending to strike its original target at Dakar. As he pulls the ejection lever, the mobile armor's escape capsule separates from the machine's head. What's going on? Why is he trying to escape? Ryu is confused on why the mobile armor's pilot just gave up, but the others don't care. The atmospheric heat is rising. They're beginning to burn up. Tosh arrives inside of the retrieval craft, but as he looks around, he can't see Josh. His unit wasn't following him? The other officers are confused though. Wasn't he supposed to be one of the guys who was supposed to stay on Penta? But one of the officers says that he probably found out they were going to leave him there, since he was wounded. But as they discuss, they can hear Josh over the comms. Captain, I want to fight a battle of my own. If I don't defeat this mobile suit, I will never be able to take control of a future path you desire me to take. Tosh calls him a fool though. Your purpose is to surpass people like me. You are the next generation. But Josh cuts the comm link. Tosh demands that they go back. He's going to die fighting that thing. We have to stop him. Captain, it's already too late. But Josh, he's just a child. Over with Josh, the Gundam and the Zeku's Y are still burning in the atmosphere, the two still exchanging fire as the two units burn. Josh screams, drawing the Zeku's Y's beam saber. Tex can still see the other mobile suit on his sensors. Enemy suit, behind us! Alice switching the suit around, but too slowly. Josh's beam saber connecting and slashing into the Gundam's torso, the blade melting into the suit's armor from the right shoulder to its waist, the machine leaking oil and fluids as the machine begins to burn up. Alice, from this strike, feels the pain. Who did that? It's you, the one that's hurting. Why? Ryu curses out. None of them were hurt, but the bastard hit them hard. Without hesitation, Alice kicks the Zeku's Y in the chest away from her. Why do you belittle me, Gundam? Why do you look down on me? The fact that Gundam is trying to ignore him angers Josh, the man in hysterics, as he thinks about what Tosh said to him before he cut him off. everything Tosh had said, only making Josh feel more desolate in response. He cries. He swings like a sulking child as he tries to land a hit on the Gundam with every bit of strength he has, only nothing connects, with the Gundam actually grabbing him by the shoulder, almost calmly, comforting. Is the solitude you feel that frightening? Is no one caring about you that frightening? The truth is that you are only alone in the way that you are thinking. You have many people in your life who still care about you. If you need others to notice you, you need to take initiative to win their attention, not by relying on or imitating others. Although you may find doubt in the opinions of them, that too is wrong. You cannot be called a person with a conscience if you do so. You must decide the rules of your own game, and you must be the one who complies with them. Similarly, you must plan your own life. Even if you have finally come to realize this, it's already too late. How can this be possible? How can humans not understand this simple concept? But as she debates this, Alice comes to a realization on her own, and with it, a new emotion becomes clearer to her, and one that she has never felt before: sorrow. All I can do now is return you to your parents' open arms, to your homeland. And with that sentiment, Alice throws Josh, sending his suit spiraling towards the earth, not knowing if the young man would survive the journey down, but it was safer than being with her. As he falls, Josh can only sob as he thinks about everything he just heard. He calls to his mother, his cries being the first time the man has ever cried aloud since he ever joined the military as a kid. Alice turns around and draws her beam rifle, giving chase with the S-Gundam as it tries to give chase to the last mobile armor and the shuttles trying to descend. Beam shot after beam shot being unleashed and turning the entire machine to scrap as it burns up in the atmosphere. The missile warhead that was stored inside the unit's hold exploding from the intense heat from the atmosphere. As the missile blows, the mobile armor is destroyed. Crypt and the others can feel the pain. He's sorry that he dragged them all into this, but maybe it was worth it, being able to see the Earth one last time before the end of it all. The man in his own heart, though, still trying to find some way to survive this. And as he thinks, Alice speaks to him, saying that now it is the time for us to go our separate ways. Alice then takes control. She has a plan. She goes in to destroy the last shuttle, but knowing that her pilots would perish in the process, she devises another way to save them. Ryu feels a loud shifting sound from behind, his core fighters separating from the Gundam's two halves. Shin and Tex's own cockpit modules locking to the exposed areas of the core fighter as the S-Gundam transforms into a cockpitless series of parts. The core fighter with the extra pods separating and flying away from the machine as it plummets towards the Earth. Tex is surprised. They're saved! With Ryu saying that the Gundam, it saved our lives. It was alive. She was doing this to tell us that she was alive in her own right. Alice says one final thing to them, that she's thankful. Thank you for all the memories. Shin asks about the Zeku's why. He asks if it was really beaten, but Ryu doesn't need to know. He can already guess what happened to it. That is, unless Shin thinks the Gundam is some kind of new type as well, he jokingly asks. The core fighter begins its landing sequence, and as it heads down, the remains of the S-Gundam transform back into its two remaining halves into a mobile suit. However, the act of doing so disengages Alice herself, the mobile suit reduced to a mere learning computer, her last words to them being farewell. In these final moments, Alice, whom at this moment hadn't lived as a human, finally dreams a dream of her own. She imagines two spirals of light traveling into the Earth. A voice asks them if they know what the meaning of this is. She does. It is the DNA of mankind, carrying and spreading the memories of humanity. Their S-like shapes remind her of the Gundam, its name, the S-Gundam. She now understands what that name truly meant. And with those final thoughts, Alice fades away, her consciousness fizzling out as the S-Gundam's internals roast from the inside from the atmospheric heat. I had a dream, she says. A good dream. Alice, in this last moment, finally transcends the barrier. She has indeed become human, but even more so. She has become something greater, and in many ways, a goddess. Not a vengeful one, but indeed a watchful one of the heavens above. Guys, I like this story. I like it a lot, but we aren't done yet. At the point within this recap, we've reached the last 2 pages of this book, so I hope you enjoy. As they break through the atmosphere, Tosh is lost in thought. To him and everyone, their fates have been somewhat long been decided. He sits in the shuttle with himself and an extremely small group of soldiers. He questions it all. What propelled him to do all of this in the first place? What made him so sure he was doing the right thing? If he had done things differently and had chosen to resolve the conflicts within his own heart before attempting to change the world's, perhaps that would have been the better approach. The truth that Tosh has now come to realize is that Earth and space do not care about humanity and how it chooses to live or die. Instead, we humans have always brought our own problems into the mix and believe that our problems are to be held as equal to the cosmic order of the universe. Humanity in and of itself is always overestimating the worth of its ideals. With Tosh now realizing, human history has now proven that sacrificing the lives of others to pursue our evolution, the philosophy that the new types and the old types propose, won't provide us with anything in return. Only when every individual resolves their own conflicts will humanity truly evolve. Josh falls to the earth, his mobile suit burning in the sky. He weeps. He remembers his childhood, how he was bullied in school, how he joined fencing to find a way to make himself strong, the crushes he had in school but was too scared to tell them how he felt. He'd imagined himself being like Brave and Tosh one day, a decorated officer, an important leader, but now that he thinks back on it all, his love for fencing was just an escape method, just as the new decides are an escape for him now. He dreams of his family. He dreams of his mother, who had surrounded him with such warmth and kindness no matter what. He looks down at the earth. It's just like his mother. It's welcoming him into its embrace. But he then looks to the stars, a void that holds little light. But in the end, Josh finally realizes that it's time for him to grow up. Even though the earth feels like a mother to us all, he longs to grow up and separate himself from the overprotection that earth brings. As he looks back and comes to his own final realizations, he can see Tosh's shuttle. It's over. The shuttle is destroyed, as Josh's mobile suit is destroyed as well in the raging fires of Earth's gravity. Down on Earth, we see a Garda transport ship belonging to Karaba is flying through the sky. Sigmund Shade's Zeta Plus is being retrieved by it, Sigmund watching as the stream of fireballs flash across the evening sky. Up in space, the Pegasus 3 has docked, the ship regaining control of the station and restraining the last remaining New Decides vessels. Heathrow asks if they've managed to get a hold of their pilots, with the communications officer saying that the 3 S-Gundam pilots are safe and that Sigmund was retrieved down on the surface. However, unfortunately, the S-Gundam was destroyed. Heathrow is surprised. They managed to do it. Those idiots were really able to save everyone. Despite their hatred towards the world, his men and Alice were able to save everyone. As the captain of the ship looks out from the ship's window, he witnesses something beautiful. A solar flare. A massive aurora rips across the earth. Enormous, radiant, and colorful. No one knows who starts to sing, but as the rainbow of color comes into view, the crew of the Pegasus 3 all begin to sing. The same song that Heathrow likes to play on his record player. Somewhere Over the Rainbow from The Wizard of Oz. As the sun rises on a new day, Ryu is greeted by the blue skies of Earth. He asks his friends if they're alright, and the two say yes. Yes, they are. Tex asks if Ryu is able to land the fighter, and it seems the fighter is actually fully intact. However, their course was severely thrown off upon re-entry. They're flying above the Arctic Ocean, and the closest base is miles from here on the Russian coast. However, just as they worry about their landing situation, the Garda finally appears as well. They're here to come pick them up. On board the ship, the commander of the plane receives the ID code from the core fighter, the man ordering his men to prepare the hangar for his arrival. As the fighter makes its approach, Tex asks about Sigmund. Did he make it? Only for Ryu to jokingly tell him that he's fine. They already can see the Zeta parked inside the hangar ahead. The fighter lands, and the pilots are greeted by Sigmund, who sees them come in and waves as they touch down. As they all reunite and cheer that the mission is over, Task Force Alpha's mission is concluded. The heroes of our story including Alice, growing in many ways from where they once were, bringing the story of Gundam Sentinel finally to an end. Wow. Just wow. It took me 6 months to finish this project, and I gotta say, Sentinel is worth it. Just like I said in my past videos, this book doesn't really make a good show idea. However, it absolutely has good movie vibes. This story has such a good arc for every character, and it's just perfect. It didn't do much with the new type stuff, which some Gundam fans may not like, but this story definitely does well without it. It implies a lot of stuff if you want to read into it, but it doesn't actively seek to use it, which I think is interesting. Seeing our heroes have all their arcs come full circle is really impressive. Ryu becoming a leader from when he was a cocky and arrogant pilot who ignored the orders of everyone around him. Crypt going from this worrying spray and pray type character to a clear-minded sharpshooter is definitely a nice thing to see. Tex goes from frustrated and apathetic colleague to caring and understanding friend. Mannings from angry and bitter officer to faithful and respectful teacher. The list goes on. Everyone has an arc in this book. Chung goes from being the guy who can't stand it when idiots like Ryu don't take their job seriously, to being the one who's willing to lay his life on the line to save them. Sigmund, who we only see get shot down and is a background character throughout all these fights, hilariously is the one guy who makes it back with a functioning mobile suit. Commander Iano, who despite being an influential and powerful leader, is reduced to a single warship by the very military he served, all because he didn't know the full extent of the plans of everyone else around him. Heathrow grows from skeptic to someone who understands and acknowledges his peers. It's just awesome to see this. Let's talk about our antagonists. Brave Cod, the man who led the new Decides, but despite everything didn't want to be in charge and just wanted a good final battle. Josh Offshore, who spent the beginning of this story with such confidence in himself and his skills, is shown time and time again that he isn't as good as he thinks he is, and all that he wants is to be seen as someone big, only for the man to die alone, not fulfilling his leader's last request. Tosh Cray, who starts off this story as such a big, manipulative presence in the story, but once everyone else catches up to his plans and is starting to overcome them, grows more and more and more desperate, no longer seeking to make a difference, but instead dying to try and prove a point, one that no one will ever understand. And lastly, the most impactful character in this entire tale, Alice. This character took the longest time to fully grasp, but her whole story and her arc is the defining element of Sentinel. Think about that. An artificial intelligence created for the purpose of destroying life on humanity's behalf forms more of a human connection with us, the reader, than the human characters themselves. She evolves into something so much more than we are in the end, and it's just beautiful. Alice, despite her mechanical and physical limitations, became more of a new type, and I mean that in the figurative sense, than any of her other cast members could ever possibly become. That's really cool, and an awesome metaphor for Gundam and its new type philosophy to have when put beside it. Now, let's get into some notes I've got, some questions you guys have been asking, and some things I've personally noticed. Firstly, and it's something that many fans don't realize unless they read the book, Amuro Ray does not show up in this story. Fans for years have been saying for years, oh, Amuro Ray shows up at the end of Gundam Sentinel to help the heroes. No, he doesn't. The Zeta A1 test image colors is a mechanical design only, and it's only implied that the Garda class that appears at the end of the book is the Garda used by Hayato Kobayashi. Meaning that despite what all the fans say, and I'm solely going by the novel version, Amuro Ray does not appear in the story. Note number 2. Gundam Sentinel has a lot of mech designs, but a lot of them don't actually appear in the story. Suits like the refined Barzam, Deep Striker, and the Zeku Dry don't actually show up in the story. They exist solely just to expand upon the Mobile Suit roster that exists in the novels, showing us a deeper look into the physical lore behind the Mobile Suits themselves. Number 3. When it comes to Gundam Sentinel, everyone who knows of the story immediately believes that it's just about the new Decide's uprising at Pezun, when the real truth is that the majority of the story is actually what happens after those events. They say don't judge a book by its cover, but it seems the majority of the fandom has largely judged it so. I'm not going to go into details as to why, but it's been the consensus for fans for many years, when really it seems like the fandom isn't actually aware of what this story is trying to do or what the author is trying to achieve. Now, I've gotten this question before, and it relates to something that me and this channel are very passionate about. And it's a question I've had a couple of you guys ask me over on Discord. Are the new Decides, and more importantly, by extension, the people of Heirs, the precursors to Bjon Dargle's Manhunters from GAIA GEAR? And what I've got to say is, no, neither of them are. Spiritually, the people of Heirs do share the same desire as Bjon Dargle, the desire to return to the Earth. However, this is actually not entirely the same desire. These two groups look very similar on the surface, but are fundamentally different in their approaches and their origins. The people of Heirs believe that Earth can someday get better, and that one day, humanity could one day return to the planet, something that the Manhunters also share. However, they also believe strongly in the Federation's ability to govern humanity. When shown by the new Decides that the Earth's becoming corrupted in their eyes by the Ayug's greed, they choose to oppose the government that the Ayug has installed. They believe in the coalition of lunar cities, but are completely blind to what it means for their original, fundamental desire they possess. If the moon and its cities were to secede from Earth's rule and create a government of their own, Earth would never accept them back one day. Zeon would accept them, but the people of Air City hate Zeon. This idea is actually in direct contention with Bjon Dargle's own philosophy, whom of which desires humanity to return to the Earth, but solely for evolution's sake. Dargle's philosophy is the eventual result of the new type philosophy in its current state, left to stew for over 100 years. Nihilism and hatred for what was Zeonism, forming into a belief that is the direct antithesis to Zeonism itself. They don't trust the Space Noids. They don't trust the Earth Federation. They actively betray the ones who believe in them, and they aren't seeking a collaborative coalition like Heirs is. Bjon Dargle believes himself to be the rightful ruler of humanity, because humanity, in him and his own people's eyes, have lost their way, and there is little hope for us, and Dargle believes he is the one to correct that. Now, let's get into something else, something different, and that is something I wanted to mention about Sentinel that if you do the proper research, you'll actually find out. And that is that there were early plans, a long time ago, for a sequel. One that wasn't written nor produced, but one that has managed to capture a lot of interest within the Gundam fandom whenever this topic is brought up. What you see here is concept art from this proposed sequel, showing us a brand new version of the S Gundam. We don't know when this story would have taken place or which characters would return, but many people and analysts like me have made note that the most likely scenario for a sequel's plot would have to go deeper into the origins of Alice and the background story of Ryu. Remember, we didn't find out all the reasons his mother created Alice the way that she did to begin with, and it is my belief that if they did make a sequel, it would have taken this route. Now, why was it not made? Well, various legal reasons aside, but the most likely one is that the author most likely didn't want a sequel to potentially damage the original message of his first book. I mean, think about how good of a story this is, and then think about if they made a sequel to it, it might ruin the original intentions and the original ideas that the first book had proposed. Those are just my thoughts on it. I'm no expert when it comes to Masaya Takahashi, however, that's the kind of vibe I get whenever I see this concept art and read on this cancelled project. And lastly, and it's something that I think most fans will not probably think about, is the fact that many Gundam fans want a series on Sentinel, but also many of them haven't really actually read the book, because I've noticed that there's a bit of a correlation between some of the people who have read the book and the people who just love the mech designs. And there is nothing wrong with that view on Sentinel. It's perfectly fine. But what I highly recommend is actually reading the book, because the day that Sunrise announces and releases an animated Sentinel project, it is going to be analyzed by the readers of the original book intensely. Say they added some new characters, or mech designs, or other elements and gave them vital or decisive roles within the animated plot. Those elements would be heavily debated and scrutinized by the fandom for that potential project's entire existence. So Sunrise, listen up. If you ever decide to do Sentinel as an animated project, make it as accurate as possible. Anyways, that'll be it for this final video on Gundam Sentinel. It's been a long road to get here, 6 months to be exact, but I'm so glad that this story is finally finished, and I'm so glad that you guys got to experience it the way I did. I'm actually going to give a little bit of a shout out to Xeon Scanlations over on Twitter, who was actually responsible for originally translating the Gundam Sentinel novel. I actually highly recommend his content. It's fantastic. All the work that people like him do for the community is incredibly important for us fans, and I highly recommend you read Gundam Sentinel. Xeon Scanlations over on Twitter even just released a brand new version of his translation of the book, so I highly recommend you go check out Gundam Sentinel. It's a fantastic read, and it provides some answers to some questions that many Gundam fans have never even had before. It's such a fantastic and such a powerful piece of media, and it deserves more readers. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe, share this video with your friends, check out our discussion group over on Discord. We've got some wonderful people, not just me. We're all super passionate about all of Gundam, and we'd love to have more people share their thoughts and ideas and opinions on stuff. Remember to turn on notification bell to make sure you're caught up with my videos, and stay tuned for my next upload in the coming weeks when I start our journey into the mysteries of Shirako with Gundam Walpurgis. That'll be it for this video. This is GAIA GEAR signing off. Farewell.